Chapter 42-33. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm first. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and led the three of them into the tea garden. The white-eyed wolf took out a wine jar, raised his head and gulped down a mouthful. He grinned and said, "How's the harvest from your seclusion in the village all these years?" "Not bad." Dong Jingyang nodded with a smile. "You have to work hard. Mu Tianyang, demon ancestor, Mu Qing, demon dragon, these guys are all working hard to cultivate. Anyway, don't be beaten by them." Compared to Mu Tianyang and the others, the white-eyed wolf admired Dong Jingyang more. "Is winning or losing that important?" Dong Jingyang shook his head with a wry smile and asked, "How is the strength of those four unparalleled geniuses?" The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "How dare you say that trash can beat you half to death? Quite strong. The God-killing domain, the undying domain, and the sealed God domain all have heaven-defying divine might. Although the other woman didn't make a move, her strength definitely can't be underestimated," Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. The five unparalleled geniuses are all here. They are coming aggressively. We have to be prepared to deal with them." Dong Jingyang sighed. "That's right. Dong Tianxin's God-killing domain has an invincible state. Even Laozi's all-evil sword can't break his invincible body. If we really fight, it will probably be a bitter battle." Madman nodded. He wasn't as courageous as the white-eyed wolf. After all, they were the five unparalleled geniuses carefully cultivated by the Central Dynasty. They stood at the top of the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. Could be said that the methods of these five people were not much different from theirs. "Don't worry. Don't we still have Mu Tianyang, demon ancestor, Dong Jingyang, Mu Qing, and the others? The war between the two continents is not a one-on-one fight. At that time, we will all swarm up. No matter what kind of heaven-defying domain it is, it will have to kneel down and submit." The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang and the other two were speechless. He was really asking for a beating. However, the white-eyed wolf's relaxed attitude was worth learning from. Suddenly, Dong Jingyang looked at the madman and asked, "What is the all-evil sword?" "A peerless killing technique that I have just created." Madman bared his teeth. "Peerless killing technique?" Dong Jingyang looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Jingyang immediately looked at Madman and said expectantly, "Let me see." Madman smiled and with a wave of his hand, endless evil power emerged and a 3-feet-long sword condensed. But the sharpness was restrained. Otherwise, the devil's land would be razed to the ground by the sword qi. Dong Jingyang looked at the all-evil sword in surprise and reached out his hand to touch the blade. A blood stain immediately appeared on his finger. Moreover, a terrifying evil power crazily poured into Dong Jingyang's body through the wound. Puff! Dong Jingyang's face suddenly turned pale and his face was full of fear. This evil power actually injured him heavily in an instant. He quickly retracted his arm and refined the evil power in his body, but he couldn't refine it at all. It crazily nibbled at his body, divine soul, and divine power. "Quickly help!" Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and shouted. Madman bared his teeth and grabbed Dong Jingyang's arm. The evil power in Dong Jingyang's body was immediately forcibly pulled out. At this time, only then did Dong Jingyang's expression soften. Looking at Madman again, his eyes were full of awe. "How is it?" Madman looked at Dong Jingyang proudly. "Powerful. Not to mention this all-evil sword, just this evil power is enough to kill me." Dong Jingyang nodded. "Don't be afraid. Once you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, his power as the source of all evil is no longer a concern." White-eyed wolf waved his hand. "It can't be that much. Even if you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, the power of the source of all evil can still bring a certain amount of trouble." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Jingyang looked at Madman in surprise and asked, "How did you do it?" Madman grinned and said, "This is all thanks to Dong Ping. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to create the all-evil true body." "All-evil true body? Does it mean that you are now the source of all evil?" Qin Feiyang was curious. Madman nodded. We are all such decent people. Why would we become friends with an evil guy like you? Little Qin Zi, little Dong Zi, we have to keep a distance from him in the future, lest others say that we are also devils. White-eyed Wolf said with disdain. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang looked at each other with bitter smiles. Decent? How can you be considered decent by White-eyed Wolf? You are even more ferocious than Madman. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and asked, Then, will your power as the source of all evil continue to grow stronger in the future? I don't know. I have just condensed the all-evil true body. I still need to slowly study the situation later. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. The source of all evil was unprecedented and had to be figured out by Madman himself. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and looked at White-eyed Wolf at the same time. What are you looking at? White-eyed Wolf got up with a guilty conscience and was about to slip away. Dong Xingyang looked at the three of them suspiciously. Sit down. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang stared at White-eyed Wolf and shouted in unison, giving Dong Xingyang a fright. White-eyed Wolf's body stiffened and he smiled awkwardly at the two of them before returning to the stone bench. Speak. What is going on with your battle soul? Madman said with a dark face. Battle soul? Dong Xingyang was suspicious. You don't know, but this guy's battle soul is actually a heaven-swallowing beast. And he has a fourth special ability. Madman snorted coldly. What? Heaven-swallowing beast? Dong Xingyang's eyes trembled as he looked at White-eyed Wolf in surprise. This, White-eyed Wolf stammered. If you don't tell me the truth today, don't even think about leaving here. Madman stared at White-eyed Wolf. White-eyed Wolf sighed helplessly and looked at the three of them. If I say that I don't know, will you believe me? The three of them spoke at the same time. Then what are you talking about? White-eyed Wolf turned his head and wanted to leave. If you do that, we will suspect that you are a spy sent by the heaven-swallowing beast. Madman said, I'm a spy? Look at my handsome and dignified appearance. Do I look like a spy? White-eyed Wolf glared at him angrily. Madman nodded. White-eyed Wolf's face darkened as he said angrily, To be honest, I really don't know why my battle soul is a heaven-swallowing beast. When I first saw my battle soul's true body, I was also very puzzled. When did you see your battle soul's true body? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. When I broke through to godhood. It's also because I'm a heaven-swallowing beast that I didn't dare to reveal my battle soul's true body. This time, if it wasn't for my dignity and that I can't lose to Dong Xian, I wouldn't have activated my fourth ability. I'm just afraid that you guys will think too much. White-eyed Wolf was helpless. Madman sized up White-eyed Wolf and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, control him and read his memory to see if what he said is true. Damn you. We've been brothers for so many years, you don't trust me? White-eyed Wolf was furious. You also know that we've been brothers for so many years? You actually kept it from us, what do you take us for? Madman also glared at him, not to be outdone. It's indeed my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you guys. But you guys have to understand me. Just look at the grudges between us and the heaven-swallowing beast and ice dragon. If they knew that my battle soul is a heaven-swallowing beast, wouldn't everyone isolate me? White-eyed Wolf was helpless. Your words, why do I feel uncomfortable listening to it? Since we're brothers, as long as you take the initiative to tell us, we will definitely believe you. Don't you know that taking the initiative to tell us and being found out by us are two completely different things? If we find out, we will think that you have a guilty conscience. Madman snorted through his nose. All right. Come and read my memory to see if I'm lying. White-eyed Wolf waved his hand impatiently. Madman pursed his lips. Your mind is filled with dirty thoughts. Who would be willing to read your memory? You're the one who said to read my memory, and now there's another reason for you guys to read my memory. What do you guys want? White-eyed Wolf was also annoyed. Nothing much. Anyway, I just feel uncomfortable. In fact, Madman was just joking when he said that he wanted to read his memory. After being together for so many years, How could he not trust White-Eyed Wolf? It was just that he was dissatisfied with this kind of deception. Between brothers, they had to be honest with each other. With a stomach full of secrets, who would dare to be friends with you? Alright, let's put this matter to rest. However, since White-Eyed Wolf's war soul is the heaven-swallowing beast, then there must be some kind of connection with the heaven-swallowing beast. White-Eyed Wolf might not even know about these connections. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said thoughtfully, "Makes sense. I'm afraid we have to ask the heaven-swallowing beast himself to know the answer." Dong Xingyang nodded. "This guy is really like a ghost that won't go away. No matter where we go, we can get involved with him." Madman cursed angrily. "This might be fate." Qin Feiyang sighed. There were traces of the heaven-swallowing beast in Great Qin and Forgotten Continent. There were also traces of the heaven-swallowing beast in the ancient world and divine ruins. Now, there was also this guy in the divine kingdom in the sky cloud realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a ghost that wouldn't go away. Actually, I've been thinking about this problem and thought of a possibility. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly spoke. "What possibility?" The three of them looked at him suspiciously. "Look, Little Qinzi's ancient castle and Changshui, as well as the six-word divine art, although on the surface, they all came together, but in fact, they have a lot to do with Wutian. And Wutian and the heaven-swallowing beast have a very close relationship. So I'm thinking, could there be such a factor in my war soul?" White-Eyed Wolf was curious. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Looking at it this way, it really was a bit of a coincidence. Don't think about it. This kind of baseless thing, the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and shook his head. No matter what the reason was, as long as White-Eyed Wolf could become stronger, it was fine. As for whether White-Eyed Wolf was sent by the heaven-swallowing beast, he didn't doubt it at all. Chapter 42-34. At the same time, in the sky above the village, the wind howled. A purple-robed young man stood in the wind with his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the wind. From afar, he looked like a descendant of God, exuding an extraordinary aura. This person was Dong Hanzong. On the other side, Boss Ji and a group of old men stood side by side, looking a little embarrassed. The two sides looked at each other in silence, making the atmosphere seem quite heavy. After a long time, Dong Hanzong was the first to break the silence. He sighed and said, "Seniors, I really respect all of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to visit you as soon as I arrived in the 4 great continents. So, I hope that all of you can show me some basic respect." Humph. Ji Laosher snorted and pointed at the embarrassed people. He said angrily, "Is this your respect for us? I know that you are all extraordinary, so I couldn't help but want to spar with you. If you are dissatisfied because of this, I apologize to you." Dong Hanzong cupped his hands in a polite manner. Ji Laosher had a fiery temper and wanted to say something, but Boss Ji reached out and stopped him. He looked at Dong Hanzong and said, "We are old and just want to live the rest of our lives peacefully. So, little brother, please find someone else." "Find someone else?" Dong Hanzong shook his head and said with a smile, "Who else in the 4 great continents is more powerful than you? You can't say that. The 4 great continents are also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As for us old men, we are lucky to be able to live one more day. We really want to, but we can't." Boss G sighed. "You want to, but you can't, or you don't want to. Don't forget. You are also a member of the Divine Kingdom. You can be where you are today because of the Lord Ruler. Is it so difficult for you to deal with a few outsiders? If you insist on doing so, I might begin to suspect whether or not the person you're pledging your loyalty to is our Lord Ruler." Dong Hanzong seemed to have lost his patience. His tone was cold. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Boss G sneered. "But this is the truth before our eyes. As I said before, if you were willing to help Qin Feiyang and the others when they first entered the Divine Kingdom, how could they have grown to their current level? Most importantly, it is said that this Qin Feiyang is a descendant of your purple-gold divine dragon clan." Dong Hanzong smiled faintly. "That's interesting. I can't help but want to ask the Central Dynasty. Lord Ruler, you've long known that Qin Feiyang and the others had barged into the Divine Kingdom. But after all these years, why haven't the people of the Central Dynasty dealt with them? According to what you said, can we also suspect that you have some kind of interest relationship with Qin Feiyang? Master Jijio spoke. It was a simple sentence, but it made Dong Hanzong's brows crease with a trace of anger. He looked at Master Jijio and said, "You're the one who wants to accuse him. You can speak, but this old man can't?" Master Jijio asked back. Dong Hanzong clenched his hands, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and said, "Let's not talk about this boring topic anymore. Just tell me, are you going to help me or not?" Master Jijio was about to speak. "One more thing. I came to the 4 great continents on the orders of the Lord Emperor. Before I left, the Lord Emperor personally told me that I can exercise all my power in the 4 great continents. So before you answer, think carefully." Dong Hanzong said again. The weight of this sentence could be said to be very important. The Emperor of the Central Dynasty was the descendant of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. It could be said that in the entire Divine Kingdom, the Emperor had the greatest power except for the ruler. In front of the Emperor, the monarch and the others had to stand aside. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever the Emperor wanted to kill, that person had to die. In his hands, he had absolute power of life and death. At this moment, Dong Hanzong mentioned the Emperor to intimidate Boss Ji and the others. Moreover, the sentence that he could exercise all his power was even more meaningful, because this sentence meant that the Emperor had given him the power of life and death. He could order anyone in the 4 great continents. Whoever dared to disobey his orders could be killed first and reported later. This was a warning to a group of old people not to take advantage of their seniority. And this sentence also aroused the anger of Master Ji and the others. "Young man, we old fellows are all people with half our bodies buried in the ground. What kind of storm have we not experienced? So do you think we will be afraid of threats?" Second young mistress laughed hoarsely. Dong Hanzong frowned. "If you have the ability, kill all of us today." "No, don't talk nonsense here. Get out of here." Ji Laoshi shouted fiercely, showing no mercy. Dong Hanzong's face suddenly turned green and red. "What? Do you still want to stay here for lunch?" Ji Laoshi sneered. "I will report this matter truthfully to the Emperor." Dong Hanzong nodded and laughed out of anger. "Whatever. It's best to let the Emperor come in person. We can also see the Emperor's elegance." Ji Laoshi said. Dong Hanzong glanced at Ji Laoshi gloomily, turned around, opened a space-time passage, and left without looking back. "What the hell? When I dominated the Divine Kingdom, damn it, you were not even born yet. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Before Dong Hanzong was teleported away, Ji Laoshi could not help but sneer. Every word fell clearly into Dong Hanzong's ears, which made a trace of killing intent flash in his eyes. A group of old things, do they really think they are a big shot? Not long after. Swish. 3 figures descended above the village. "Grandpa, Grandma, are you all right?" It was the king and the other 2. When he saw the group of old people in a somewhat sorry state, the king's expression changed. He immediately ran up and asked with concern, "I'm fine. It's a small problem." Master Ji waved his hand. "That's good." The king heaved a sigh of relief. The Divine King and the Supreme Being of the human race flew down and asked, "Old Master, who is it?" Dong Hanzong. An arrogant and domineering young man who has no respect for his elders. Ji Laoshi said in disgust. "From the Central Dynasty?" The Divine King frowned. Ji Laoshi nodded and said, "According to him, he seems to be one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, but to be honest, this person's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. It's just as we speculated." The Supreme Being of the human race looked at the Divine King and said, "What speculations?" The group of old people looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. When we saw Dong Xingyang looking for Qin Feiyang, we guessed that something might have happened here, so after sending Dong Ping and the other 3 away, we immediately rushed over. The king said truthfully, How was the battle between Qin Feyang and the others? The second young mistress hurriedly asked, her expression full of concern. They were going to continue fighting, but as soon as Dong Xingyang arrived, Qin Feyang and the others retreated. As for who won or lost, of course, Qin Feyang and the others won a complete victory. The king smiled. It seems that these guys did not disappoint us. Ji Laosher chuckled. His attitude was completely different from when he was facing Dong Hanzong. He was pleasant and full of relief. It's not just that. Frenzy and the golden-winged wolf king's performance in this battle was quite eye-catching. The king chuckled. What do you mean? The group of people was curious. The king immediately began to talk about it with relish. Chapter 42:35. At the same time, somewhere in the West Continent, Dong Xn and the other three stood at the top of a mountain, seemingly waiting for something. Buzz. A space-time passage appeared. A purple-clad young man walked out with a gloomy face. It was Dong Hanzong. Brother Zong. Dong Xn and the other three hurriedly went up to him. It was not difficult to see that they could not respect Dong Hanzong. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded and glanced at the four of them. Suddenly he noticed Dong Xian's situation and frowned. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. Dong Xen lowered her head, her face full of shame. Brother Zong, you can't blame Dong Xen for this. Dong Tianqian sighed. Make it clear. Dong Hanzong's face was a little ugly. Obviously, Dong Xian and the other three had a bad start. We all underestimated Qin Feyang and the others. Dong Ping sighed. He explained the situation of the battle in detail. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists when he heard this. Dong Xen lowered her head and said, Brother Zong, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me. It's not your fault, why should I blame you? I'm the one at fault. Because I misjudged and thought that with your strength, you could defeat them. Actually, I should have gone with you. Dong Hanzong sighed deeply, his face full of self-blame. The four of them looked at each other. They thought that Dong Hanzong would be angry, but they did not expect that he would comfort them and take the blame. Brother Zong, did you gain anything from this trip to the village? Dong Tianqian asked. This group of old things, they're all stubborn and take advantage of their seniority. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? They dare to disobey the orders of the central dynasty? Are they rebelling? The four of them were furious. Rebelling? Even if they have the guts, they won't dare to. I guess it's because Yu Lao offended them back then, so they're holding a grudge. Dong Hanzong shook his head. That's their personal grudge. How can it affect the overall situation? Why don't we go with you now? If they don't listen, we'll kill them first. Dong Ping said furiously. Acting first and reporting later? How could it be so easy? These old fogies all have 3,000 incarnations. When they join forces, even I will have a headache. Dong Hanzong sighed. What? All of them have 3,000 incarnations. The four of them were shocked. Indeed, he couldn't be reckless. Dong Hanzong pondered for a moment, then looked at the four people and said, the most important thing right now is to think of a way to rescue Yu Lao, Neptune, and the Dragon God. It won't be easy to save them. Dong Tianqian was deeply worried. Qin Feyang and the other two could be considered to have come into direct contact with them. They were all tyrannical masters. Furthermore, perhaps Yu Lao and the other two had already died at the hands of Qin Feyang. Even if it's not easy, we still have to save him. This is an order from the emperor. But at the same time, Qin Feyang and the others must also be killed. Killing intent flickered in Dong Hanzong's eyes as he looked at Dong Xen and said, you don't have to worry about anything now. Focus on reconstructing your body. All right. Dong Xen nodded. Dong Ping, think of a way to find Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Judging from the current situation, to deal with Qin Feyang and the others, we must have their help. Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Ping and ordered. The 4 continents are so big. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack to find 2 people? Dong Ping frowned. Not necessarily. This time, the battle between you and Qin Feyang and the other 2 has alarmed the 4 continents. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng will definitely receive the news. Although they don't know us, as long as they know that we are from the Central Dynasty, they will definitely take the initiative to look for us. Dong Hanzong said. That makes sense. Dong Ping nodded. At the same time, release another piece of news. Ask Qin Feiyang to hand over Yu Lao and the others, no matter what they ask for. Dong Hanzong said. Dong Ping nodded and immediately opened a space-time tunnel, turned around and left. What about us? Dong Tianqian asked. We'll go to the ancestral land of the purple-gold divine dragon race. Dong Hanzong pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Dong Tianqian, Dong Exin, and the other woman looked at him suspiciously. Those old things don't listen to us, but does the king dare to not listen to us? There's also the divine king and the human race's sovereign. With our status, they have to do whatever we ask them to do. Dong Hanzong sneered. Makes sense. Dong Tianqian and the other two nodded with a cold smile on their faces. The Black Tortoise World. Soul-Sealing Valley. A pungent stench could be smelled from afar. At this moment, Yu Lao, Neptune, the dragon god, the various beast gods, the members of the oceanic race, and the sovereign beast of the beast race were all suppressed here, including the Star Tower, the Sky Extinction Sword, and the God-Slaying Halberd. Since they had entered the Black Tortoise World, it had been several 100,000 years according to the time in the Black Tortoise World. Whether it was Yu Lao or the three sovereign divine weapons, hundreds of thousands of years was just a blink of an eye for existences at their level. But now, because of the uniqueness of the soul-sealing valley, every day felt like a year to them, especially Yu Lao and the others. With their ultimates taken away, they were already living a life worse than death. Now they were suppressed in this place, suffering torture and humiliation. If they could, they would rather die. But now, they couldn't even decide their own deaths. They couldn't see any light or hope. Shua. Suddenly, three figures appeared. It was Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. As for Dong Xingyang, he had already gone into seclusion to cultivate. Qin Feiyang, madman Mo, golden-winged wolf king, return the ultimates to me. You demons, I curse you to die a horrible death. As soon as the three appeared, the place was instantly filled with curses. How pitiful! The great dragon god, Neptune, beast god, and even the big shots from the Central Dynasty, but now, they've all become shrews. The madman's face was full of ridicule. Don't be so smug. The Central Dynasty won't let you off. Yu Lao's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with hatred. You're right about this. The people from the Central Dynasty have indeed come to the 4 great continents. Moreover, we've already fought with them. The white-eyed wolf looked at Yu Lao playfully. Who are the people who came? Yu Lao was bewildered. The 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Yu Lao's spirit shook. But then he realized that something was wrong. Didn't the golden-winged wolf king say that he had already fought with the people from the Central Dynasty? If that was the case, why were Qin Feiyang's group standing in front of them unharmed? Could it be that even the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty weren't a match for Qin Feiyang's group? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. If even the 5 unparalleled geniuses weren't a match for these people, then who in the Central Dynasty could stop them? Although he didn't know much about the 5 unparalleled geniuses, it wasn't hard to tell from the emperor's praise of them that these 5 unparalleled geniuses could suppress the older generation. It must be fake. The madman and the white-eyed wolf must be scaring him. You still don't believe me? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. All right, there's no need to waste words with them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, the power that sealed the 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons disappeared. The 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons bodies were shattered, but even so, they still had some fighting power. So after the seal was removed, they immediately rushed out of the soul-sealing valley, wanting to escape. Still not obedient after being sealed for so long? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. 3,000 clones appeared, instantly sealing off the area. Seeing this, the 3 sovereign divine weapons were terrified. Even when they were at their peak, They couldn't fight against 3,000 clones, let alone their bodies. My patience has its limits. I'll give you two choices now. One is to swear a blood oath to be loyal to us forever. The other is to have your soul destroyed. Qin Feiyang said. His tone was firm. There was no room for negotiation. Yu Lao panicked. He looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and shouted, "You can't betray the divine kingdom." Noisy. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and smashed Yu Lao's divine soul with a slap, almost destroying it. However, this didn't make Yu Lao compromise. He continued to shout at the three sovereign divine weapons, "You are here today because of the sovereign. You can't be ungrateful. Kill him." Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Lao, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "I've had this idea for a long time." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and stared at Yu Lao. Yu Lao roared in horror, "You can't do this. The emperor won't let you go, and the sovereign won't let you go either. In the end, it's still unknown who will win." Killing intent flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The power of law emerged, and with a slap, Yu Lao's divine soul was destroyed on the spot. The dragon god, Neptune, and the other beast gods couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Killing Yu Lao just like that? One had to know. Yu Lao was from the Central Dynasty. Killing him was equivalent to directly challenging the Central Dynasty. Were these people really not afraid of the emperor and the sovereign's revenge? At the same time, their hearts were also filled with fear, especially the others from the beast race and the Sea clan. In their eyes, Yu Lao was an unattainable existence. But now, Qin Feiyang and the other two even dared to kill someone like Yu Lao, let alone small characters like them. They all fell into the abyss of fear. It's finally quiet. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Neptune and the others. No one dared to look him in the eye. Qin Feiyang looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Hurry up and give me an answer." The three sovereign divine weapons were also trembling. Since these three dared to kill Yu Lao, naturally they would dare to kill them. For a divine weapon to grow into a sovereign divine weapon, especially a superior sovereign divine weapon, who knew how long it would take? They really didn't want to die like this. "We submit." In the end, they put down their self-esteem and submitted to Qin Feiyang. Immortal God of War latest chapter address. Immortal God of War reading address. /read/15083 /Immortal God of War TXT download address. Immortal God of War mobile reading address. /read/15083 For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the collections below to record this time. Kill Yu Lao, divine weapons submit. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 4236. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Everything in this world couldn't escape the law. The stronger one was, the higher one's cultivation, the more one cared about their own life. You guys choose first. Qin Feiyang looked at the frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf and smiled. How can we accept this? The frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf smiled. However, their movements weren't slow at all. The white-eyed wolf grabbed the Tianju sword while the frenzied man grabbed the god-slaying halberd. Thus, Star Tower was left. Qin Feiyang was speechless as he looked at the two of them. Although their words sounded nice, they weren't polite at all. Soon after, he looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "Make a blood oath." Since they had already compromised, there was no need to hesitate. The three high-grade ruler weapons immediately made a blood oath to never betray and to be loyal to their deaths. This daddy will also have a high-grade ruler weapon in the future. The frenzied man laughed. In the future, if he met someone like Yu Lao, he could just take out his high-grade ruler weapon and save himself a lot of trouble. Qin Feiyang looked at the three ruler weapons and said, "Go to the land of origin and repair your bodies, but remember to be ready for battle at any time." The three sovereign divine weapons replied respectfully. Once the blood oath was made, they had no room to resist. Of course, if the divine kingdom's ruler appeared, they could definitely break the blood oath, but would Qin Feiyang and the other two give them this chance? Moreover, they were confident. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons would sooner or later truly integrate into this team. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed as he looked at the dragon god and the others and asked, "How should we deal with these people?" As soon as these words came out, the suppressed sea race and beast race couldn't help but tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Don't kill us. We can serve you." The dragon god roared. "Dragon god, what did you say?" Neptune looked at the dragon god in shock and anger. "Do we have a choice? If you don't submit, you will die." The dragon god roared. Neptune went silent. He had seen the methods of Qin Feiyang's group with his own eyes. Yu Lao was the best outcome. Besides, even the 3 high-grade dominator weapons had submitted to him. What was the point of resisting? "Submit," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "If it was before, I would be happy to hear this. But now, your ultimate meaning has been taken away. What value do you have in keeping you alive?" "It's valuable. I can help you find out more about the Central Dynasty." The dragon said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I don't need you to help me investigate the details of the Central Dynasty." "What do you mean?" The dragon god was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't answer. His eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent as he looked at the 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons. He smiled and said, "Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Kill them all." "We kill?" The 3 high-grade ruler weapons were stunned. "You kill? Don't tell me you can't do it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. God-slaying halberd, Tianju sword, and star pagoda were silent for a while before suddenly roaring. "Kill!" Immediately, the 3 high-grade ruler weapons charged into Soul-Sealing Valley. Although their bodies were seriously injured, the dragon god and the others were even worse. Not only were their ultimate mysteries stolen, but they were also fatally injured. "Qin Feiyang, you will die a horrible death, you will die without descendants, you devil, no, I beg you, give us a way to live," for a time. Curses, screams, and begging for mercy were endless. In just a few dozen breaths of time, everyone from the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan were killed. Soul-Sealing Valley also slowly quieted down. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 watched coldly as the 3 high-grade ruler weapons slaughtered. Whether it was the Sea Clan or the Beast Clan, they could not sympathize with them. Because if they were in a different position now, the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan would not be merciful to them either. They might even be more ruthless. Are you satisfied? Now even if we want to turn back, there is no chance. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons looked at Qin Feiyang and said with some anger. That's right. Qin Feiyang let the 3 high-grade ruler weapons attack in order to completely cut off the 3 high-grade ruler weapons' thoughts. The Sea Clan and the Beast Clan were the confidants of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons had slaughtered the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan. In the future, the 3 high-grade ruler weapons would naturally not dare to find the Divine Kingdom's ruler. Because with the personality of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, if he knew about this, he would definitely not be merciful to them. In the eyes of people like them, high-grade ruler weapons were very powerful existences, but in the eyes of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, they were not worth much. If they want you to be destroyed, you have to be destroyed. What? Do you really have other thoughts? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 high-grade ruler weapons unkindly. How would we dare? The blood oath has already been made. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons sighed. It's good that you know. Follow us well, and we will not treat you badly in the future. Go to the land of Source. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 3 divine weapons were filled with helplessness as they flew up into the sky and soon disappeared. The power of Source, it seems that we haven't been there yet. White-eyed Wolf looked at the sky and muttered. That's right. Why don't we discuss with Little Brat and let us go take a look? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Although he was the ruler of the Black Tortoise world in name, Little Brat was actually the one who could make the decision. However, what role did Little Brat play in the Black Tortoise world? Swish. At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. It was Dong Jingyang, who went into seclusion. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two came back to their senses and looked at him suspiciously. Lord Jiao and the others are looking for you. After Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he took out the sound transmission god stone. Buzz. So, the figures of a group of old people appeared. These old people were all in the secret room below the village at this moment, looking very vigilant. Greetings, great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Qin Feiyang bowed. Starting to miss us so soon? White-eyed Wolf also grimaced. Seeing that the group of old people were safe and sound, they couldn't help but feel relieved in their hearts. Miss you? I think you're thinking too much. Lord Jiao glared at White-eyed Wolf, looked at the three of them and praised, Little Wang has already told us about the battle between you and Dong Xian's group. Well done. Of course. Don't you know who we are? White-eyed Wolf smiled proudly. The corner of Lord Jiao's mouth twitched. He really couldn't stand the praise and said, This time, I didn't send you a message to listen to you brag. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other, and a trace of suspicion crept up on their faces. Lord Jiao said, although Dong Hanzong has left the village, he doesn't intend to stop here. He left just like that? White-eyed Wolf was surprised. How could he leave by himself? I drove him away. Lord Jiao sneered. Strong. White-eyed Wolf was taken aback and immediately couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're kidding. Just a little brat, how can you let him ride on your head and behave atrociously? Lord Jiao smiled domineeringly. Did you record it down? I really want to see his expression at that time. White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Childish. Lord Jiao rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, But now, they all ran to our clan's land, and it seems that they plan to stay there forever. They even asked the Divine King and the Supreme of the human race to meet them and discuss how to deal with you. Lord Jiao snorted and said, These little brats really think of the 4 great continents as their home. They can do whatever they want. After all, they are the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty. It's normal to be proud and arrogant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What kind of geniuses are they? This old man doesn't care about them at all. Lord Jiao disdained and continued, In addition, they also released the news that they want you to hand over Yu Lao and the others, and they will agree to any conditions. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What? Lord Jiao looked at them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a smile, Just now, we killed all of them. The group of elders was stunned. That was too fast. Originally, they wanted to use Yu Lao and the others to extort the Central Dynasty, because these people's ultimate meaning had been taken away. Even if they were released, they wouldn't pose any threat to them. Actually, there's nothing to extort. What do we want now? Madman waved his hand indifferently. That's true. The group of elders nodded. These brats had sovereign divine weapons. They also had ultimate meaning. As for resources, they had looted the entire East Continent spirit veins and crystal veins. Could be said that. Now, the combined resources of the 3 major clans were probably less than 1/10,000th of these brats. There's one more thing. Dong Ping seems to be outside looking for Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. That's what we're worried about. 5 unparalleled geniuses, plus Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. I'm afraid even you have to avoid them. Lord Jussit. Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and a meaningful smile appeared on their faces. There was no need to worry about that at all. What's with that expression? Aren't you worried at all? Lord Jiao frowned. I'm worried. The white-eyed wolf nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Why can't I see that you're worried? Lord Jiao's face darkened. Did this look like someone who was worried? After all, the eunuchs were more worried than the emperor. You don't have to show that you're worried. The white-eyed wolf grinned and thought for a while. Compared to brother Lu Yunfeng, I'm more interested in Dong Ping now. Is he outside alone now? Yes. Lord Jiao nodded. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with a sly smile. Looks like we don't need to remind you. Seeing this, Boss Ji chuckled. The white-eyed wolf looked at Lord Jiao in a daze. We didn't say anything. Do as you see fit. Lord Jiao quickly waved his hand. Treacherous old fox. The white-eyed wolf cursed and said, "Then you have to give us an accurate location." Madman bared his teeth. "We don't know either. Go find him yourself. Anyway, be quick when the time comes." Lord Geo said, and then looked at Lord Geo. Lord Geo waved his hand and the voice transmission stone turned off. The group of old men disappeared. Madman was stunned and speechless. "If you don't tell us Dong Ping's location, how are we going to hunt him? Isn't it easy to know Dong Ping's location?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's right. Don't forget that we have a young man named Mu Qing with us." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Madman paused and then laughed dryly. "I forgot about him. Come on, let's go back to the Devil's Land and kill Dong Ping. Then we'll send his body to the purple gold divine dragon's territory as a gift to the Central Dynasty." Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Dong Jingyang also smiled when they heard this. Chapter 4237. Southern Continent. This was the territory of the Protoss. Star Moon City. There was a restaurant called the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Star Moon City. Star Moon City was one of the top cities in the Southern Continent. There were many powerful people in the city. The city lord of Star Moon City was someone who had mastered 4 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and 2 ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. Because of this, most of the people who went in and out of the Moon Pavilion were powerful people. Because of the luxurious and high-end Moon Pavilion, many young people liked to come here to have fun. At this moment, in the main hall by the window, a young man in blood-red clothes sat alone at a table with delicious delicacies and a few jars of divine wine beside him. He drank the divine wine while leisurely looking through the window at the pedestrians coming and going on the street. There were humans and Protoss among the pedestrians. Don't say it. This woman from the god race sure looks unique. The young man in blood-red clothes stared at a rather sweet-looking Protoss woman and muttered to himself. This person was Dong Ping. He sat in the restaurant in a very ostentatious manner. All the guests in the main hall, whether they were humans or Protoss, were extremely wary of him. Because the battle between Dong Ping and Qin Feiyang's group had already spread across the 4 great continents, everyone was no stranger to Dong Ping now. He was a prodigy from the Central Dynasty. Moreover, he was someone who dared to confront Qin Feiyang's group head-on. Who would dare to be presumptuous in the face of such a prodigy? Everyone was very careful when they spoke, afraid that they would disturb Dong Ping. Who won the battle between them and Qin Feiyang? Who knows? At that time, all the living beings in the Western continent, except for the Lord, the Divine King, and Ji Zun, withdrew. But now, the Lord, the Divine King, and Ji Zun have not revealed anything about the battle. Why don't you make a guess? Lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise, we'll have to bear the consequences. I know. If you really want to guess, this person came to the Moon Pavilion unscathed to drink, so they're probably the winners. Not necessarily. All of us have witnessed Qin Feiyang and the other two's strength. Furthermore, if the ones who lost were truly Qin Feiyang and the others, then those people from the Central Dynasty would have definitely spread the news everywhere. Thus, I think that the ones who won should be Qin Feiyang and the others. Some people were whispering to each other. Some were secretly communicating aiding. In short, they were very careful. Tap tap, tap. Along with the sound of footsteps, 3 young men in luxurious clothes walked in. Arrogant and condescending, he was clearly a hedonistic son of a wealthy family. The 3 of them scanned the hall, and there seemed to be a glint in their eyes. They walked to the empty table next to Dong Ping and shouted, "Waiter, give us a few bottles of divine wine." Dong Ping glanced at the 3 people and raised his eyebrows slightly. What kind of playboy is this? Can't he see that the Central Dynasty's elites are sitting next to him? The waiter of the restaurant hurried over and looked at Dong Ping nervously. He then whispered to the 3 playboys, "Young masters, please lower your voice." Lower my voice? What do you mean? Isn't the restaurant a place to eat, drink, and have fun? Why are you acting like thieves? One of the playboys frowned. Yes. The waiter smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, you're right. The restaurant should have a lively atmosphere, but the situation is different now. There's a big shot from the Central Dynasty here. A big shot from the Central Dynasty? Who? The three playboys looked around the hall curiously. Looking at these three ignorant playboys, everyone was speechless. The waiter was also depressed. Where did these three idiots come from? Everyone knew about the battle between the Central Dynasty's four elites and Qin Feiyang's group in the West Continent, but these three idiots didn't know? Suddenly, the waiter sensed a murderous aura. He hurriedly looked at Dong Ping and said with a flattering smile, "Sir, please don't be angry. I'll ask them to be quiet." The three hedonistic sons also looked at Dong Ping. "You're the big shot from the Central Dynasty? Do you have evidence?" One of the playboys stared at him curiously and asked. Dong Ping was stunned. Evidence was needed? It seemed that these three were really good-for-nothings. "Shut up, you guys." The waiter was burning with anxiety. He pointed upstairs and said in a pleading tone, "If the three of you really want a lively atmosphere, please go to the private room upstairs." However, the three playboys turned a deaf ear. One of them walked behind Dong Ping casually and patted Dong Ping on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Brother, you've got guts. How dare you pretend to be someone from the Central Dynasty?" Dong Ping's body stiffened, and a wisp of rage flashed between his brows as he glanced at the hand that pressed down on his shoulder. "I'm not pretending. Who dares to pretend to be someone from the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and go upstairs. Don't disturb the sir anymore." The waiter comforted Dong Ping while looking anxiously at the three playboys. Weren't they courting death? It didn't matter if they wanted to die, but they couldn't implicate the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion was just a place for business. How could it withstand the anger of such a big shot? "Are you really from the Central Dynasty?" The three playboys looked at the waiter and the surrounding customers in disbelief. "Take your dirty hands off me." As a cold voice sounded, a huge force appeared. The playboy who was pressing on Dong Ping's shoulder was pushed back on the spot. The playboy's face was pale. "Sir, please calm down, please calm down." The waiter apologized profusely. He looked at the three playboys and said angrily, "Why aren't you apologizing to the sir?" The three playboys finally reacted. "Sorry, sir. Sir, we didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't take it to heart. We'll shut up immediately." The three playboys bowed and ran to the table at the side. They sat there with pale faces and trembling. There are such trash in the four great continents. Dong Ping looked at the three playboys with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Such trash didn't even have the right to make him attack. So, Dong Ping ignored the three playboys and continued to look at the passers-by outside the window. "Now you know what fear is." The waiter heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at the three playboys and turned to leave. After a while, he brought 3 pots of divine wine and a few dishes. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind the 3 playboys not to provoke the prodigy of the Central Dynasty. The 3 playboys nodded and agreed. The hall returned to dead silence. However, no one noticed, including Dong Ping, that the eyes of these 3 young men who seemed to be hedonistic sons of rich parents were suffused with strands of bright light. "This guy is even more arrogant than me. He came here to drink and didn't even let others speak." One of them secretly transmitted his voice. "He's asking for a beating." Another one pursed his lips and transmitted his voice. "Little Qin Zi, why don't you do it?" That's right. These 3 playboys were Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf. Mu Qing's omniscient eye was really powerful. As long as one knew the appearance or name, no matter where the other party was, one could clearly peek at them. Even if Dong Ping changed his appearance now, he couldn't escape the omniscient eye's tracking. "I definitely can't do it now," Qin Feiyang secretly said. Dong Ping was not weak and had the undying domain. To kill him, one had to go all out. This was the key. Once they attacked here, not to mention the Moon Tower, even Xingyue City could not be saved. The god race and the human race in Xingyue City would also be affected. If they were still enemies with the god race and the human race, it didn't matter. But the problem now was that the Divine King and Ji Zun had allied with them. If he destroyed Xingyue City and killed the god race and the human race in the city, the Divine King and Ji Zun would definitely settle the score with him. So, To deal with Dong Ping, he had to first lure him out of the city and find a place where there were very few people. But how could he trick him out? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, he noticed Dong Ping's abnormality. This person had been looking out of the window. What was he looking at? Qin Feiyang was drinking while paying attention to Dong Ping. Very soon, he found a clue. Dong Ping's gaze was actually on the women walking on the street. Could it be that Dong Ping had this hobby? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice. White-eyed wolf, senior brother, I have thought of 2 ways. The 2 of them were drinking happily and looked at him suspiciously. The first way is to pretend to be big cousin and the inner demons. Anyway, isn't he waiting for the inner demons and big cousin now? As for the second way, Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and muttered a few words. The 2 of them were stunned and secretly observed Dong Ping. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang said, this Dong Ping seemed to be a little greedy for women. You guys decide. Do you want to use the first way or the second way? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Nonsense. Of course we'll use the second way. It's more interesting this way. Madman was in high spirits. I'll also use the second way. White-eyed wolf secretly replied and also laughed sinisterly. You 2 guys. Qin Feiyang shook his head and transmitted his voice. All right, you guys stay put for the time being. I'll go and meet him. After that he picked up the wine pot, got up and walked to the opposite side of Dong Ping. Chapter 4238. Dong Ping sensed Qin Feiyang and frowned slightly. The other customers who were whispering immediately looked at Qin Feiyang when they saw this scene. What was this idiot trying to do? The waiter of the restaurant changed his expression and immediately put down his work. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes that might happen next. Is this really that? A frightened bird, a soldier in every bush. The madman shook his head and smiled bitterly. A casual action actually made these people so nervous. How could their psychological quality be so bad? Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Ping and said with a flattering smile, Big brother, please calm down. I'm here to apologize. I hope you can forgive me for offending you just now. You're not tactful at all. However, not only did Dong Ping not accept Qin Feiyang's apology, he stared at Qin Feiyang with disgust. Qin Feiyang had a panicked expression as he hurriedly asked, Big brother, what did I do? You didn't do anything wrong, but what you said has made a fatal mistake. Dong Ping's eyes flashed coldly. I'm here to apologize. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Qin Feiyang's face was filled with fear. He vividly displayed the cowardice of a playboy. Dong Ping said indifferently, Then think carefully. What did you say just now? Qin Feiyang recalled and said in fear, What I said seems to be, Big brother, please calm down. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Dong Ping opened his mouth and said, You still haven't realized such an obvious problem? What problem? Qin Feiyang was at a complete loss. Was there a problem with this? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were also pondering. Such a humble and polite apology, what problem could there be? Bastard! What qualifications do you have to call me brother? Dong Ping was furious. He slammed the table and glared at Qin Feiyang. I see. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that he had angered this person because he had called him Big Brother. What a joke! Even calling him Big Brother would offend him. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's this little brother. No, it's this little one's fault. I hope Big Brother. No, please forgive me. That's more like it. Dong Ping's expression eased a lot. One must know how to be tactful. I am a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, and you are just a playboy from the 4 great continents. What right do you have to call me brother? Isn't this lowering my status as a genius? Milord, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine for my previous offense. Qin Feiyang poured 3 cups of wine in a row and drank them all in one gulp. What the arrogant Dong Ping didn't know was that he should be the one feeling honored. Because for Qin Feiyang, drinking depended on the person. In other words, only when he met someone he respected, someone he admired, Would he accompany them for a few drinks? Have you finished drinking? Then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Dong Ping didn't appreciate it and looked at him with contempt as if he was looking at a fly. Qin Feiyang wasn't angry. After all, he was a playboy now. How could he be angry? However, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to continue the conversation with this kind of attitude of sticking his hot face to a cold butt. Because he was not a flatterer. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded. Okay, as long as you are not angry, milord, I'll take my leave. Then he took the wine cup, twisted the wine pot, got up and went back to the table. Seeing this, the waiter of the restaurant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Qin, you can't do this. After talking for a long time, you still haven't got to the point. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Watch me. Watch how I'm going to fool him. The madman smiled sinisterly. Don't go. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and said, I just came back. If you run over now, maybe he will be suspicious. I have thought of a better and more direct way. What? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were curious. Watch carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly, put down the wine cup, got up and walked towards the door. Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly get up, the waiter thought that Qin Feiyang was going to provoke Dong Ping again. His heart that had just been relieved was instantly in his throat. However, when he saw that Qin Feiyang had left the restaurant, he heaved a sigh of relief. This playboy was really torturing. In fact, no matter what restaurant it was, they were very welcoming to playboys. That was because hedonistic young masters were extravagant in their spending. That way, their restaurants would earn more. But it was different now. Dong Ping was sitting here, and the waiter wished that these playboys could all get out of here so as not to bring trouble to the restaurant. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, he returned to the restaurant. At the same time, there was also a burst of fragrance that poured into the restaurant hall. At Qin Feiyang's side, there was a stunning woman. This woman was Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus had never left the Black Tortoise realm, so even if she didn't change her appearance, no one would recognize her. And Fire Lotus's beauty was needless to say. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, they were both devastatingly beautiful. Especially now, she deliberately dressed up, which made her look even more charming. As expected, the arrival of Fire Lotus immediately attracted the attention of all the men present. Your sister. This is too unreasonable. A playboy actually knows such a beautiful woman. Whether it is temperament or other aspects, they are not on the same level. It is simply a flower inserted in cow dung. Everyone was indignant in their hearts. When Dong Ping heard the commotion, he couldn't help but look at Fire Lotus, and his eyes lit up. She was truly a peerless beauty. When he saw Qin Feiyang beside her, the jealousy in his heart couldn't help but climb up uncontrollably. How could such a playboy be worthy of such a woman with such temperament? When the white-eyed wolf and the frenzy saw Fire Lotus appear, they suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was planning to use a beauty trap. Let's go. Qin Feiyang pulled Fire Lotus and walked towards the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf with a smug look on his face. This woman is really blind. Why did she fall for this scum? Am I not better than this playboy? Many men couldn't help but compare themselves with Qin Feiyang in their hearts, and with such a comparison, their hearts felt even more unbalanced. Qin Feiyang crossed his legs and looked at Fire Lotus under everyone's jealous gaze and asked, "Tea or wine?" "Nonsense. Of course we are here to drink. Moreover, if she doesn't drink, you won't have a chance." The frenzy played along with the act and laughed. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you continue, I will leave." Fire Lotus glared at the frenzy and pouted. "Thot, thot, thot." The frenzy quickly pulled Fire Lotus's hand and gritted his teeth. "Your little hand is so slippery." Scram. Fire Lotus's face darkened. Although it was an act, she couldn't say everything, right? Those who didn't know would think that she was a loose woman. This is really unreasonable. Why is the heavens so unfair? I beg you to bestow me a beauty of the highest quality as well. Everyone wailed in their hearts. Qin Feiyang was constantly paying attention to Dong Ping and noticed that when Fire Lotus entered the restaurant, Dong Ping would occasionally glance at Fire Lotus. He became more and more certain of his judgment. This Dong Ping was definitely a scumbag. At this moment, Hua Lian displayed the charm of a mature woman to the fullest, becoming the center of attention for all the men here. About half an hour later, Qin Feiyong put down his wine cup and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Why don't we go outside the city? A few days ago, I accidentally ran into a valley. Not only is the scenery beautiful, there are also many fun things. Really? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyong and asked innocently. Woman, don't go. Don't go. These playboys definitely won't feel at ease. Someone roared in their heart. Qin Feiyong nodded. Fire Lotus nodded without hesitation. What a silly woman. You won't even know what happened when you get eaten. A man next to him shook his head. Waiter bill. Qin Feiyong waved at the waiter standing in front of the counter. The waiter quickly ran over. When he saw Fire Lotus, his eyes were filled with amazement. At the same time, he was envious. It seemed that being a playboy had its benefits. Qin Feiyong was very generous. He took out a large pile of soul stones and threw it to the waiter. Then he led Fire Lotus and Frenzy out without looking back. All of a sudden, I also want to be a playboy. A young man shook his head and sighed. To be a playboy, you also need to have the capital. Wait for your next life. If you find a powerful father in your next life, then you will have the qualifications to be a playboy. The young man's companions couldn't help but laugh at him. Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyong and the other three, Dong Ping's eyes flashed. He didn't follow? On the street, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Qin Feiyong and the other three walked in the crowd, paying attention to their backs at all times, but they didn't see Dong Ping's figure. Don't waste so much time. He didn't have the intention at all. White-eyed Wolf muttered. Then we can only say that our Fire Lotus sister's charm isn't good enough. Frenzy bared his teeth. Fire Lotus immediately rolled her eyes and said angrily, It's obvious that you can use the name of the inner demons and Lu Jijin to easily lure this person out of the city. Why do you have to do such a fancy thing? This is Senior Brother and White-eyed Wolf's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Feiyong hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. Fire Lotus looked at Frenzy and White-eyed Wolf and said speechlessly, I knew it was you two wicked guys. Don't talk nonsense. This idea was obviously little Qin Zi's idea. White-eyed Wolf said angrily. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyong in shock. Qin Feiyong coughed dryly and turned his head to hide the awkwardness on his face. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and he said with a smile, Pay attention to the back. The three of them were stunned and secretly glanced at the crowd behind them. They saw a blood-haired young man mixed in the crowd. If it wasn't Dong Ping, who else could it be? The fish finally took the bait. Chapter 4239. The boundless mountain was filled with vitality and vitality. About an hour passed. A group of 4 people arrived while talking and laughing, landing at the entrance of a valley. It was Qin Feiyong, Madman, White-eyed Wolf, and Fire Lotus. There was naturally no lack of valleys in the mountains. They could be found anywhere. Moreover, this place was very far from Star Moon City. As long as they finished the battle quickly, they shouldn't affect the living beings of Star Moon City. The 4 of them looked at each other and entered the valley without looking back. Just as they entered the valley, Dong Ping's foot landed at the entrance of the valley. Sweeping his gaze over the entrance of the valley, he also took a step forward. Like a ghost, he walked in stealthily. What are you doing? But before he entered the valley, an angry shout came from inside. It was Fire Lotus's voice. Don't you know what we're doing? Madman's voice sounded with a trace of wretchedness. Your beasts, let go of me, Fire Lotus roared. Don't waste your energy. This person is extremely rare. It's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks. White-eyed Wolf's voice sounded. Scum. Hearing these voices, Dong Ping cursed in his heart and rushed into the valley like lightning. He saw Fire Lotus being blocked by Qin Feiyong and the other 2 in a corner. You 3 scum, let go of her, Dong Ping shouted. But he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Wasn't this a ready-made hero saving the beauty? Who's so blind to ruin our good thing? Qin Feiyang and the other two raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Dong Ping. Their faces immediately changed and they asked while trembling, "Sir, why is it you?" "Young master, save me." Fire Lotus also stretched out her helpless little hand to Dong Ping. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Scram! Dong Ping's aura exploded, and with an angry shout, it directly shook Qin Feiyang and the other two to vomit blood. The three of them were terrified and quickly retreated to the side. Fire Lotus immediately ran towards Dong Ping. Her tear-stained face immediately captured Dong Ping's heart. She comforted him, "I'm here. It'll be fine." "Thank you, young master." Fire Lotus wiped her tears and glared at Qin Feiyang and the other two. "I didn't expect you guys to be such scum." White-Eyed Wolf gloomily looked at Fire Lotus, then looked at Dong Ping and smiled obsequiously. "Big brother?" "No, no, no, my lord, if you like, we can give it to you." "Shut up." "For me? What do you take women for?" Dong Ping said furiously. "We're all men, so we know what's going on. Why do you have to do this?" The White-Eyed Wolf smiled obsequiously. "Don't compare yourself to me. You bastards, even if you die, you deserve to die." Dong Ping shouted righteously. Yes. It's our fault, it's our fault. We'll scram right now." Madman nodded and quickly ran out of the valley. "Stop." Dong Ping's gaze turned cold. "Do you have any other orders?" The three of them stopped and looked at Dong Ping in fear. "Did I ask you to leave again?" Dong Ping put on a smug expression. Because Fire Lotus was looking at him with admiration, this made him feel even more proud. He shouted, "Kneel down right now and apologize to this lady. If she doesn't forgive you, then all of you will die today." Apologize to her? The three of them were stunned. "Is there a problem?" Dong Ping raised his eyebrows. No. Qin Feiyang and the other two waved their hands. However, they sneered in their hearts. This guy really knows how to pretend to be a good person. If it was a naive girl, she might really fall for him and even marry him on the spot. "Then hurry up." Dong Ping shouted coldly. I'm sorry. It's all our fault. Please speak for us and let us go." "We won't dare to." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Fire Lotus and begged. The corner of Fire Lotus's mouth twitched. "Why don't you become actors? What a waste of talent." Dong Ping turned to look at Fire Lotus and revealed a smile that he thought was very good. He said, "Lady, I'll do whatever you say to them." "Really?" Fire Lotus looked at him charmingly. "Yes." Dong Ping nodded. Looking at her rosy skin and charming eyes, he couldn't help but feel restless. "That's what you said." Fire Lotus said. "I said it." Dong Ping smiled. "Then Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then looked at Dong Ping and said, "I want you to die." "I'll let them die." Dong Ping nodded. He was so proud that he didn't hear Fire Lotus's words clearly. She meant, "I want you to die." In the end, Dong Ping thought that she wanted Qin Feiyang and the other two to die. Frenzy was stunned and secretly laughed. This guy's brain doesn't seem to work well when he sees women? Ha! Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf secretly laughed. "Die all of you." Dong Ping's eyes flashed with killing intent as an ultimate law appeared. His body stood straight, looking majestic. "This is ultimate law." Qin Feiyang and the other two's faces changed. Fire Lotus also looked at Dong Ping in shock. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Dong Ping smiled at Fire Lotus. "You're amazing. You've even comprehended the ultimate law." Fire Lotus looked at him as if she was looking at her idol, her eyes filled with admiration. This undoubtedly made Dong Ping even more complacent and almost forgot himself. "It's okay." He said it very modestly, but the arrogance in his expression was not concealed at all. "Lord, we really know our mistake. Please let us go." Qin Feiyang and the other two all showed a look of horror, and even their bodies were trembling. "Let you go?" Dong Ping sneered. "If I let you go, how can I capture this woman's heart? For the sake of my blissful sex life later, all of you can go to hell for me." The ultimate law attacked the three of them. His face was full of confidence. These three hedonistic sons of rich parents could be easily squashed to death with just a finger, let alone ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. Ha, you're really a good man. Fortunately, I'm not a woman, otherwise I would want to marry you. White-Eyed Wolf really couldn't help but laugh out loud, tears came out of his eyes. Damn. I haven't played enough. Frenzy glared at him. I can't hold it in. White-Eyed Wolf expressed his innocence. What's the situation? Dong Ping looked at the two in a daze. Were they scared silly? It was also at this moment. He suddenly felt a tearing pain in his lower abdomen, and the ultimate law that attacked Qin Feiyang and the other two also dissipated. Dong Ping was stunned and instinctively looked down, only to see a dagger in his lower abdomen, piercing his energy reserve, and drops of blood flowed out. The hand that grabbed the dagger was Fire Lotus next to him. What's going on? Dong Ping was stunned. Lord, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was really scared out of my wits. I wanted to kill them, but I accidentally hurt you. I'll help you stop the bleeding, Fire Lotus said in a panic, and after saying that, she pulled out the dagger, and blood spurted out of the wound like a blood arrow. But the next moment, she stabbed Dong Ping's lower abdomen again. Dong Ping looked at Fire Lotus in shock and anger. Fire Lotus pulled out the dagger again and retreated to the side of Qin Feiyang and the other two. She blinked her bright eyes and said in a charming voice, I really didn't do it on purpose, young master, you have to believe me. Dong Ping raised his head and looked at the four of them. The four of them looked at each other with a mocking smile. Dong Ping finally reacted. They were teasing him. You dare to tease me? You must have eaten the guts of a leopard. In an instant, Dong Ping's face became incomparably ferocious. Frenzy rolled his eyes and sneered, So what if we tease you? Do you really think you're a big shot? You're courting death. Dong Ping said word by word with a murderous aura. Courting death? Your energy reserve is destroyed and you've lost your cultivation. Even if we stand here and don't move, what can you do to us? Geniuses of the Central Dynasty? What the hell? You think we're really rich? Wrong. We're not rich, we're super rich. If you dare to offend us, even if you're from the Central Dynasty, you'll have to kneel down before us. Frenzy sneered. Not a dandy, but a super dandy? Is there a difference? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Frenzy in astonishment. Of course there's a difference. How can an ordinary rich be compared to us three super rich? Frenzy smiled proudly. That's true. The White-Eyed Wolf nodded and looked at Dong Ping with a proud smile. How about it? Have you seen our methods? The three of us super rich. That's not an undeserved reputation. Dong Ping looked at Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf and laughed angrily. At present, he hadn't seen through the identities of the three and thought that they were here to take revenge on him after being humiliated by him in the Moon Pavilion. You wanted us to kneel down before, right? Fine. Now you kneel down for us too. As long as you kowtow to us a few times and call us Grandpa, we'll spare your dog life. Frenzy looked at him mockingly. Kneel? Kowtow? Call me Grandpa, Dong Ping murmured. Boom. A monstrous murderous aura erupted as he roared, You guys really don't know what's good for you. The undead domain was activated. His shattered sea of chi and the wound on his lower abdomen instantly healed. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were dumbfounded. This must be a dream. They rubbed their eyes and looked at Dong Ping's lower abdomen again, revealing a look of disbelief. Fire Lotus was speechless. He was still acting. He was addicted to acting, right? However, this Dong Ping was indeed stupid to the point of being cute. He didn't even think about it. If it was really just three rich kids, would they dare to provoke people from the Central Dynasty? It would be too late to curry favor with them. Dong Ping laughed sinisterly, Pay the price for your stupidity. An ultimate profundity of an ultimate law once again appeared out of thin air and charged furiously towards Qin Feiyang's group of four. Run! Frenzy shouted anxiously. The White-Eyed Wolf immediately swept up the three of them and activated momentary time. Without looking back, they rushed out of the valley and fled into the distance. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the new book pavilion. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new book pavilion. Chapter 4240. You even mastered the law of time? Not bad. Dong Ping smiled coldly. He activated instant time and chased after them like lightning. My lord, we were wrong. I didn't lie to you this time. I really know my mistake. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Madman turned his head and shouted in panic. Go to hell and repent slowly. Dong Ping's killing intent surged. He was really angry. As one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, no one dared to play with him like this. This was simply challenging his bottom line. You really won't let us go? Madman said angrily. So what if I am? Dong Ping sneered. Just a few playboys, what can they do? Fine. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Madman roared. The 4 of them immediately stopped. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the fire lotus back to the black tortoise world. Dong Ping was stunned. They actually stopped. It seemed that they were not only stupid but also ignorant. You forced us to do this. The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Ping gloomily. And then? Dong Ping looked at the white-eyed wolf with a smile that wasn't a smile. He had decided. He couldn't just kill the 3 of them like this. He had to torture them and let them have a taste of life worse than death. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, Madman said in a deep voice. Then come and bite me. Do you have the ability? A few pieces of trash dare to provoke me. You think that everything will be fine after sending that woman into a spatial artifact. Ridiculous. After I kill you all, I will slowly deal with her. Dong Ping smiled sinisterly. That ultimate profundity, the strongest law, instantly shattered the sky and shot towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2. He didn't even activate the will of heaven, yet he was so confident. Who is this laughable person? The white-eyed wolf raised the corner of his mouth. An ultimate profound of the law of death instantly appeared high up in the sky, carrying with it a monstrous might as it blasted out. What? Dong Ping was stunned. Such a hedonistic son could actually take out an ultimate profundity of an ultimate law? Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 ultimate mysteries collided. Because neither of them had activated the will of the Great Path, the difference in power was not bad. After a few breaths of time, the 2 ultimate profound meanings collapsed one after another. The people of the Central Dynasty are just SOSO. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. The madman and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and moved to the sides, preparing to surround Dong Ping. That's all? Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Dong Ping sneered. An ultimate profundity appeared, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. What? It's actually the will of the heavenly Tao. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly changed. Do you know what the will of the heavenly Tao means? This means that I have mastered at least 6 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. A piece of trash like you wants to fight me? You better wake up quickly. Dong Ping laughed arrogantly. His ultimate profound carried the will of the heavenly Tao, crushing the earth and mountains as he attacked the white-eyed wolf. I'm so scared. I'm about to be scared to death. The white-eyed wolf patted his chest with a look of horror. However, the next moment, the ultimate profundity of the law of death appeared again, and a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao erupted. This, Dong Ping, who was feeling proud, suddenly widened his eyes. He actually mastered the will of the heavenly Tao? How was this possible? A mere hedonistic son could never have such powerful strength. Could it be? Dong Ping's eyes trembled. There were only a few experts in the 4 continents who had comprehended the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess. The experts of the god race, the human race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race would definitely not attack him, nor would they have the guts to attack him. The experts of the sea race and the beast race were almost completely wiped out, so it could not be them. Only Qin Feiyang and his group were left. Boom. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura erupted from 2 other directions. Dong Ping shuddered and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf in a triangular formation, surrounding him in the middle. The madman's face was also full of playfulness. Finally, he had played enough and could send this person to hell. You are. Dong Ping's eyes were gloomy. Your brain is much slower than we thought. Apart from us, in the 4 continents, who would dare to provoke you, a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When Dong Ping heard this, his body and mind trembled. In the next instant, he activated the undying domain without reservation. The 7 ultimate profundities of the law charged toward the white-eyed wolf, ready to break out. You actually think I'm the breakthrough point? Who are you looking down on? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Boom! The battle soul heaven-swallowing beast appeared. Swallow. The 4th ability was activated. Dong Ping's 7 ultimate profundities immediately flew toward the battle soul's wide mouth. Even the undying runes in Dong Ping's domain broke out uncontrollably and flew toward the wide mouth. This scene. Not only Dong Ping, but even Qin Feiyang and the madman were dumbfounded. They remembered that when the white-eyed wolf fought with Dong Xin, it could swallow Dong Xian's domain of the gods. And now, it could swallow Dong Ping's undying domain. Could it be that the white-eyed wolf's 4th ability could restrain the 5 domains? Tell me, aren't you just asking to be humiliated? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. This is impossible. Dong Ping roared. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. The ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the all-evil sword, appeared and exuded a world-destroying aura as it charged toward Dong Ping. I have the undying domain. No one can kill me, Dong Ping roared. But before his voice died away, the undying runes in the domain all rose into the air and were swallowed by the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Gotcha. It was also at this moment that the undying domain collapsed. Dong Ping was terrified as he roared, "Don't!" Boom! The all-evil sword and the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death arrived. The all-evil sword was a super-killing technique. The ultimate profundities of the law of life and death could also be considered a super-killing technique. Without the undying domain, what suspense was there for Dong Ping to face 2 super-killing techniques? With a miserable scream, blood splattered across the sky as his soul was destroyed. That's it? The white-eyed wolf chuckled, his eyebrows filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and scanned the void. After waiting for a while and confirming that Dong Ping wasn't reborn, they let out a long breath. They had finally gotten rid of a huge problem. If this Dong Ping didn't die, with the strength of the undying domain, he would definitely bring them a lot of trouble in the future. Immediately after, the 2 restrained their aura and looked at the white-eyed wolf. The more they looked at this guy's battle soul, the more terrifying it was. The white-eyed wolf had already retracted his battle soul and was scanning the void as if he was looking for something. What are you looking for? The madman looked at him suspiciously. I'm looking for Dong Ping's keepsake. It's all your fault for being so heavy-handed. Didn't you say that you would give his head to Dong Tianqian and the others as a meeting gift? Now that his soul has been destroyed, what can you give to them? The white-eyed wolf stared at the 2 of them with dissatisfaction. The 2 of them were stunned. When they were teasing Dong Ping before, they were too excited and forgot about this matter. So I'm looking now to see if I can find any keepsake related to Dong Ping. You guys really can't do anything right. The white-eyed wolf complained nonstop. The 2 of them were helpless. How could he say that they couldn't do anything right? Wasn't it just a head? It didn't matter if they gave it away or not. It wasn't that important. Sigh. The white-eyed wolf let out a long sigh, his face full of disappointment. He didn't find anything and was ready to watch a good show, but the most important thing was gone. All right. The mad scientist rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, Dong Ping's death will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, we can still see their expressions." The white-eyed wolf glared at the mad scientist and could only give up. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf frowned and looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Do you think that Dong Ping left his divine soul in the Central Dynasty in advance to save his life?" Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other. They really hadn't considered this question. It shouldn't be. With their arrogance, They must be like us and disdain to do such a thing. The mad scientist came back to his senses and frowned. Not necessarily. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyong and asked, "Should we ask the inner demons and big cousin? They're not familiar with the 5 unparalleled geniuses, so they definitely don't know." Qin Feiyong said. "Then they'll meet sooner or later. We'll know when we ask them." The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyong thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he led the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist into the black tortoise world. Fire Lotus stood in the tea garden and looked at the 3 of them unhappily. "Next time, don't come to me for this kind of thing. Isn't this a good thing?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "A good thing?" Fire Lotus was about to leave, but when she heard this, she immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. What kind of good thing was this? "This can prove your charm. If it's not a good thing, then what is?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Fire Lotus's face darkened when she heard this. Wasn't her charm obvious to everyone? Did she need to use this method to prove it? Seeing Fire Lotus's expression, the white-eyed wolf carefully said, Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. No matter what kind of woman she was, as long as she was angry, she was scarier than a tigress." Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and turned to walk back to the courtyard. She took out a sound transmission stone and said without turning her head, "I sent you a video, no need to thank me." The 3 of them were stunned. The next moment, their sound transmission stones vibrated one after another. They took it out and looked at it suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly became excited and he shouted, "Little Lotus, you're the cutest." Fire Lotus's cheeks immediately turned red when she heard this. Why was the white-eyed wolf so happy? That was because this video was the scene of them killing Dong Ping. With this video, what was the use of killing people? This was the best gift for Dong Hanzong and the others. "Send me out quickly." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyong as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Qin Feiyong smiled helplessly. What an impatient guy. Then he sent the white-eyed wolf out. "Do we still need to send a message to the inner demons?" Lunatic asked. "Just in case, let's send a message to them." Qin Feiyong pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Chapter 42-41. Buzz. After a short while, as the voice transmission stone awakened, Lu Jijin and the inner demon's phantoms appeared. When they saw where the 2 of them were, Qin Feiyong and the madman couldn't help but be stunned. The place where the 2 of them were at was a place with green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. "Where are you guys?" The madman looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. "Sightseeing." Lu Jijin smiled slightly. "What?" The madman was stunned. They were still in the mood for sightseeing? They thought that the 2 of them should have gone to meet up with Dong Hanzong and the others. But they didn't expect them to be so leisurely as to go sightseeing. "What else do you think?" Lu Jijin asked. Qin Feiyong and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Qin Feiyong asked, "Then when are you guys going to find Dong Hanzong and the others?" "No hurry." Lu Jijin waved his hand. "Alright, there are 2 main reasons why I'm sending you this message. The first thing is that Dong Ping has been killed by us. The second thing is that we want you guys to help us find out if Dong Ping left his divine soul in the Central Dynasty in advance to save his life." Qin Feiyong said. "What? You guys have already killed Dong Ping?" The inner demons and Lu Jijin looked at each other. This action was too fast, and there wasn't even the slightest sound. "Just before." Qin Feiyong nodded. "Not bad. In the blink of an eye, a huge problem has been eliminated." The inner demons laughed. "Of course. What we care about is efficiency." The madman smiled proudly. The inner demon rolled her eyes. "Can't you keep a low profile? You want to soar to the heavens with just a few words of praise?" Lu Jijin pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyong and the madman. Logically speaking, a genius like Dong Ping should disdain to do such a thing, but just in case, it's necessary to confirm it. "Yes, we think so too." Qin Feiyong nodded. The inner demons said, "All right, let's play for another year or so, and then we'll meet up with Dong Hanzong and the others." You still want to play for another year and a half? Madman was stunned. Can't I? The inner demons frowned. No, is this the time to go sightseeing? Madman was speechless. In order to deal with the Central Dynasty, they had been so busy that they were in a terrible fix, but these two acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Can you be more reliable? The inner demon's face darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We're doing this for your own good. For our own good. Madman was stunned. They really couldn't tell how he was doing this for their own good. Of course. You've all personally experienced the strength of Dong Ping and the others. Every single one of you possesses heaven-defying strength. If old Lu and I are added to the mix, have you ever thought about what kind of situation all of you would be in at that time? The inner demons asked. Madman fell silent. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. Dong Hanzong's group, the God race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race were already enough to deal with them. If the inner demons and Lu Jijin were added to the mix, their situation would be even more dangerous. Because as long as the inner demons and Lu Jijin wanted to continue hiding in the Central Dynasty, they would have to attack them after meeting up with Dong Hanzong and the others. You can't deny it now, right? We're doing this for your own good. The inner demons laughed. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. For a moment, he couldn't find a reason to refute. But you can't delay for too long. After all, our battle with Dong Ping and the others has already caused a lot of commotion. If you don't appear in front of Dong Hanzong and the others, they will definitely suspect you. Qin Feiyang said. You don't need to remind us of this. We know what to do. The inner demons waved his hand. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as they knew what to do. At this moment, there was an uproar. It can't be. The person in this video seems to be that genius from the Central Dynasty. He was actually surrounded and killed? Who are the three people that surrounded and killed him? Because Qin Feiyang, Madman, and White-Eyed Wolf had all changed their appearances, many people couldn't help but feel suspicious when they saw the video that White-Eyed Wolf spread. Wait, look, that young man has awakened the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. In today's world, it seems that only Qin Feiyang and someone called Lu Yuntian have comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Lu Yuntian is from the Central Dynasty. It can't be him. So this young man is clearly Qin Feiyang. That's right. It must be Qin Feiyang and the others. Aren't they too fast? How did they kill Dong Ping so quickly? Everyone was shocked. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and this video quickly spread across the 4 great continents. The ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons. Inside a large hall. The king sat at the front. Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqian, and another woman sat on the lower right. As for Dong Xan, she was in seclusion to reconstruct her body. The divine king, heavenly lord Ji, and the human supremes sat on the lower left. After all, this was the ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons, so the person sitting on the main seat must be the king. If Dong Hanzong wanted to occupy the main seat, then he would be too ignorant. After all, even if he was an unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty, he shouldn't steal the limelight. Dong Hanzong looked at the 3 and said, Qin Feiyang and the others must be eliminated, so I hope that the 3 of you can cooperate with us. That's for sure. The 3 looked at each other and nodded with a smile. There's one more thing. I also hope that the king can persuade the dozen or so old seniors. No matter what, they are still members of the divine kingdom. Now that the divine kingdom is in trouble, I hope that they can do their part. Dong Hanzong said. About this, the king smiled wryly and sighed. I know the personalities of these old men the best. It's useless to force them to do something they don't want to do. I can only say that we'll try our best. Try our best? Dong Tianqian's gaze turned cold. He looked at the monarch and said, They must listen to us because this is the emperor's orders. If they disobey the emperor's orders, I don't need to tell you what will happen to your purple gold divine dragon clan. You should know very well. I know. The king nodded. But there were rays of cold light flashing in his eyes. A few yellow-haired brats actually dared to threaten his purple gold divine dragon clan too. Buzz. Heavenly Lord Ji's divine voice stone rang. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He took out the divine sound transmission stone and lowered his head to look at it. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he looked very shocked. What's wrong? The king looked at him in confusion. When Heavenly Lord Ji was about to speak, the divine voice stones of the divine king and the human supremes also vibrated. The two of them were startled and also took out their divine voice stones. After checking the content, the two of them were also stunned. Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqian, and the other woman looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the three of them suspiciously. What's wrong with the three of you? The king was puzzled. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the divine king and the supremes and asked, "Is the message you received an image?" "Yes." The two of them nodded. "About Dongping?" Heavenly Lord Ji asked again. "Yes." The two of them nodded again. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes dimmed and he said, "We all received this image. It seems to be true." "What image?" Dong Hanzong and the other two frowned. "Why was it related to Dongping?" "Take a look for yourselves." Heavenly Lord Ji waved his hand and a battle image appeared in the air of the main hall. When they saw Dongping, the white-eyed wolf's heaven-swallowing beast, Qin Feiyang's ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and the lunatic's all-evil sword, the four of them suddenly stood up. How did Dongping get surrounded by the three of them? At the same time, the king's eyes flickered. He didn't need to continue watching after seeing the first half of the image, because he knew that Dongping must have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf. This image must have been deliberately spread by Qin Feiyang and the others. Bastard! I'm going to kill them, kill them! After watching the image, Dong Tianqian was enraged and rushed out of the hall with murderous intent. "Stop!" Dong Hanzong shouted. Dong Tianqian said angrily, "Brother Zong, Dongping has already died in their hands. Why aren't we fighting back?" "Of course we have to fight back. But we don't even know where they are. How can we fight back? Besides, aren't you falling into their trap if you run out alone?" Dong Hanzong said. "That's right. It'll be difficult for them to kill us if we stay together. But if we split up and fight alone, it'll be easy for them to kill us with their strength. Maybe they want to use this to make us lose our minds and go after them so that they can defeat us one by one." The woman said. But Dong Tianqian wanted to say something. "I don't want to repeat myself. As for Dongping's death, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go after Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng alone." Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. The woman frowned and said, "Speaking of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng, why haven't they done anything yet? Are they purposely avoiding us?" "Why are they avoiding us? We're not their enemies." The king interjected. "I don't know. We don't know much about those two either." The woman shook her head. "You don't know much? Aren't they from the Central Dynasty?" The king frowned. "Although they're from the Central Dynasty, we've never come into contact with them. We've only heard of their deeds. They're both arrogant and lawless people." The woman said. Dong Tianqian's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, "Then it's all their fault. If it weren't for them, Dongping wouldn't have died." Dong Hanzong raised his eyebrows and looked at Dong Tianqian. "Do you know that you're in danger now? Because you've lost your mind. Dongping is my younger brother. How can I be calm when I see him die in the four great continents?" Dong Tianqian glared at Dong Hanzong angrily. "What? Dongping is this person's younger brother?" The king, the divine king, the human lord, and heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Chapter 42-42. Dong Hanzong said angrily, "It's because Dongping is your brother that you should calm down." Dong Tianqian stared at Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong also stared back at him. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy to the extreme. All right. Calm down. In this situation, if we fight among ourselves, only Qin Feiyang will be happy. We can't do anything that will make our enemies happy." The woman stood out to mediate. Although Dong Hanzong was publicly known as the first of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, Dong Tianqian was not weak either. The most important thing was, Dong Tianqian's family background was stronger than Dong Hanzong's. Dong Hanzong was born in an ordinary family, and his parents were ordinary people all their lives. Dong Hanzong's status today was entirely due to his own efforts. But no matter how hard he worked, he was just one person. How could he compare with Dong Tianqin's family? So, if they really fought with Dong Tianqin, Dong Hanzong would be the one to suffer in the end. She also had her own selfish motives. She did not want to see Dong Hanzong become a thorn in Dong Tianqin's side, nor did she want to see Dong Hanzong suffer. Dong Tianqin glanced at the woman, snorted from his nose, and returned to his seat, his eyes flashing with strong murderous intent. Dong Hanzong also retracted his gaze and looked at the monarch and the others. Can you find Qin Feiyang's hiding place as soon as possible? It's hard to say. These people are very cunning unless they take the initiative to show up. The monarch shook his head. When Dong Tianqin heard this, he immediately became angry and roared, "If you can't do anything, what's the use of having you?" The monarch and the others raised their eyebrows. Not convinced? Dong Tianqin stared at the four with cold eyes. You're a genius of the Central Dynasty, who dares to not be convinced. But don't forget, this is not the Central Dynasty, but the four great continents. Here, no one will spoil you. The Divine King shouted gloomily. Presumptuous. Dong Tianqin was furious, and a terrifying aura spread out. Dong Hanzong frowned and looked at the woman next to him. Dong Qin, he needs to calm down, send him to rest. All right. Dong Qin nodded. She got up and walked over to Dong Tianqin. She smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to relax." Dong Tianqin looked at Dong Hanzong, then at the monarch and the other two, and finally at Dong Qin. He stood up with a gloomy face, then turned and left quickly. Dong Qin immediately followed. After the two of them left, Dong Hanzong let out a long sigh and looked at the three people apologetically. "I'm sorry. I'm fine. Actually, we can understand his feelings right now." The king waved his hand. Dong Hanzong nodded and asked, "Is there really no way to find their hiding place?" "I really didn't. If they were born in the Divine Kingdom, it would be easy to deal with them. Because there must be a few friends or family members around you that you care about. But they are from the Sky Cloud realm and have no relatives or friends in our Divine Kingdom. Forcing them to show themselves is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." The king sighed. If only we had the omniscient eye as well. The Divine King couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Dong Hanzong frowned and suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at the king and asked, "Qin Feiyang seems to be your daughter's descendant?" The king nodded. "Then can we make use of this relationship?" Dong Hanzong asked. "It's useless. Last time, Neptune, Dragon God, and Yu Lao asked me to use this relationship to lure Qin Feiyang out, but in the end, Qin Feiyang didn't show up at all. The way I see it, this Qin Feiyang, regardless of whether it is me or our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he only possesses hatred." The king shook his head. "Why does he hate you so much?" Dong Hanzong was puzzled. "Because we invaded the Sky Cloud realm twice. And back then, when my daughter and the human emperor fell in love, I tried my best to stop them and even personally attacked the Sky Cloud realm. The beast god of the Sky Cloud realm died in my hands. As far as I know, Qin Feiyang has a very good relationship with the beast god's subordinates. Even Qin Feiyang's achievements today have a lot to do with the beast god's subordinates. Think about it, if it were you, would you hate me? The most obvious thing is that when I went to the Sky Cloud realm last time, I wanted to see my daughter, but Qin Feiyang didn't allow it. He even sent my daughter to another place to hide." The king sighed. "It seems that he really hates you." Dong Hanzong nodded and said, "But I heard that the last time he invited you to Qingtian City, it seems to be to reconcile with you." "It's true, but can we betray the Lord Ruler?" The patriarch of the nation said solemnly. "We all know how loyal you are to the Lord Ruler. But for the sake of the big picture, I still hope that you can sacrifice yourselves." Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed. "What do you mean?" The king and the other three looked at Dong Hanzong in confusion. "Doesn't he want you to betray the Divine Kingdom? Then you can do as he wishes and betray the Divine Kingdom. Won't you be able to get close to them this way?" Dong Hanzong smiled. "What?" The four looked at each other. I know that doing this will definitely affect your reputation. But as long as you can get rid of them, it will be worth it. And after that, I will help you prove that this is just a show to deal with them. I believe that when that time comes, not only will the people of the divine kingdom not curse you, they will respect you even more. Dong Hanzong smiled. This, the four hesitated. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Isn't this your duty as the leaders of the four continents? Dong Hanzong said. The king gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, we will listen to you, but you have to promise that you will really help us prove it. Otherwise, when the time comes, even if we have 100 mouths, we won't be able to explain it clearly. Don't worry. Once Qin Feiyang and the others are dead, I will announce it to the public. Dong Hanzong smiled. The four nodded. And in order to make this show real, we have to put on a good show. In other words, we will have to fight among ourselves. Dong Hanzong said. The four looked at each other and said, Fine, we will listen to you. You people of the Central Dynasty, don't go too far. A moment later, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the ancestral land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Terrifying auras burst out one after another. 5 figures charged into the Star River like lightning. It was the king, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji. What's going on? Why are the king and the others fighting with the people of the Central Dynasty? The members of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan couldn't help but be suspicious when they saw this sudden battle. The Star River. The king and the others were going all out. 3,000 clones, the mark of the god race, the sword of faith, and the power of destruction. For a moment, Dong Hanzong couldn't help but have an illusion that the four really wanted to kill him. But he didn't know. This wasn't his illusion at all. Because the king and the other 2 really wanted to kill him. Soon, the situation of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan spread across the 4 continents. South Continent. In a certain city, the white-eyed wolf disguised himself as a white-bearded old man and was about to leave smugly to meet up with Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, hearing the news that the king and the others were fighting with Dong Hanzong, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of drama was this? Could it be that the king and the others were forced by Dong Hanzong and turned hostile in advance? He immediately hid, took out the divine sound transmission stone, and sent a message to Qin Feiyang and the madman. What? They are fighting? Qin Feiyang and the madman were both surprised. The white-eyed wolf said, Now, everyone is talking about this. It should be true. What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Qin Feiyang and the madman were puzzled. The king, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race were all very careful people. How could they fall out with Dong Hanzong over such a small matter? There must be something strange about this. Where you now? Qin Feiyang asked. South Continent. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, come back first. Let's go to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory to take a look. The white-eyed wolf nodded, put away the divine sound transmission stone, and directly opened a space-time passage to leave. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory was located in the hinterland of the North Continent. As far as the eye could see, it was all endless mountains and rivers. Some of the giant peaks were tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the sky, looking extremely majestic. The mountains were lush with vegetation, rivers and lakes could be seen everywhere, and the rich energy of the crystal veins and soul veins were like clouds. Even if they did not know that this was the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory in advance, as long as they saw this mountain with their own eyes, they could imagine that this was definitely not an ordinary place. That was because the terrain here was extraordinary. If one looked down from the sky, it was like a divine dragon formed by thousands of giant peaks. At this moment, around the mountain, many living beings had already rushed over after hearing the news. There were humans and gods. There were also traces of the beast race and sea race. Without exception, they all looked at the sky and felt the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. At the same time, The clansmen of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan also stood in the sky above the clan's territory and discussed animatedly. The king, the clan leader, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race would definitely not fall out with the people of the Central Dynasty for no reason. But these four giants were not the kind of people who would rebel against their superiors. Swoosh! A figure soared into the sky. It was Ji Yunhai. He looked at the sky and shouted, "All clansmen, listen up, prepare for battle." His voice was like a bell, reverberating in all directions. Prepare for battle? Sir, the other party is from the Central Dynasty. A few clansmen said in horror. So what if it's the Central Dynasty? Didn't you hear the king's roar earlier? It must be the people of the Central Dynasty. They used their status to make some excessive requests of the king and clan leader. The Central Dynasty is indeed very strong, but our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan is not weak either. Moreover, we have a backbone and will never compromise with them. Ji Yunhai roared. We will never compromise. These words made all the clansmen of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's blood boil. This Ji Yunhai has some guts. Outside the mountain, behind the crowd, an old man with white hair laughed softly. There were two old men beside him. They were both old and senile. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, they could not help but nod. These three people were Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf. Chapter 42-43. Fighting against the Central Dynasty was not something an ordinary person would have the courage to say. But this Ji Yunhai not only dared to say it, but also said it so fearlessly. This showed that he was indeed a very courageous person. But thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, a person who killed his way into the sky cloud realm and slaughtered all the creatures in hell, how could he not be courageous? Whoosh! It was also at this moment. Two figures with murderous intent broke through the air and plunged straight into the galaxy. It was Dong Tianqin and Dong Qin. They were relaxing outside, but when they heard the commotion, they immediately rushed back. And they were extremely angry. No matter what happened after they left, the monarch and the other three dared to attack Dong Hanzong, which was an act of rebellion. Boom! Not long after the two entered the galaxy, a terrifying aura burst out. Below, Ji Yunhai's eyes darkened. He looked down at a mountain peak and shouted, "Did you inform the ancestors? They'll be here soon." On the mountain peak, Ryuko and Ji Shaoi stood side by side. Hearing this, the two nodded. Their eyes were filled with anger. Did they think that just because they were from the Central Dynasty, they could do whatever they wanted in the land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons? Boom! Before the two finished their words, a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. Boss Ji and a group of elders walked out angrily. "Grandfather, they're up there." Ji Yunhai immediately ran to Boss Ji and pointed at the sky. "A few brats, it's not enough for them to humiliate us in the village, and now they came to the land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons to cause trouble. They don't even put us in their eyes." Boss Ji's eyes darkened. He looked at Ji Yunhai and shouted, "Just in case, take your people and evacuate immediately." Ji Yunhai replied respectfully, "Let's go." Boss Ji waved his hand, and the 15 elders suddenly burst out with a monstrous aura and charged towards the galaxy. Damn! The 15 ancestors of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan are alarmed. These elders haven't fought personally for a long time. Many young people even thought that they had fallen. Yet, not to mention the younger generation, even I have almost forgotten about them. It's said that when they were young, they were all frightening. Of course. In the previous era, the 10 brothers were known as the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's 10 great demons. To be able to be called demons by the common people, one can imagine how cruel and ruthless they are. Everyone was talking about it. The 3,000 avatars were only secondary to the fact that the Purple Gold Divine Dragons were able to reign supreme over the human race and the god race. The main reason was these 15 old men. Every single one of them was an existence worthy of respect. Boom! As the 15 people entered the Milky Way, the battle fluctuations became even more terrifying. Old Qin, it seems like something really bad is going to happen. Madman transmitted. Qin Feiyang scanned the sky, then looked at Ji Yunhai and the others. His face was also filled with doubt. What was going on? How dare you betray the exalted sovereign lord? On behalf of the exalted sovereign lord, I bestow death upon you. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the Milky Way. What? My lord, divine king, Jizun, are you betraying our divine kingdom? How is this possible? All these years, their battle with Qin Feiyang and the others is obvious to all. In order to get rid of Qin Feiyang and the others, they have worked so hard. How can they say that they are betraying the divine kingdom? Everyone was surprised. Don't listen to their nonsense. It must be because they wanted the Lord and the others to do something for them, but the Lord and the others didn't agree, so they became angry and deliberately slandered the Lord and the others. Ji Yunhai shouted. That's right. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Relying on the central dynasty behind them, they came to the 4 great continents to behave atrociously? This is too much. Everyone nodded. These people from the central dynasty were simply disgusting. This scene. It was probably something that the Lord, Divine King, Jizun, and Heavenly Lord Ji never expected. They were originally worried that it would affect their reputation. But they didn't expect that after Ji Yunhai's words, Dong Hanzong and the others would arouse everyone's anger. Little Qin Zi, do you want to go up and take a look? The white-eyed wolf thought, and there was a hint of worry between his eyebrows. This, Qin Feiyang was quite hesitant. He had a feeling that this matter wasn't so simple. Although he didn't have much contact with the Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun, he knew a lot about their personalities. They couldn't be so impulsive, especially when facing these unparalleled geniuses from the central dynasty. Because the person standing behind Dong Hanzong and the others was the Lord of the central dynasty. I think it's better to go and take a look. The crazy one said telepathically. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, "Follow me." The 2 were stunned. What did he mean? It's better to be careful in everything. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully. Then he turned around and left. The crazy one and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Soon, the 3 of them entered a canyon. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an avatar appeared. An avatar? The 2 were stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at the avatar and said, "Help me check out the situation in the Star River." The avatar nodded. Although Qin Feiyang had changed his appearance, the avatar didn't. When the avatar streaked across the sky and appeared above the purple gold divine dragons, it immediately caused a stir. Qin Feiyang. He actually came to join in the fun? Where are the crazy one and the golden wolf king? Why don't I see them? Aren't the 3 of them always inseparable? Everyone murmured. Their eyes were filled with awe. Although Qin Feiyang was the enemy of the divine kingdom, Qin Feiyang's strength and methods had already convinced them. Moreover, now Qin Feiyang's importance in their hearts had already surpassed the Lord and the others. Because this was the truth. If the current Qin Feiyang were to go all out, his strength would far surpass the Lord and the others. At the same time, Ryuko and Ji Shaoi looked at Qin Feiyang's avatar with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Did you notice the look in Ryuko's eyes? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 came to the back of the crowd, and the crazy one laughed. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at Ryuko and said with a faint smile, "Let him be." In the past, Ryuko was indeed a strong opponent. But now, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang's avatar brazenly entered the Star River, and no one dared to stop it. The moment they entered the Milky Way, terrifying shockwaves from the battle rushed toward them. At the same time, Dong Hanzong and the other 2, the Lord and the others also noticed the avatar. But they didn't recognize it as the avatar and thought it was Qin Feiyang himself. He really came? The corner of Dong Hanzong's mouth lifted. Damn. He came too fast, we didn't even have time to inform him. The Lord and the other 2 were a little anxious. Originally, they planned to immediately inform Qin Feiyang of Dong Hanzong's plan after this show. But they didn't expect. They came so quickly after hearing the news. It's so lively. The avatar slightly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Dong Hanzong and the other two. Aren't you here to deal with me? Why are you fighting with the Lord and the others first? But watching you guys fight each other is indeed quite interesting. Don't worry about me, you guys continue. Why are you still talking nonsense here? Hurry up and leave, this is a scam aimed at you. The Divine King calmly transmitted his voice. Scam? The avatar's heart trembled. At the same time, at the back of the crowd, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of light. There was indeed a problem. Although the 3,000 avatars had independent consciousness, they were also equivalent to his eyes and ears. As long as the avatars saw and heard, he would know. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf and the crazy one noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. This Dong Hanzong is indeed a little smart. Qin Feiyang whispered. Star River. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, and Dong Tianqian looked at each other and left the battlefield at lightning speed. They instantly flew across the sky and landed around the avatar. The avatar glanced at the three of them. After Dong Qin and Dong Tianqian killed their way into the Star River, they already knew about Dong Hanzong's plan. They thought that Qin Feiyang wouldn't be so easily fooled, but they didn't expect him to enter the Star River alone. Wasn't this prey delivered to their doorstep? What's going on? Boss G and the other old men were still in the dark. Sigh. The Lord sighed inwardly and told the group of old men about Dong Hanzong's plan. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you said so earlier, we would have thought of a way to inform this kid. Boss G said angrily. How would I know? He's coming over now. Moreover, they have always liked to stay in the Black Tortoise world. It's impossible for them to receive the news so quickly. This is just an accident. The Lord smiled bitterly. Then what should we do? The group of old men was worried. Let's wait and see. If Qin Feiyang is in danger, then we will really fall out with the Central Dynasty. A trace of killing intent surged in the Lord's heart. The three old men and the group of old men were worried to death, but the avatar acted as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Dong Hanzong and the other two and asked suspiciously, What's going on? Aren't you guys going to fight? I thought you were smart, but it turns out that you're just Even now, you still don't understand? This is a show that we, the monarch and the others put on to lure you out. Dong Hanzong shook his head and sneered. What? The avatar's face changed. That's right. Everything you see now is just an illusion. I also thought that it would take a lot of effort to lure you out, but I didn't expect it to succeed so easily. It seems that I have overestimated you before. However, this saves us a lot of trouble. Dong Hanzong smiled leisurely, as if he was in control of the entire situation and strategizing. Despicable! The avatar shouted angrily. Despicable? Dong Hanzong was slightly taken aback and said mockingly, Shouldn't you say that I'm more skilled? The avatar's eyes darkened, and he turned around to use the moment of time and fled toward the exit. Dong Tianqian stepped at the exit and said ferociously, You still want to leave? You killed my brother, and I want you to pay with your blood. Brother? The avatar frowned. Dong Ping is my biological brother. After I kill you, I will kill the frenzied one, kill the golden-winged wolf king, kill everyone around you, and let you reunite in the underworld. Dong Tianqian's face was incomparably ferocious, and his voice was filled with a terrifying chill. Chapter 42-44. I see. The avatar muttered. No wonder Dong Tianqian was so worried when he saw that Dong Ping was in danger during the battle at Qingtian City. But then again, one of them had the god-slaying domain and an invincible state, while the other had the undying domain and an undying body. This Dong Tianqian's family was really full of talents. It was no exaggeration to say that the two brothers could create a huge family force. Die! With Brother Zong here, even if you have 3,000 avatars, it's meaningless. Dong Tianqian sneered and activated the god-slaying domain. 7 ultimates appeared out of nowhere and attacked the avatar. Looking at this scene, the king and the others' hearts were in their throats. But the avatar was not nervous at all. He turned to look at Dong Hanzong and sneered. Do you really think you're smart? Do you really think everyone else is a fool? Young man, you're still too young. Dong Hanzong frowned. What was going on? How could he be so calm in the face of encirclement? The Avatar could not fight back. As Dong Tianxin's 7 ultimates arrived, the Avatar dissipated in the void. The expressions of the group of people instantly turned sluggish. No flesh and blood? This was the Avatar? You made us worry for nothing. The Divine King was speechless. When the king and the others heard this, they could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Sure enough, the eunuchs were more worried than the emperor. Bastard! When he came back to his senses, Dong Tianxin immediately went crazy and roared. Dong Hanzong's face was also very ugly. He had shamelessly said that the other party was not good, but the next second, he was slapped in the face by the other party. Thinking of the words before the Avatar disappeared, he felt like a clown. It was extremely ridiculous. Dong Qin's face was also very gloomy. Dong Hanzong's plan could be said to be exquisite, but he did not expect the other party to see through it in the blink of an eye. Previously, he was showing off in front of the Avatar, but in the end, they were the clowns. Wait. The Avatar is here, then his real body must be nearby. Let's go down. Dong Tianxin suddenly shuddered and hurriedly rushed out of the exit. When Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin heard this, they hurriedly chased after him. The remaining monarchs and the others looked at each other, and there was a subtle smile in their eyes. It seemed that even the 5 peerless geniuses were no match for Qin Feiyang and the others. Now, he could be completely relieved. Immediately after, a group of people also revealed their starry river one after another. At this moment, the purple-gold divine dragon clansmen had already retreated and gathered around the mountain. When Dong Tianxin and the other 2 appeared, they immediately cast hateful gazes at them. But at this moment, how could the 3 of them be in the mood to care about them? His divine consciousness rolled out and shrouded the entire area. What are they doing? Everyone was bewildered. Not long after, the monarch and the others appeared. Seeing that the monarch and the others appeared safe and sound, the people of the purple-gold divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. But soon after, a trace of suspicion crept into their minds. Why didn't Qin Feiyang appear? Didn't he also enter the Milky Way? Could it be that he had already died in the hands of Dong Hanzong and the other 2? Using their divine senses, Dong Hanzong and the other 2's faces sank. Suddenly, Dong Qin looked at the back of the crowd in the distance. In her divine sense, there were 3 old men who were opening a space-time channel and preparing to leave. Those who came here were all here to join in the fun, so at this time, it was impossible for anyone to leave. Could it be them? With a look of bewilderment, she activated the momentary time and stepped into the air. At the same time she shouted, "The 3 of you, stop right there." Dong Hanzong and Dong Tianxin also looked over, including the monarch and the others. In front of the transmission channel, the 3 old men slowly turned around and smiled at Dong Qin. "Are you talking to us?" "Yes, it's you guys." Dong Qin's eyes flickered, and she became more and more suspicious that they were Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Because the 3 of them were too calm, and there was no trace of nervousness. Even in their eyes, there seemed to be a trace of ridicule. "It seems that you guys are not that stupid. You still know that we are here." Frenzy grinned. "It's really you guys." Killing intent surged in Dong Qin's eyes. Dong Tianxin and Dong Hanzong were the same. They activated instant time and attacked the 3 of them. Poor they. Could it be Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Winged Wolf King? Didn't Qin Feiyang enter the Star River before? We all saw it with our own eyes. Why would they appear behind us now? Everyone looked at each other. What's going on? Remember, no matter how scheming you are, you can't become a hunter because the real hunters will always be us. So, if you don't want to follow in Dong Ping's footsteps, you guys better hide in the purple-gold divine dragon clan. The white-eyed wolf grinned. The 3 of them entered the space-time channel without looking back and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. It's really them. Then who is Qin Feiyang who entered the Star River before? Everyone was stunned. It's a clone. Ryuko raised his eyebrows. Yes. How could we forget that Qin Feiyang has 3,000 clones? This person is really vigilant. Everyone whispered. These people were indeed not lucky to be able to make a name for themselves in the Divine Kingdom. Dong Hanzong and the other two stopped. Their faces were frighteningly gloomy. In a short period of time, they had been humiliated twice. The first time was by Qin Feiyang's clone. The second time was by the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. For them, it was tantamount to a great humiliation. Big brother, what's going on? Ji Yunhai jumped into the sky and landed in front of the king, asking suspiciously. The king sighed and said, "This is a show we put on to lure Qin Feiyang and the others out, but we never expected them to be so cautious." So it was a show. Ji Yunhai nodded. The others also finally understood. The king, the divine king, and Ji Zun would never betray the divine kingdom. Acting, Dong Tianxin's face was ferocious. He suddenly turned around and dashed in front of the king, slapping the king. Caught off guard, the king's energy reserve was shattered on the spot. A mouthful of purple gold dragon blood was spat out, and his face was pale. "What are you doing?" Jianwang, the divine king, the supreme being of the human race, Boss Ji, the group of elders, and the other creatures who were watching all stared at Dong Tianxin in surprise. Even Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin were disdainful. "What's wrong with this person?" Dong Tianxin grabbed the king's neck while he was seriously injured. He stared at Boss Ji and the others and sneered. "Don't move or I'll kill him." The elders were enraged. "Humph!" Dong Tianxin snorted and looked at the king. The fact that Qin Feiyang came this time means that he is indeed interested in the purple gold divine dragon race, so we might as well make the show real. "Don't go too far," the divine king said angrily. "You want to make the show real? Isn't that the same as grabbing their fate? Forcing Qin Feiyang and the others to make a move. For the safety of the divine kingdom and for the glory of the Lord, sacrificing you is worth it." Dong Tianxin had completely lost his mind. He shouted, "Qin Feiyang, if you don't want the king to die here, if you don't want the purple gold divine dragon race to be wiped out, come back and die right now." However, no one responded. "Dong Tianxin, calm down. They've already left. What's the point of doing this?" Dong Hanzong came back to his senses and quickly went forward to persuade him. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan was the strongest existence in the 4 great continents regardless of strength or foundation. Even the emperor of the Central Dynasty had to give them some face. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left in the village back then. Because he knew that he could only persuade the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. He couldn't use a tough attitude, or it would be counterproductive. But Dong Tianxin was different. He actually wanted to turn the show into reality and gamble with the king's life. If something really happened to the monarch, the entire Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, from top to bottom, would definitely fight them to the death. And the Divine King, the sovereign of the human race, had a very good relationship with the king. At that time, not only the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race, but also the human race and the god race. Even they couldn't bear the anger of the 3 races. The most important thing was, if something happened to the king, the 3 races might really betray them. Qin Feiyang and the others were already so difficult to deal with. If the 3 races all betrayed them, the Central Dynasty would definitely be in danger. However, Dong Tianxin couldn't listen to any persuasion. He smiled and said, "Then spread the news. I don't believe he'll hide in the Black Tortoise realm forever. As long as he hears this news, he'll definitely come." "But what if he doesn't come?" Dong Qin was anxious. Dong Tianxin smiled and stared at the king. "Then I can only apologize to you. It's your honor to sacrifice your life for the divine kingdom." The king was gloomy and didn't say anything. His decision back then was right. The Central Dynasty, the ruler of the divine kingdom, wasn't worth his life at all. "Go and arrange it right away." "Do you really want me to kill him?" Dong Tianxin looked at Jianhai, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, and Boss Ji, and shouted angrily. The old men's faces were dark. Master Jiao waved his hand and said, "Heavenly Lord Yunhai, go and arrange it." His voice was very low. Obviously, he was trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Heavenly Lord and Ji Yunhai nodded. They looked at Dong Tianchen and scanned the people below and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go and spread the news." Immediately, the people of the purple gold divine dragon race took out the divine message stone angrily. The news immediately spread across the 4 continents. "Old men, let's go and arrange people to help spread the news." The divine king and the sovereign of the human race looked at each other and said to Boss G and the others, "Thank you." Boss G said gratefully, "It's okay. We're on the same side." The divine king waved his hand. The words, "on the same side," had a deep meaning, but Dong Hanzong and the other 2 didn't understand. Dong Hanzong wasn't in the mood to care about anything else. He tried to persuade Dong Tianchen. "Dong Tianchen, listen to me. Don't be impulsive. Shut up. Do you really think you're the boss just because I called you Brother Zong? I don't need you to interfere with my business." Dong Tianchen smiled. Chapter 42-45. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. Why was this person so untactful? Dong Qin couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Dong Tianchen, don't lose your mind. Brother Zong is doing this for your own good." "For my own good? Why is my brother outside alone? Isn't it all because of Dong Hanzong?" Although Qin Feiyang and the others are the culprits, Dong Hanzong is also their accomplice. As for you, aren't you being selfish by speaking up for him? Do you think we don't know that you've always had a crush on him? Dong Tianchen sneered. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Dong Qin's face turned red. "You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not." Dong Tianchen snorted. "Are you really going to continue like this? Do you know the consequences of killing the king?" Dong Hanzong gradually lost his patience. "What consequences?" "Nothing more than forcing the purple gold divine dragon clan to betray us." "So what if they betray us?" "With the strength of the central dynasty, even if we don't send out the death god army, we can still wipe them out in minutes." Dong Tianchen said disdainfully. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong fell silent and stopped trying to persuade him. "Do whatever you want. Anyway, I've already tried to persuade him. When the king blames us, he won't blame me." Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the endless mountains with smiles on their faces. This time, it was too satisfying. It was even more satisfying than killing Dong Ping. Because this time, they had given Dong Hanzong a few hard slaps. It could be considered as getting back some interest for Boss G and the others. To be honest, I didn't expect Dong Hanzong to be so smart. He actually thought of scheming against us. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. To be called one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, who doesn't have a brain. But in comparison, Dong Hanzong is better than Dong Ping and the others. The madman laughed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a faint smile, "I won't deny that they're very difficult to deal with, but it's not difficult to deal with them." "From the looks of it, you already have a second target in mind to eliminate?" The white-eyed wolf and the madman looked at each other curiously. "Dong Tianchen." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. "Dong Tianchen? You want to eliminate him? It can't be that easy. After all, he has the god-slaying domain and is in an invincible state." Madman frowned. "I don't think the invincible state is truly invincible. Back in Qingtian City, when we left, he did not take on the ultimate meaning of the 3,000 incarnations. This means that he was still very wary of it. In other words, even his invincible state has its limits." A little more. Dong Ping is actually his younger brother. This is something I never expected. His own brother died in our hands. Do you think he wouldn't go crazy? Once a person goes crazy, they will naturally lose their rationality. Isn't it easy to kill such a person? Qin Feiyang smiled. That makes sense. The 2 of them nodded. The white-eyed wolf added, "Also, judging from Dong Tianchen's behavior, it is very likely that Dong Ping did not leave his soul in the Central Dynasty to protect himself. Otherwise, he would not be so angry. But just to be safe, we still have to let the inner demons and big cousin investigate. Before the results of the investigation are out, we can't be careless." Qin Feiyang reminded. Although the sea race and beast race had been eradicated, The Central Dynasty's participation had made the current situation even more serious than before. Therefore, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, they would be crushed. Then do you have a detailed plan? Madman asked. How can it be so fast? I'm not a god. What can I think of? This is just a preliminary idea. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Let's go back to the Black Tortoise world. The situation is getting more and more tense. We have to master other ultimate meanings as soon as possible. An additional ultimate meaning was equivalent to an additional layer of protection. Just like now. Without the 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven, the all-evil true body, and the heaven-devouring battle soul, Qin Feiyang and the other two had no chance of winning against Dong Hanzong and the others. Because, first of all, the number of ultimate meanings that the other party had already suppressed them. Shua. However, at this moment, two figures descended in the sky. The three were slightly taken aback. They looked up. It was actually the Divine King and the human race's supreme? You guys are indeed here. The Divine King scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there were no living beings around, he landed on the mountain peak and smiled. How did you know we were here? Madman was stunned. The Divine King said, I saw that you guys usually teleported to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain before, so I came to try my luck. Because the Divine Sound Transmission Stone was destroyed in the Void Land and the contract bridge had not been rebuilt, they could not directly contact Qin Feiyang and the other two. Then why are you guys in such a hurry to find us? Are you praising us? That's not necessary. It's just a small matter. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Look at how cocky you are. The Divine King's face darkened. The human race's supreme beside him, who was a man of few words, could not help but roll his eyes. Be serious. Since the two seniors came to find us, there must be something important to discuss. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at the Divine King and Madman. If you have something to say, just say it. This was because he noticed a trace of anger and worry between their brows. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Madman and the white-eyed wolf could not help but look at the two of them seriously. The Divine King said solemnly, after you guys left, Dong Tianqian flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually seriously injured the king. He wants to turn the act into reality. What? The three's expressions changed. If the act turned into reality, wouldn't the king be in danger? How dare they? Aren't they afraid of incurring the wrath of both humans and gods? Madman said angrily. The Divine King said, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin tried to dissuade him, but it was useless. I think he has completely gone crazy and doesn't want to consider these problems at all. Dong Qin? The three of them were stunned. It's that woman. The Divine King explained. Then what domain does she control? Madman was curious. I don't know. When we were in the Star River, she didn't activate her domain. The Divine King shook his head. After all, it was just an act in the Star River, so there was no need to use it for real. I guess it's also a very powerful ability, the human race's supreme being said. Let's not talk about this first. Madman waved his hand and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He sneered, just as you thought, this Dong Tianqian is desperate. I don't believe he really dares to kill the king. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Not necessarily. A crazy person can do anything. Moreover, the Central Dynasty's foundation is so strong, Dong Tianqian won't care. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. You guys know about the Central Dynasty's foundation? The Divine King and the human race's supreme being were stunned. Even they did not know about the Central Dynasty's foundation. I know a thing or two. The Central Dynasty has no less than 5,000 experts with the will of heaven's path on the surface, not to mention the Death God army hidden in the dark. Qin Feiyang nodded. So many? Both of them were dumbfounded. Thinking about the human race and the god race, even including them, there were only a few dozen experts. This disparity wasn't just a little too big. Are you sure? The human race's supreme being came back to his senses and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's strange. You guys haven't been to the Central Dynasty, so how do you know about this? Both of them were puzzled. We have people in the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously. No way. Both of them looked at each other. Placing spies in the Central Dynasty? How was that possible? For their safety, we will keep it a secret for now. You will know in the future. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he lowered his head and pondered. Dong Tianxin's actions were somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought that even if Dong Tianxin was desperate, he would at most be disrespectful to the king and the others. But he never expected that he would attack the king in public. This made the situation a little complicated. Now the news has spread. If you guys don't go to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he will attack the king. But if you guys go, you will be walking into a trap. You must think twice. The Divine King was worried. Dong Tianxin's actions were also beyond her and the human race's supreme being's expectations. The human race's supreme being pondered for a while, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If Dong Tianxin really dares to attack, then the three races will officially declare war on the Central Dynasty. The Divine King looked at the human race's supreme being in shock. There were no less than 5,000 experts of the will of heaven on the surface, and he still dared to declare war? Wasn't he courting death? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at the human race's supreme being and shake his head. Senior, you must not be rash. Why? The human race's supreme being frowned. First of all, we haven't completely figured out the Central Dynasty's foundation, especially the Emperor's army of death. Secondly, we don't have enough strength to go against the Central Dynasty. No matter what, we must at least wait until all 6,000 of my secret guards have grasped the will of heaven before we can act. And we can still barely do it. Qin Feiyang said. Then how long will it take for them to grasp the will of heaven? The human race's supreme being asked. It's hard to say. Although the Black Tortoise realm has a time array, comprehending the laws depends on one's talent, and there will definitely be a gap in time. But don't worry, they have all opened the gate of potential, and they also have the ultimate inheritance of the strongest laws. I believe it won't be long. Qin Feiyang said. That's still not enough. After all, you just said that the Emperor has a mysterious army of death. The Divine King frowned. Definitely not. That's why we have to nurture even more experts. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. But the goal of cultivation was a problem. Now, everyone in the Devil's Land had obtained the ultimate will of heaven they needed, but there were only 6,000 people in total. Should he go to the Black Tortoise realm's central continent and the 4 great domains to look for targets to cultivate? However, the living beings of the Central Oblast and the 4 major regions were still too weak, their foundations too thin. Not to mention anything else, just the Black Tortoise world's sovereign realm living beings, other than Li Er and Wan San, there were only a few of them. The first condition to fuse with the inheritance was to reach the sovereign realm. Other than the Black Tortoise realm, where else could he go to find targets to cultivate? Chapter 42-46. Cough cough. Seeing Qin Feiyang's clueless look, the human race's supreme being and the Divine King coughed dryly, as if reminding him of something. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the two suspiciously. You two, is there something wrong with your throat? The white-eyed wolf asked. The two blushed. The air here is quite good. The white-eyed wolf looked around with a puzzled look. The Divine King said angrily, You brat, are you making fun of us? I don't believe that you don't understand our hint. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback and asked innocently, What are you hinting at? The Divine King's face darkened. The white-eyed wolf grinned. How could he not know what the two were hinting at? He just wanted to take the opportunity to tease the two. What? You still don't trust us? The Divine King looked at the three with displeasure. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust your subordinates. After all, with so many ultimate mysteries appearing at once, it will definitely cause quite a stir. He also thought about the God race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race. However, he was really worried. After all, not everyone in the 3 major races was as sensible and patient as the king, the divine king, and the supreme being. For example, if people like Ryuko, Ji Shaoi, and Wang Feng were to obtain the inheritance of several ultimate mysteries at once, wouldn't they immediately become complacent? If it was accidentally leaked, the three major races would definitely be in trouble. That's true. The Divine King pondered for a while and nodded. Of course. If you can absolutely control these people, I can also give them to you. For example, a blood oath. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at the two with a smile. That's simple. The Divine King's eyes lit up and said with a smile, we will first let them make a blood oath to keep their mouths shut, and then give them the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries and the pill of the gate of potential. Are you sure it's foolproof? Qin Feiyang asked. Kid, you're too arrogant, such a small matter and you still doubt us? The Divine King's face darkened. The corner of the mouth of the human race twitched slightly. In any case, he was considered an overlord of a region, yet he was actually looked down upon by a little brat. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed. Old Qin, isn't this decision of yours a little rash? We don't know what the future will be like. It's very risky to nurture people from the three major races. Madman transmitted his voice. But now, they've already taken the initiative to ask. If we still don't give it to them, wouldn't that make us seem insincere? Wouldn't that be petty? In short, one sentence. Don't use those who don't suspicious Dawn. Since we've already formed an alliance, it's best to treat each other with sincerity, so as to avoid estrangement between us and affect the overall situation in the future. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and sent a message to the Fire Lotus in the Black Tortoise world. Girl, help me prepare 3,000 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. The so-called 3,000 portions were actually 18,000 ultimate profundity inheritances of supreme laws. One would have 6 different inheritances. 3,000 would be able to create 3,000 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao. Of course, for the human race, the God race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race, 3,000 inheritances were far from enough to create 3,000 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao. Because in the three major races, many people had already grasped the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. Some had even grasped 4 or 5 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. For these people, they only needed 1 or 2 inheritances to possess the will of the heavenly Tao. So, these 3,000 inheritances, if used properly, could at least create no less than 5,000 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao for the three major races. This number was also very shocking. Soon, Fire Lotus gave Qin Feiyang 3 interspatial rings. Qin Feiyang handed 2 of the interspatial rings to the Divine King and the human race's supreme being, smiling. I don't have any selfish motives. The 3 major races each have 1,000 inheritances. I hope you don't think it's too little. Too little? The 2 happily took the interspatial rings and checked them. 1,000 inheritances, this was something they didn't even dare to think about in the past. How could they think it was too little? Although 1,000 inheritances were nothing to Qin Feiyang now, to the 3 major races, it was a great treasure. As long as these inheritances were arranged properly, the overall strength of the 3 major forces would instantly undergo a leap in an instant. Thank you. But we also prepared a surprise for you. The Divine King put away the interspatial rings and said with a smile. The surprise? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. The Divine King said, let's go to the Black Tortoise world, lest we make too much noise and attract the attention of the nearby ferocious beasts. Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the remaining interspatial ring. These 1,000 inheritances must be handed over to the monarch personally. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Divine King and the human race's supreme being. After all, in the current situation, danger was everywhere. What if something unexpected happened? Swish. The 5 of them entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 immediately looked at the Divine King and Supreme Being expectantly. Although you have destroyed the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan and obtained a lot, I think the more of these things, the better. The Divine King and Supreme Being looked at each other and smiled. With a wave of their hands, the sky above the Devil's Land suddenly appeared one after another. It was densely packed and countless. In the end, the sky above the Devil's Land couldn't even hold it. This, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were dumbfounded on the spot. Swish. It was also at this moment. Little Brat appeared and looked at the sky full of spirit veins and crystal veins with an extremely excited expression. "Ha, the two of you, I'm sorry to have made you send so many spirit veins and crystal veins." He looked at the divine king and supreme being of the human race and laughed. Although he said so, there was no expression of embarrassment on his face at all. It was as if he couldn't wait to transfer all the spirit veins and crystal veins of the three major clans to the Black Tortoise realm. The divine king and supreme being looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "The two of you, this?" Qin Feiyong came back to his senses and looked at the two of them in surprise. "Last time, the monarch talked to us. In order to deal with the divine kingdom's sovereign, we must rely on the origin energy of the Black Tortoise realm. Therefore, after a little discussion, we decided to give you some more spirit veins and crystal veins. Now, there are a total of 300 million spirit veins and crystal veins here. Our three major clans have 100 million each." The divine king explained. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyong and the other two suddenly understood and were touched. Last time, the monarch and the other two had each given them 50 million. This time, it was even more. Each of them had 100 million spirit veins. Adding up the two times, they had a total of 450 million spirit veins. One had to know. They had robbed the beast race and the sea race and had only obtained a total of 280 million spirit veins. Although a lot of the resources of the sea race and the beast race had been destroyed in the battle, judging from this number, the three major clans had given almost half of the resources to them. This was not just trust, but also unconditional support. The monarch had originally planned to deliver the spirit veins and crystal veins to you personally, but because Dong Hanzong and the others stayed in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory and refused to leave, he was afraid that there would be an accident, so he asked Heavenly Lord Ji to secretly come to us and ask us to deliver them to you. Supreme being of the human race smiled. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath and calmed down. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness." "Thank you. Qin Feiyong will remember this forever." "As long as you remember. I'm just afraid that you are White-Eyed Wolf," the divine king said jokingly. "Why are you scolding me? I didn't provoke you." The White-Eyed Wolf was dissatisfied. "If I say White-Eyed Wolf, must I be talking about you? Or are you really a heartless white-eyed wolf?" The divine king looked at him mockingly. The white-eyed wolf was speechless for a moment. Wasn't this a direct response? "Stupid. Alright, we can't stay for too long. We still have to go to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. You guys should also quickly discuss how to solve the current problem," the divine king said. Qin Feiyong and the other two nodded. Then, Qin Feiyong waved his hand and sent the two of them out of the Black Tortoise realm. Little Wimp looked at the three of them and said in a very serious manner, "You little brats, you must know how to be grateful. The attitude of the monarch and the others towards us can be said to be heartfelt." "Don't you trust me?" Qin Feiyong was helpless. "Of course I trust you. But I think some people are a little uncertain." Little Brat looked at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf with disdain. Then, he didn't say anything else and personally left with the 300 million spirit veins and crystal veins. With these spirit veins and crystal veins, the Black Tortoise realm would grow rapidly in the future. Catching up to the divine king was just around the corner. After Qin Feiyong sent Little Brat away, he looked at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and joked, "I'm talking about you guys." The two of them smiled embarrassedly. When Qin Feiyong gave the three races the inheritance, they were a little unhappy. But in the blink of an eye, the three races gave them 300 million spirit veins and crystal veins. When compared, they felt that they were too tasteless. Fortunately, they had sent a message to Qin Feiyong and didn't let the divine king and Ji Zun hear it. Otherwise, they would have lost a lot of face. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this. After all, they had experienced too many schemes along the way. So, no matter who they faced, they always maintained a vigilant heart. If it weren't for this vigilant personality, they wouldn't have been able to reach where they were today. Qin Feiyong's expression gradually became serious. He asked, "Then, what do you think about the king's current situation? I want to hear the truth." "Truth?" The white-eyed wolf narrowed his eyes and said with killing intent, "The truth is that we must save him, and Dong Tianqian must die. Of course we must save him. But this time, we will definitely fall into a life-and-death crisis. Unless the three races directly turn against the central dynasty." The frenzy frowned. Dong Tianqian's disturbance was equivalent to messing up their plan. "Even if there's a slim chance of survival, we have to go. But I'm still thinking about another problem. If we make a move this time, the central dynasty will know that we do have feelings for the purple gold divine dragon clan." Qin Feiyang also frowned. "That's the biggest problem. If we make a move this time, the central dynasty will definitely become more aggressive in the future. In the end, they might even use the fate of the purple gold divine dragon clan to threaten us." The frenzy nodded worriedly. This matter couldn't be rash. If it wasn't handled well, it would attract more trouble in the future. "How about this?" The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. "How about we have the inner demons and big cousin make a move?" Hearing this, the two looked suspiciously at the white-eyed wolf. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin don't dare to touch Dong Tianqian, but the inner demons and big cousin are different. Moreover, they aren't any weaker than Dong Tianqian. The white-eyed wolf cackled. The frenzy asked. "Simple. The king is the ruler of the divine kingdom. His identity and status are obvious to all. If we kill him, it will affect the situation of the divine kingdom. So when the time comes, the inner demons and big cousin can use this to force Dong Tianqian to release Dong Tianqian without exposing their identities." The white-eyed wolf cackled. Qin Feiyang and the frenzy looked at each other. This was a good idea. "What do you think? Are you impressed by your big brother? Are you admiring your big brother so much that you want to hug your big brother's leg and call him your big brother?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the two proudly. "Who told you that your big brother didn't know how to use his brain? If your big brother was willing to use his brain, then you wouldn't have a problem." Qin Feiyang and the frenzy's lips twitched. "Keep showing off." Chapter 42-47. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. The land of the purple gold dragons. Dong Tianqian had been standing in the sky, waiting for Qin Feiyang and the other two to appear. The king stood aside silently. His sea of qi hadn't been repaired. Dong Tianqian wouldn't give him a chance to do so either. The divine king, the lord of the human race, had led the supremacies here after leaving the Xianwu realm. Apparently, he was prepared for any accidents. Heavenly Lord Ji Yunhai, Boss Ji and the other elders were also there. Their faces were extremely pale. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin also didn't leave. More and more people came to see what was going on. It wasn't a small matter if someone from the central dynasty wanted to kill the king. Most people were angry at Dong Tianqian. Because the king had been in office for many years and had contributed a lot to the 4 continents. He was someone worthy of respect. It wasn't an exaggeration. If anything happened to the king, most creatures in the 4 continents, except for the beasts and the mermen, would stand on his side. Swish. Suddenly, a supremacy of the purple gold divine dragons came and whispered something in Heavenly Lord Ji's ear. "What did you say? Don't be sneaky. Say it in front of everyone." Dong Tianqian immediately looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes flashed coldly and he said, "We've already spread the news, but it's not up to us to decide whether Qin Feiyang will come or not. If they don't come, you'll have to collect the king's body." Dong Tianqian snickered. "You..." Heavenly Lord Ji was furious. Who was to blame for Dong Pingji's death? It was his own fault. How could he have anything to do with his father? "Heavenly Lord, don't talk nonsense with him. If he really dares to kill your father, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan will mobilize the entire clan to attack the central dynasty and demand justice from the emperor." Boss Ji said. "You want to go to the central dynasty? You're dreaming." Dong Tianqian said with disdain. "Then let's try." Boss Ji's aura was strong and fearless. "How lively!" Accompanied by a faint laugh, 2 figures stepped through the air and arrived. The 2 of them were indeed Lu Jiajin and the inner demons. The inner demons were dressed in blood-red clothes. Their blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. They still wore a mask on their faces. Lu Jijin, on the other hand, was dressed in a long white robe. His temperament was ethereal and otherworldly, as if he was a banished immortal. It's them. The pupils of the Divine King and the others contracted. They were no strangers to the inner demons and Lu Jijin. Even though he wasn't listed as one of the top 5 geniuses of the Central Dynasty, his methods were obvious to all. Last time on the mythical island, this Lu Yuntian had almost killed the monarch. Not good. Once those 2 brothers arrive, our situation will become even worse. The Supreme Master of the human race transmitted his voice. The Divine King nodded worriedly. This was because they didn't know the relationship between Lu Jijin and Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, when they saw the 2 of them arrive, they naturally thought that they would take the opportunity to make things difficult for the monarch. You are Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei? Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, and Dong Tianqian couldn't help but look at the inner demons. The inner demons smiled and said, I didn't expect the top geniuses to know us. What an honor. I have heard a lot about you. Dong Hanzong cupped his hands and smiled. The names of the 3 of you are like thunder to our ears as well. The inner demons smiled and swaggered to Dong Tianqian's side. He looked at the monarch and asked suspiciously, What are you doing? It's none of your business. Dong Tianqian's attitude was cold. He questioned, Why did you only come to us now? Don't you know that we are already in the 4 continents? Are you interrogating me? The inner demons tilted his head and looked at Dong Tianqian. You can think of it that way. Dong Tianqian was very proud and arrogant. He didn't take the inner demons seriously at all. The inner demons couldn't help but laugh. Shut up. I'm asking you a question. Dong Tianqian flew into a rage. Slap. However, the only response he got was a resounding slap on his face. The inner demons directly raised his hand and slapped Dong Tianqian's face. In an instant, not only Dong Tianqian, everyone was dumbfounded, including Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. This person's guts were too big, wasn't he? Dong Tianqian was one of the top 5 geniuses. How dare he teach Dong Tianqian a lesson? And in front of everyone, he didn't give Dong Tianqian any face at all. At the scene, it fell into a dead silence. Even the monarch, the Divine King, the supremacy of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji, Boss Ji, and the group of elders never thought that such a scene would happen. They weren't here to support Dong Tianqian. They were here to humiliate him. You are courting death. The next moment, Dong Tianqian came to his senses and was furious. I dare you to say that again. The inner demon's eyes were full of bloody light and they gradually became violent. Even Dong Tianqian couldn't help but feel scared when he saw the inner demon's eyes at this moment. It was as if he saw a peerless demon king awakening. Brother Lu, we're all on the same side. Let's talk nicely. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed and he stepped forward to mediate. The inner demons glanced at Dong Hanzong and smiled at Dong Tianqian. Don't think that you have the right to order me around just because you're one of the top 5 geniuses. If you piss me off, I'll kill even the top geniuses. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin couldn't help but frown. Killing without mercy? Did that include them as well? Let's see how you're going to kill me today. Dong Tianqian was so angry that he laughed. It's easy to kill you. The inner demons curled the corners of his lips and activated his Demon King true form. Each of them was more than 10,000 feet tall and they really looked like demon kings who killed people without any hesitation. Brother Lu, why are you doing this? Dong Hanzong hurriedly tried to persuade him. Just because of Dong Tianqian's offensive words, he made a big fuss? Yeah. Dong Tianqian offended you because of the pain of losing his brother. I hope Brother Lu can understand and forgive him. Dong Qin also hurriedly tried to persuade him. If they were in the Central Dynasty, they wouldn't have bothered. But they were in the 4 great continents. They still needed the inner demons and Lu Jijin to help them deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, so they couldn't afford to offend them. What are you doing? As if this is my fault. If my brother didn't go to them, would this have happened? They can't escape the blame for my brother's death. Dong Tianqian glared at Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin and said angrily. Ha, Dong Ping is useless and you're blaming us? Why don't you blame your parents? They gave birth to Dongping. If they didn't give birth to Dongping, would this have happened? The inner demons laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, Dong Tianchen clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Enough. We're all on the same side. There's no need to make a scene. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Lu Jijin finally spoke. He walked to the side of the inner demons and said to Dong Tianchen, "We're also very sad about Dongping's death, but before coming to the Central Dynasty, you should have left your divine souls behind to save your lives, right? Left our divine souls behind to save our lives? Do you think we, the 5 great geniuses, would do something so cowardly? You're humiliating us. Besides, if we really left our divine souls behind to save our lives, would I be so angry?" Dong Tianchen roared. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin couldn't help but frown. To them, leaving their divine souls behind to save their lives was indeed a humiliation. "I didn't expect you to be so brave. If it were me, I would have left my divine soul behind to save my life in the Central Dynasty." The inner demon sneered. In fact, Lu Jijin was trying to get information from Dong Hanzong and the others. With this test, he obtained the answer. The 5 of them didn't leave their divine souls in the Central Dynasty, so Dongping's death was confirmed. Dong Qin glared at the inner demons and said angrily, "Lu Yun, be more polite with your words. We didn't do anything to offend you. You don't like it? Then don't listen." The inner demons smiled disdainfully. "You?" Dong Qin glared at him. How could he be such an unreasonable person? The inner demons pointed at the king and asked Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, "So, what is this Dong Tianchen trying to do now?" "He wants to coerce the king and force Qin Feiyang and the others to show up." Dong Qin suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, "What? Coerce the king?" The inner demons paused for a moment, then turned to Dong Tianchen and laughed. "Not bad, kid. You can even think of such a despicable method. But I like it." "What?" Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin looked at the inner demons in shock. They thought the inner demons would laugh at Dong Tianchen when they heard the inner demons talking about despicable methods, but they didn't expect the inner demons to agree with this method. Dong Tianchen, who had lost his mind, was already a headache for them. Now, there was an even more arrogant Lu Yuntian? Wasn't this adding to their troubles? "Don't mess around." Lu Jijin frowned and looked at the inner demons angrily. The inner demons pouted. Lu Jijin looked at Dong Tianchen and sighed. "What you are doing now is very irrational. I advise you to let the king go and apologize to him." "What did you say?" Dong Tianchen stared at Lu Jijin, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Not only did he ask him to let the king go, but he also asked him to apologize to the king? The king, the divine king, Lord Ji, and Heavenly Lord Ji also didn't expect Lu Jijin to say such a thing. They had been worried that the situation would become worse when these two arrived. Just like what the inner demon had said to Dong Tianchen before, it had made them feel as if their hearts were in their throats. But who would have thought that Lu Jijin's attitude would change? But thinking about it carefully, even though they had only talked to Lu Jijin a few times and didn't talk much, they could tell that he was indeed a rational man. Do you know what the king represents? It represents the king of the divine kingdom. Although the Central Dynasty doesn't think much of it, the king is the most powerful person in the divine kingdom in terms of prestige and status. If you threaten him now, won't you be angering the beings of the 4 continents and becoming the Central Dynasty's enemy? Will you be able to bear the consequences? Lu Jijin said. Phew. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin were relieved to hear this. Finally, there was a reasonable person. Chapter 42-48. Lu Jijin was the best choice for Dong Hanzong and the Divine God. They didn't have to be the bad guys, and they wouldn't have to offend the forces behind Dong Tianchen. However, Dong Tianchen, on the other hand, did not take it seriously. He said with disdain, "These trash from the 4 great continents, not to mention the Central Dynasty, even my family's strength can suppress them in minutes." What did you say? Who are you calling trash? The Divine King glared at Dong Tianchen. Dong Tianchen sneered. Bastard. The Divine King looked at the surrounding creatures and said, "Did you hear that? The creatures of the 4 continents are nothing but trash in the eyes of the Central Dynasty. We don't even have the least bit of dignity." As soon as these words were spoken, both humans and gods were enraged. All the creatures glared at Dong Tianqian. Oh no! Dong Hanzong's heart skipped a beat. Dong Tianqian was too irrational. How could he say something like that? Wasn't he trying to sow discord between the central dynasty and the four continents? In fact, the divine king was just like that. Since Dong Tianqian dared to say that, he dared to use his words to provoke everyone's anger against the central dynasty. This was also to pave the way for them in the future. After all, they would fall out with the central dynasty sooner or later. By then, if they couldn't find a suitable excuse, the creatures of the four continents might not support them. Instead, they might curse them and call them traitors. In other words, Dong Tianqian's words had instead given them a chance to accomplish their goals. How disappointing. No matter what we do, the four continents are fighting at the front while the central dynasty has been enjoying the fruits of our labor. Now you look down on us and treat us like trash. As the leader of the human race of the four continents, I've done my best for the divine kingdom and the Lord. But in the end, I've been humiliated like this. The human supremacy side. This was from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have much contact with the people of the central dynasty before, so he didn't know the true colors of the central dynasty. But now, Dong Tianqian's words made him feel sad. Since ancient times, how much had the human race contributed to the divine kingdom? However, in his eyes, they didn't even have the qualifications to be human. They could only be considered trash. Now that he thought about it, his choice back then was really wise. If they continued to follow the dominator of the divine kingdom and the central dynasty, it was hard to imagine what kind of situation the human beings in the four continents would face in the future. Sovereign, divine king, please calm down. He didn't say those words on purpose. Dong Qin hurriedly explained. Look at his attitude. Does he look like he's joking? The divine king pointed at Dong Tianqian and angrily said. Dong Qin glared at Dong Tianqian and shouted, "Hurry up and apologize." Apologize? Dong Tianqian laughed wantonly, not taking it seriously at all. What a useless teammate. The inner demon snickered. Indeed. With such a person around, the creatures of the four continents will betray the divine kingdom sooner or later. Lu Jiajin nodded. Of course. This was what they wanted to see. They even hoped that there would be more stupid people like Dong Tianqian. In this way, it would save a lot of trouble for the sovereign, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race to fall out with the central dynasty in the future. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse and worse, Dong Hanzong hurriedly looked at Lu Jiajin for help. Lu Jiajin's eyes flashed. He looked at Dong Tianqian and said in a deep voice, "You must apologize and let them go." What if I say no? Dong Tianqian stared at Lu Jiajin. Then for the peace and the overall situation of the divine kingdom, I can only say that I offended you. As his voice fell, Lu Jiajin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How dare you say such things to me? Do you know how powerful my family is? If you offend me, you must be prepared to die. Dong Tianqian said with a hideous smile. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Before his voice died away, a monstrous aura surged toward Dong Tianqian. It was the inner demons. But at this moment, his face was filled with hostility. I said, you must all be prepared to die. Dong Tianqian did not show any weakness. You are really courting death. Murderous intent surged in the eyes of the inner demons. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 3,000 Demon King real bodies instantly activated all the ultimate mysteries. However, the faces of the 3,000 Demon King real bodies were shrouded in fog and looked blurry. Don't fight here. Go to the Star River. Lu Jiajin hurriedly shouted. The inner demons looked at Dong Tianqian gloomily and said, Don't just talk. If you have the guts, come to the Star River and let me see how strong your god-killing domain is. After that, the inner demons stepped into the sky and entered the Star River without looking back. Dong Tianqian stared at the back of the inner demons with a bone-chilling expression and said, Fine, I will show you the strength of the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty. He waved his hand and the sovereign disappeared. Apparently, he had been sent to a space divine object and imprisoned. Seeing this, the clansmen of the purple gold divine dragon were all burning with anger. Star River. The inner demons stood against the wind and looked at the entrance of the Star River. The 3,000 demon king real bodies stood behind him in a neat formation. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws, exuding an aura of destruction. With the arrival of Dong Tianqian, the inner demons immediately sneered, "Although I am pleased with your despicable nature, but to dare offend my big brother, that is absolutely intolerable." "Ha, do I need you to tolerate it? If you have any means, just come at me." Dong Tianqian laughed wildly. "You have guts." The inner demons laughed. With a wave of his hand, 2 layers of heavens will erupted. This starry sky immediately began to collapse. However, even in the face of 3,000 demon king real bodies, 2 wills of heaven's will, and the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, Dong Tianqian did not show the slightest hint of nervousness. Boom! With the eruption of a terrifying aura, a dazzling golden light surged out. The next moment, then, a golden domain appeared. Dong Tianqian stood in the golden domain, bathed in divine light. Many golden runes kept flashing as if a god of war had descended to the world. "Let's see if you're really invincible." The inner demons sneered. Boom! The 21,000 ultimate mysteries above the 3,000 demon king real bodies immediately shattered the starry sky and charged towards Dong Tianqian. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, Heavenly Lord Ji, the Divine King, the Supremes of the human race, the Supremacies, Boss Ji and a group of elders also rushed into the starry sky. Seeing the inner demons' means, their hair stood on end. This person's means were almost on par with Qin Feiyang's means. Qin Feiyang's only advantage was the Eye of Heaven. However, an even more shocking scene then appeared. The 21,000 ultimate mysteries drowned Dong Tianqian like a torrent of wild beasts. The destructive energy spread in all directions, making the creatures outside the starry sky feel the danger of death. One could imagine just how terrifying was this destructive power. However, Dong Tianqian, who was standing in the golden domain, was unharmed the entire time. That's right. He was completely unharmed. He didn't even break the golden domain. How is that possible? The inner demons were stunned. The ultimate mysteries of the laws of life and death, the 6 ultimate laws, the demon king real bodies and 2 will of heaven couldn't break the domain? Isn't this too outrageous? It was also different from what Qin Feiyang said. Qin Feiyang also mentioned Dong Tianqian's strength when he sent a message to the inner demons and Lu Jijin, asking them to help rescue the Lord. He also mentioned that Dong Tianqian avoided the battle with the 3,000 incarnations. According to Qin Feiyang, Dong Tianqian wouldn't dare to fight with the 3,000 incarnations in his invincible state. In other words, 3,000 incarnations, the laws of life and death, the ultimate laws and 2 ultimate mysteries. These means together were enough to break the limit of the god-killing domain. However, the scene that he was witnessing right now was completely different from what he had expected. This god-killing domain was absolutely invincible. Is this domain that heaven-defying? Lu Jijin frowned. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded. But why did I hear that he didn't face Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations head-on last time? Lu Jijin was puzzled. Dong Tianqian was deliberately showing weakness to make Qin Feiyang and the others careless so that when they meet again in the future, he could catch them off guard. But I didn't expect that he would use this god-killing domain on his own people. Dong Hanzong sighed. Deliberately showing weakness. Lu Jijin's eyes flickered. When Dong Tianqian was calm, his mind was quite scary. Because if it weren't for the inner demons, they wouldn't know how terrifying the god-killing domain was. When Qin Feiyang and the others fought with this person again, they would definitely suffer a great loss. How is it? Do you feel powerless for a moment? Dong Tianqian sneered. The way he looked at the inner demons was like looking at ants. It's indeed a little strong. But that's it. The inner demons put away their frustration and attacked with all their might. Nothing could be truly invincible. There must be some flaws. Rumble. The Devil King real bodies surrounded and attacked. The power of law, the ultimate meaning, destroyed all directions. But the God-killing domain showed no signs of being broken. The God-killing domain is absolutely invincible. No one can break it. Dong Tianqian smiled proudly and began his counterattack. Boom! He rushed to the front of a Devil King real body. The power of law roared and punched. Accompanied by a loud bang, the Devil King real body collapsed on the spot. He charged toward another Devil King real body. With an invincible body, you can kill all the gods in the world. This is the origin of the God-killing domain. As Dong Tianqian's voice fell, another punch shattered another Devil King real body. It was simply killing gods in the way. No one could stop him. Looking at this scene, the inner demon's eyes gradually became solemn. The power of the God-killing domain had far exceeded his imagination. It wasn't an exaggeration to say. Such a situation was enough to make people despair. Because no matter what you do, you can't cause any harm to the other party, but the other party can rely on their invincible body to easily overwhelm you. In other words, this was simply a fate of being beaten. Chapter 42-49. Boom. One by one, the Demon King real bodies collapsed. At this moment, Dong Tianqian was like an invincible god of war, unstoppable. Although the god-slaying realm is terrifying, as long as your brother can hold on for an hour, he can turn the tables. And with your brother's strength, he can easily win. Dong Hanzong said in a low voice. What do you mean? Lu Jijin looked at him suspiciously. Dong Hanzong said to himself, the 5 realms that we have mastered have a time limit and can only be maintained for an hour. There's such a thing? Lu Jijin's eyes flashed. This was very important news, which would help them deal with the 4 of them in the future. And we can only activate it once a day. It is precisely because of these restrictions that the 5 realms' ability and lethality are above the 10 most powerful fighting souls. Dong Hanzong said, more powerful than the 10 strongest fighting souls? Lu Jijin was stunned and smiled. Brother Hanzong, you're too confident. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Of course. I also understand that whether it's the 5 realms or the 10 strongest fighting souls, they all have their own strengths and can't be lumped together. But if it's a one-on-one fight, our 5 realms can definitely suppress the 10 strongest fighting souls. Dong Hanzong's face was full of confidence. That means my Eye of Void is also no match for Brother Hanzong. Lu Jijin smiled faintly. Dong Hanzong's expression froze. He had forgotten that this person had one of the 10 strongest fighting souls, the Eye of Void. Brother Hanzong, don't take it to heart. I'm just saying. Lu Jijin waved his hand and looked up at the inner demons. With the inner demon's ability, they should be able to do it in an hour. The battle was getting more and more intense. 3,000 Demon King real bodies were destroyed by Dong Tianqian's fist one after another. After the battle, Dong Tianqian was not injured at all. If it was someone else, they would have given up. Because there was no way to continue the battle. But the inner demons was full of fighting spirit. Ever since he was sent to the Divine Kingdom by Ice Dragon and Small Beast, he had not encountered such an opponent. This made his blood boil. In short, this was the kind of battle he needed. The more difficult it was, the more terrifying his battle intent became. Now you realize how insignificant you are. It's not too late to kneel down and apologize to me. Dong Tianqian sneered and arrived in front of the inner demons in a single step. The terrifying power of law surged out and rushed toward the inner demons like a tidal wave. Rumble! The inner demons were blasted away, their bodies bleeding profusely. Kneel down now. I'll spare your life. Dong Tianqian looked at the inner demons with disdain, like a high and mighty emperor. Hee. The inner demons steadied themselves and chuckled. In Dong Tianqian's eyes, it was as if he was mocking him. It's not as if. The inner demons were mocking him. It seems that you still don't understand the seriousness of the problem. Dong Tianqian laughed sinisterly. Boom! 7 ultimate mysteries appeared out of nowhere. The will of heavenly Tao erupted, exuding a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth as it rushed toward the inner demons. It's you who doesn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Your Godslayer realm is no longer a threat to me. The inner demons shook his head. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death appeared. 2 wills of heavenly Tao erupted and blasted toward Dong Tianxin's 7 ultimate mysteries. With a loud bang, the inner demons used only one of the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death to crush Dong Tianxin's 7 ultimate mysteries. Isn't he invincible? How could Lu Yuntian crush his ultimate mysteries? The Divine King and the others were surprised. Just as I thought. The inner demons laughed and looked at Dong Tianxin. Your so-called Godslayer realm only makes your physical body invincible. Your law's mysteries don't change at all. I see. That's right. The Godslayer realm only makes Dong Tianxin's physical body invincible. In other words, as long as Dong Tianxin doesn't get close, he can't hurt Lu Yuntian. Everyone suddenly realized. This was the loophole of the Godslayer realm. So what? How long can you last under my attack? Dong Tianxin laughed angrily and immediately launched a storm-like attack on the inner demons. However, the inner demons had a look of disdain as he used the moment of time to dodge. Dong Tianxin couldn't keep up with his speed. Of course, he couldn't keep up with the inner demon's speed. This was because the inner demons had 2 wills of heavenly Tao. With the support of 2 wills of heavenly Tao, the inner demon's speed of activating the moment of time was much faster than Dong Tianxin. This is your second fatal weakness. If it were anyone else today, even if they deliberately avoided the battle, they would die in your hands sooner or later. But unfortunately, your opponent now is me. I have 2 wills of heavenly Tao. With my speed, you don't even have the right to eat my dust behind me. The inner demons laughed contemptuously. Looking at this scene, Lu Jijin couldn't help but smile. Although Dong Tianxin also controlled the moment of time, Dong Tianxin only had 1 wills of heavenly Tao. The inner demons had 2 wills of heavenly Tao. Just the speed alone made Dong Tianxin feel inferior. With this suppressive speed, it would be easy for the inner demons to drag on for an hour. As long as the time limit of the Godslayer realm was up, it would be too easy for the inner demons to kill Dong Tianxin. Gradually, Dong Tianxin also began to feel anxious. He was especially angry. Why did this person have 2 wills of heavenly Tao? If there was only 1 wills of heavenly Tao, even if the inner demons had terrifying means like the Demon King real body, he was confident that he could kill the inner demons within an hour. How hateful! How could these people comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? This sudden jealousy made him even crazier, and he couldn't help but roar, "Are you still a man? If you have the guts, then fight me head-on." This is the so-called desperate dog jumping over the wall. It's really pleasing to the eye. The inner demons dodged while constantly mocking, specifically to make Dong Tianxin collapse. Bastard! What kind of genius are you? Dong Tianxin was furious to the extreme. In front of a peerless genius like you, how would I dare to call myself a genius? But a peerless genius like you can't do anything to me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The inner demons mocked. Dong Tianxin roared hysterically. Not to mention hurting the inner demons, even the shadows of the inner demons chased after him and roared, "Dong Qin, Brother Zong, come and help me." Brother Zong? Dong Hanzong sneered in his heart. In the past, when he heard Dong Tianxin call him brother, he felt a little happy, but now he only felt nauseous. At the same time, Dong Qin was also indifferent. "What are you doing? We're the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty. We're bound together for good or ill." Dong Tianxin roared. "We want to help you, but this time, you've gone too far. You should stop now. Because you're one of the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty, you can't do such a stupid thing." Dong Qin sighed. The greater the reputation, the higher the status, and the greater the responsibility. As the peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty, they naturally had to consider the overall situation of the Divine Kingdom. They couldn't cause the Divine Kingdom to fall apart because of their own selfishness. If the creatures of the 4 continents rebelled because of this, then who could bear the responsibility when the Emperor investigated? In fact, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin said so much because they didn't want to implicate themselves. Bitch, I'll kill you sooner or later. Dong Tianxin's heart was filled with resentment. He felt that everyone in the world had wronged him, and he didn't realize his mistake at all. Like Dong Hanzong. Although he was arrogant, at least he could see the big picture. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned around and left when he went to the village. Time passed quietly. An hour had finally passed. When the time was up, the god-slaying field collapsed. Dong Tianxin's expression immediately became flustered. Now it's my turn. The inner demons laughed and turned around to attack Dong Tianxin. Without the god-slaying field, I'm not afraid of you. Dong Tianxin roared, his eyes were bloodshot. Rumble. The two of them kept colliding in the collapsing galaxy, and terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Dong Tianxin's aura was strong, but in the face of the inner demon's storm-like attacks, he couldn't resist at all. Because without the god-slaying field, the inner demons were superior to Dong Tianxin in terms of speed and combat strength. The inner demons didn't seem to want to defeat Dong Tianxin immediately. They didn't even activate their Demon King true form. They tortured him bit by bit until Dong Tianxin completely collapsed and fell to the ground in despair. Was this Lu Yuntian's strength? Without the god-slaying field, what was he? He didn't even have the strength to fight. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why is my opponent Lu Yuntian? If it were Lu Yunfeng, the divine king, or the human race, even if they have the Eye of Nothingness, the Mark of Divine Land, and the Sword of Faith, I can definitely defeat them. Dong Tianxin roared in his heart. The inner demons took a step forward and landed in front of Dong Tianxin, saying, "Let him go. Don't even think about it. Only if you kill me." Dong Tianxin stared at the inner demons coldly. This was the last thing he had left to rely on. As a person with a strong family background, he didn't believe that the inner demons would dare to kill him. Are you challenging my patience? The inner demons raised his eyebrows. If you have the guts, do it. But do you dare? Dong Tianxin sneered. Sorry, there's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. The inner demon's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he slapped Dong Tianxin's head. Lu Yuntian, don't, Dong Qin shouted. But at this time, Dong Hanzong stopped Dong Qin. Brother Zong, what are you doing? Dong Qin looked at him, puzzled. Dong Hanzong was silent, staring at the inner demons, and there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. At the same time, Lu Jijin also glanced at Dong Hanzong, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. This person's mind seemed to be a bit impure. A scream rang out. Lu Jijin looked up and saw the inner demon's palm fall. Dong Tianxin's head exploded on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Dong Tianxin's soul fled in horror, and then looked at the inner demons, his eyes full of fear and resentment. He didn't expect that the inner demons would really dare to kill him. Chapter 4250. As I said, there is nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. The inner demons looked at Dong Tianxin's soul with murderous intent in his eyes and slapped at Dong Tianxin's soul. It seemed that at this moment, Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with a smile. And it was clearly caught by Lu Jijin, who had been paying attention to him. Interesting. Lu Jijin muttered. The look in his eyes was also thought-provoking. Looking at Dong Tianxin again. Seeing the inner demons coming, his soul suddenly left his body and ran towards Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. He had been shocked by the means of the inner demons. This was a cruel and merciless lord. However, the inner demons suddenly stopped and looked at Dong Tianxin playfully, saying, "Look at you, I thought you were not afraid of death." Dong Tianxin hid behind Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, trembling. Seeing the inner demons stop, Dong Qin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but Dong Hanzong seemed to be a little disappointed. The inner demons turned to look at Dong Tianxin's body. His head had been broken, leaving only a headless corpse. The scene was bloody and shocking. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed out of his broken head and rushed towards Dong Tianxin like lightning. This was a space divine object. Obviously, Dong Tianxin had already seen through the purpose of the inner demons, so he took the first step and controlled the space divine object to return to his side. because the monarch was imprisoned in this space divine object at the moment. He could not let the inner demons get the space divine object. Otherwise, he would lose the only bargaining chip in his hand. But in this regard, the inner demons smiled disdainfully, stepped forward, intercepted the space divine object, released his divine thoughts, and directly crushed the blood contract inside the space divine object. Immediately after, the inner demons dripped blood to recognize the monarch. When the recognition was successful, he immediately released the monarch from the space divine object. "Thank you for saving my life, little brother." The monarch looked around and bowed to the inner demons. "Don't thank me. I didn't want to save you at all. If you want to thank someone, thank my brother. He is a good person." The inner demons sneered. "How cold." The monarch smiled bitterly and turned to Lu Jijin. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu. I also wish for the peace of the divine kingdom." Lu Jijin waved his hand. "Father, little Wang, big brother." At the same time, Heavenly Lord Ji, Yunhai, Boss Ji and a group of elders also quickly surrounded the Overlord with concern on their faces. They surrounded the Overlord and protected him. "I'm fine." The king waved his hand. The inner demons grabbed the space divine item and exerted force with their 5 fingers. With a loud clang, the space divine item shattered on the spot. They then looked at Dong Tianxin and said playfully, "Do you want to continue?" Dong Tianxin remained silent, but the resentment on his face was clearly visible. The inner demons said, "If you don't want to continue, then kneel and apologize." "Don't go too far." Dong Tianxin roared. He had already released the monarch, yet he still wanted him to kneel down and apologize? "You're the one who's going too far." Ji Jiao stepped forward and blocked the entrance of the galaxy. He looked at Dong Tianxin and said, "If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here." "What? You still want to kill me?" Dong Tianxin sneered. "What's the harm in killing you?" Ji Jiao was furious. He activated his 3,000 incarnations and unleashed all kinds of ultimate arcana. His terrifying power shook the universe. "You're courting death. Do you know who I am? Do you know how powerful my family is? If you dare to touch me, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan will disappear from the 4 great continents in less than half a year." Dong Tianxin sneered. There were 2 reasons why he was afraid of the inner demons and Lu Jijin. The first reason was that they were powerful and ruthless. The second reason, which was also the most important reason, was that they were now favored by the emperor. Even if he had a powerful backer, he wouldn't dare to challenge the emperor. However, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan was just one of the 4 great continents. There were only a few dozen experts who had grasped the will of the heavenly path. Therefore, he looked down on the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan from the bottom of his heart. Good. Let me see how your family will take revenge on us in the future. Heavenly Lord, protect your father. Everyone else, follow me and kill him." Ji Jiao shouted. Boom. All the elders activated their 3,000 incarnations, including Ji Yunhai. Streaks of ultimates gathered in the sky, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. Even the inner demons and Lu Jijin couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Not counting Ji Yunhai, just these 15 elders. Each of them activated 3,000 incarnations, which meant there were 45,000 incarnations. And each incarnation could activate 8 ultimate arcanas. There were more than 300,000 ultimate arcanas here, and they all carried the will of the heavenly path. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Dong Tianxin was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect these old things to be so crazy. Dong Hanzong transmitted his voice. "Dong Tianxin, you'd better apologize to the monarch quickly. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer if you anger these elders." "That's right. If this matter blows up, it won't do you any good. Because it's indeed you who was in the wrong first. Even if the monarch is alarmed, he might not side with you." Dong Qin also hurriedly persuaded. Dong Tianxin's face was gloomy. "I'll ask you one last time. Kneel or not?" Ji Laosher's hair fluttered in the wind like a furious lion. His loud voice exploded in Dong Tianxin's mind like thunder, shaking his divine soul to the point that it was about to collapse. Plop. At this moment, his legs went soft, and he knelt in the river of stars. He was very unwilling. But there was no other way. These elders were too powerful. That was what he was worried about previously. If he imprisoned the monarch, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan would still be wary of him. But once the monarch escaped, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan would be like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. If he didn't kneel, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences of facing these angry elders. Apologize, Ji Laoshi said. I'm sorry. Dong Tianxin lowered his head and endured the humiliation in his heart as he spoke. Don't you have a name? Also, do you think you can just say, I'm sorry? Ji Laoshi shouted angrily. Dong Tianxin's body trembled as he lowered his head and said, Monarch, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me. It's you, not you. Didn't your parents teach you to respect the old and love the young? Ji Laoshi shouted angrily. Dong Tianxin clenched his fists and shouted, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. He would never forget this moment for the rest of his life. He bore a grudge against everyone present. He silently swore in his heart that he would take revenge for today's humiliation in the future. How satisfying. This is even better than killing him directly. Black Tortoise World. The white-eyed wolf laughed. An unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty was actually forced to this point. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Frenzy's face was also filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, they were communicating with the Divine King, the Monarch, and the human race sovereign. All of this was naturally told to them by the three of them. Qin Feiyong looked at the monarch and said with concern, Dong Tianxin has already paid the corresponding price. Don't be too angry. Why should I be angry? Now I feel very comfortable in my heart. The monarch chuckled. Qin Feiyong asked, Then where are they now? After it ended, Dong Tianxin left alone. I don't know where he went. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, Lu Yuntian, and Lu Yunfeng are still in my Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. The monarch said. Left alone? Qin Feiyong and the other two were stunned. Was this person not afraid of death? Didn't he know that there was someone from Mu Qing around them who could spy on his location? The Divine King's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, We were in a hurry to contact you because we wanted to tell you this news. Qin Feiyong and the other two looked at each other and nodded with a smile. We know what to do. Okay. You guys deal with it as you see fit. After the Divine King finished speaking, he was about to turn off the Divine Sound Stone. Wait a moment. But the monarch suddenly stopped the Divine King. The Divine King and the human race sovereign looked at him in confusion. The monarch looked at Qin Feiyong with a thoughtful look. Qin Feiyong couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. He said, If you have any questions, just ask. The monarch said, I suddenly remembered that you seemed to have said before that the owner of the Eye of Nothingness seemed to be your cousin? The Divine King and the human race sovereign were stunned. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing. Qin Feiyong didn't react for a moment. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were the same. You did say that back then. You also said that the owner of the Eye of Oblivion was your sister. The monarch said. Qin Feiyong quivered and hurriedly concealed the guilt on his face. He said, I did say the Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Reincarnation, and the Eye of Destruction, but did I say the Eye of Nothingness? Did you remember wrongly? Remembered wrongly? The monarch pondered for a while, his face darkened as he glared at Qin Feiyong and said, Do you think I'm an old fool? How could I remember such important information wrongly? But I really didn't say that. Qin Feiyong said. No. You did say that. The Divine King and the human race sovereign pondered for a moment and also looked at Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong was stunned. These people's memory was too good. If the monarch hadn't suddenly mentioned this matter, even he would have forgotten about it. The owner of the Eye of Nothingness is your big cousin. And Lu Yunfeng now has the Eye of Nothingness. Could it be? The monarch's eyes lit up. This, the divine king and the human race sovereign finally reacted, their faces full of shock. This, that, Qin Feiyang stammered. Kid, you guys are not honest. How could you hide such an important matter from us? I was wondering why you guys knew so much about the Central Dynasty. It turns out that he was the one who tipped you guys off. The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with displeasure. Dong Hanzong wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. The monarch thought of the owner of the Eye of Nothingness and wondered if it was Lu Jijin. Chapter 4251. Huh? Qin Feiyang let out a dry laugh. You're still laughing? Do you think I won't teach you a lesson? The monarch's veins bulged. These brats are really asking for a beating. I'm just waiting for the right time to give you a surprise. Qin Feiyang let out a mocking laugh. The monarch rolled his eyes and asked, if Lu Yunfeng is your cousin, then what about Lu Yuntian? Lu Yuntian, cough cough. He's my inner demons. Qin Feiyang let out a dry cough. Inner demons? The monarch and the other two looked at each other. The divine king was puzzled. No, I remember you saying that the inner demons and your cousin are dead. Why are they still in the divine kingdom and even in the Central Dynasty? It's a long story. I'll tell you later when I have time. The most important thing right now is to deal with Dong Tianxin. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't change the topic so quickly. Did you arrange for the appearance of the inner demons and your cousin? The monarch asked. Because we couldn't think of a way to save you, so we asked them to help. Qin Feiyang answered honestly. At least you have a conscience. But let me tell you, if you dare to hide anything from me in the future, I won't let you off. The monarch snorted. I won't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled apologetically. The monarch rolled his eyes and said, all right then, go and make arrangements. This Dong Tianxin, no matter what, can't be allowed to leave the 4 great continents alive. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the conversation ended, Qin Feiyang turned to the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf and asked, did I tell them about my cousin's Eye of Void? Moreover, the monarch and the others have also come to the Black Tortoise world and have inquired about our situation in the past. Regarding Lu Jijin's situation, they must have heard something. Madman said, I was too careless. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The surprise he was prepared for was gone, and he even got smacked. What a loss. Speaking of which, does this Dong Tianxin really look down on us? You actually dared to leave the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan alone. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Do you think he wants to leave? He is too ashamed to continue staying in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Madman sneered. Plotting against the monarch meant offending the entire Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Even if Dong Tianxin wanted to stay, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan would not allow it. Therefore, he might as well leave on his own. Otherwise, he would be expelled by the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. That would be even more humiliating. Let's go. Go and find Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Daring to plot against the monarch, this matter would not end so easily. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's courtyard. In the hall, Mu Qing activated his all-seeing eye and didn't say a word the entire time. Did you find him? Say something. Don't keep quiet for so long. Madman looked at Mu Qing and said angrily. Don't rush him. Qin Feiyang comforted Madman. After a while, Mu Qing finally reacted. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, this person seems to have gone to the East Continent. Seems? The 3 of them were stunned. Why was it so ambiguous? Mu Qing said, he is now in a strange sea area, but I have never been to this place, so I'm not sure if it is the East Continent. Sea area? The 3 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads to ponder. It seemed that only the East Continent had sea areas in the Divine Kingdom. He has been in a hurry. It seems that he is going somewhere? Mu Qing spoke again. In a hurry? When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 heard this, they couldn't help but tremble. They said in unison, he is going back to the Central Dynasty. Back to the Central Dynasty? Then isn't he going to call for help? Mu Qing was surprised. It must be so. After suffering such a great humiliation in the 4 great continents this time, he will definitely not let it go. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. This person was definitely a big problem. He looked at Mu Qing and said, "Don't be in a hurry to cultivate in seclusion. Accompany us to find him." Mu Qing nodded. It can't be. Dong Tianxin's physical body has been destroyed. He can't enter the East Continent so quickly. But suddenly, Madman frowned. The purple gold divine dragon clan's territory was in the hinterland of the North Continent. The distance between the North Continent and the East Continent was quite far because the North Continent and the East Continent were equivalent to 2 independent continents. And Dong Tianxin's physical body had been destroyed, so he couldn't open a space-time passage, let alone use the instant time. The fastest he could go was normal. How could Dong Tianxin cross the East Continent and enter the sea region from the hinterland of the North Continent in such a short time? Mu Qing said, "Someone helped him." Madman was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "It seems to be someone from the sea race." Mu Qing said, "Someone from the sea race? Didn't the monarch say that Dong Tianxin left alone? Why is someone from the sea race involved?" Madman frowned. Dong Tianxin is not stupid. His physical body has been destroyed, so it will be extremely difficult for him to return to the Central Dynasty alone. And the people of the sea race hate us to the bone. Coupled with Dong Tianxin's identity and status, as long as Dong Tianxin opens his mouth and promises enough benefits, there will naturally be many people willing to escort him back. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He immediately left the Black Tortoise world with the 3 of them, opened a space-time passage, and descended on the Sea God's Island. The Sea God's Island no longer existed. The remaining survivors of the sea race didn't dare to rebuild the Sea God's Island, so it was now a boundless ocean that roared with great waves. Mu Qing kept her heavenly eye open to check Dong Tianxin's location. She scanned the surrounding sea region and finally looked ahead and said, "Chase in a straight line." Qin Feiyang had 2 levels of heavenly Dao intent. As long as he used the instant time, he would definitely be able to catch up to Dong Tianxin. However, Qin Feiyang didn't chase directly. Instead, he took out a divine sound transmission stone and sent a message to Lu Jijin. But, after waiting for a while, Lu Jijin didn't reply. "What's wrong?" Madman and the other 2 looked at him in confusion. "I want to ask cousin about the situation, but he didn't reply." Qin Feiyang helplessly put away the divine sound transmission stone. "Maybe it's not convenient now." Madman said, "Okay, we'll chase first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept the 3 of them into the depths of the sea. "These sea race members don't know what's good for them. Looks like I have to find a chance to get rid of them all." Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's not impossible to get rid of them all. However, did you notice a problem? Qin Feiyang pondered. "What problem?" Madman and the other 2 looked at him in confusion. "Dong Tianxin wants to return to the Central Dynasty. Don't Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin know about this? Even if Dong Tianxin didn't tell them, they should have thought of it when they saw Dong Tianxin leave alone. Because apart from the Central Dynasty, Dong Tianxin has no other way out. But why didn't the 2 of them help him? Not to mention anything else, at least they can escort him back. After all, with Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin's strength, it's safer for him to be escorted by them than by the sea race." Qin Feiyang said, "This problem, it's indeed a little thought-provoking." Madman and the other 2 nodded. They traveled as fast as lightning. Along the way, they encountered many sea beasts. But in the 4 continents, who didn't know Qin Feiyang and the others? Who didn't know Qin Feiyang and the others? Even those remote places and small villages knew of their existence. So, none of the sea beasts dared to block the way. Not only did they not dare to block the way, but when they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they immediately fled as if they were running for their lives. At the same time, in the sky above the sea, this sea was completely different from the sea where Qin Feiyang and the others were now. Although the sea where Qin Feiyang and the others were now, although the waves were rolling, the sky was blue and cloudless. But here, it was dark and gloomy. The roaring storm and the rolling waves were even more terrifying. It was a young man in a golden robe with several pairs of golden wings on his back. He activated the moment of time and brought Dong Tianqian along as he sped through the air like a bolt of lightning. Hai Zidong, faster. Dong Tianqian urged, his eyes slightly gloomy. My lord, what's wrong? The young man called Hai Zidong looked at him suspiciously. I have an uneasy feeling. Dong Tianqian said in a deep voice. An uneasy feeling? Hai Zidong was stunned and said with a smile, You must be mistaken. I hope so, Dong Tianqian murmured. But suddenly, his eyes trembled and he shouted, Oh no, I forgot about him. What? Hai Zidong was startled again. The owner of the all-seeing eye, Mu Qing. If Qin Feiyang knows that I returned to the Central Dynasty alone, they will definitely hunt me down. Dong Tianqian said in a deep voice. That's impossible. At that time, Qin Feiyang wasn't in the territory of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Besides, when you came to me and asked me to take you back to the Central Dynasty, no one saw you. Hai Zidong was shocked. I can't be careless. Anything can happen to Qin Feiyang. Dong Tianqian said. Hai Zidong panicked when he heard this and said anxiously, Then what should I do? Now, this is already my maximum speed. Dong Tianqian scanned the surroundings and muttered, I hope I'm just overthinking things. Bastard, wait until I return to the Central Dynasty and reconstruct my body. I'll definitely bring people here to slaughter Qin Feiyang and those bastards. And the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Hai Zidong said. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, the Divine King, the supreme of the human race, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, Lu Yunfeng, and Lu Yuntian, I won't let them have an easy time. Dong Tianqian nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're indeed ruthless. Hai Zidong murmured with a fawning expression and asked, What about the thing you promised me? Don't worry, as long as you take me back to the Central Dynasty, I promise to give you a few successions and let you master the will of the Heavenly Tao. You might even have a chance to avenge your father and your clan. Dong Tianqian said. Thank you, master. Hai Zidong was overjoyed. He tried even harder to bring Dong Tianqian back to the Central Dynasty. Chapter 4252. 1. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang's sound transmission divine stone rang. Taking it out, it was Lu Jijin. He quickly stopped and activated the sound transmission divine stone. Lu Jijin's figure appeared, smiling. I was with Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, so it wasn't convenient to talk to you. Is there something you need from me? Qin Feiyang nodded. Where's the inner demons? He's still with Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. Lu Jijin smiled. Is that so? Qin Feiyang finally understood. We're chasing after Dong Tianqian, so we wanted to ask you about the situation. So fast? Lu Jijin was stunned. To be honest, it's the monarch's group that's fast. If they didn't send me a message, I wouldn't have known that Dong Tianqian had left by himself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So, it's like that. It seems like Dong Tianqian's actions have thoroughly enraged the monarch's group. Lu Jijin shook his head and laughed. This Dong Tianqian was so silly that he was cute. According to Mu Qing's piercing heaven eye, there's a Sea tribe member escorting Dong Tianqian back to the Central Dynasty, so we want to intercept them. But we don't know much about the situation in this sea, so we wanted to ask you. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jijin nodded. Last time in the Black Tortoise world, I told you that there's a sea between the 4 continents and the Central Dynasty. This sea is called the Taboo Sea, and the Taboo Sea has its own restrictions. You can't open a space-time transmission channel or use voice transmissions. Taboo Sea. Qin Feiyang's group of 4 exchanged a glance. If I'm not mistaken, Dong Tianqian should have entered the Taboo Sea by now. But don't worry, even if Dong Tianqian has already entered the Taboo Sea, you can still catch up to him because crossing the Taboo Sea to reach the Central Dynasty will take at least a month. In a situation where you can't open a space-time transmission channel, with your 2 heavenly Daos, you can crush them in speed. Lu Jijin smiled. That's good. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could catch up, it was fine. How about this? I'll give you a set of coordinates, and you can directly teleport to the outside of the taboo ocean. At that time, it will be easier to catch up to them. After saying that, Lu Jijin gave him a set of coordinates. These are the coordinates I want. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. There's one more thing. Dong Hanzong is not a simple person. Maybe I can make use of it. Lu Jijin's eyes glowed. Dong Hanzong? The four of them exchanged glances and looked at Lu Jijin suspiciously. That's right. According to my observations, this Dong Hanzong is an extremely ambitious and calculative person. Back then, he wanted to use the inner demons to get rid of Dong Tianqian. Furthermore, when Boss Ji and the others announced that they were going to kill Dong Tianqian, he was also very excited. He even stopped Dong Qin from helping Dong Tianqian. Lu Jijin said, I see. Previously, we were still discussing why Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin did not escort Dong Tianqian back to the Central Dynasty. It turns out that they each have their own ulterior motives. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Therefore, if we can make use of this Dong Hanzong, he will be of great help to us. Of course. In the future, he will definitely be a big problem. Because this kind of person is the most terrifying. They are capable of doing anything. Lu Jijin said. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright, you guys go and hunt down Dong Tianqian first. The inner demons and I also have a few things to deal with. Lu Jijin smiled. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. First of all, there is a huge force behind Dong Tianqian. We have to investigate this force thoroughly. And Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin's background. The other thing, to put it bluntly, is to stir up trouble. Lu Jijin smiled. Stir up trouble? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Why was it getting more and more confusing? By stirring up trouble, we are using Dong Tianqian's matter to build momentum. Not long ago, Dong Tianqian was arrogant and unscrupulous in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. He even publicly said that the creatures of the four continents are trash. His words have already angered everyone. Therefore, we have to take advantage of this and let this matter continue to blow up. It will be best if it reaches the point where the four continents and the Central Dynasty are at odds. In this way, when the future monarch and the others declare war on the Central Dynasty, the creatures of the four continents will naturally join the monarch and the others to deal with the Central Dynasty. Lu Jijin smiled. No way. Dong Tianqian dares to say something like that? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Wasn't this deliberately provoking a war between the four continents and the Central Dynasty? What a useless teammate. For them, Dong Tianqian was a godly assistant. Because this was a great opportunity in front of them. He has also lost his mind. In fact, he is quite a scary person when he is calm. For example, when he was facing the 3,000 incarnations in Qingtian City, he deliberately acted weak and avoided the 3,000 incarnations to mislead you into thinking that the 3,000 incarnations could break his god-killing domain. But in fact, it didn't work at all. Because the inner demons couldn't break the god-killing domain even after activating the Demon King true form and the 7 laws. Lu Jijin shook his head. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Dong Tianqian to be so smart. Mu Qing had been in seclusion and didn't know much about Dong Tianqian, so she didn't say anything. So, whether it's Dong Tianqian, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, or Dong Xian, we can't underestimate them. There's another situation. Did the monarch and the others tell you? Even their 5 domains have a time limit. They can only be activated once a day for an hour each time. Lu Jijin smiled. Time limit? The 4 of them looked at each other. They really didn't expect this. The monarch and the others didn't mention this before. They should have been busy dealing with other things and neglected this point. After knowing this, you should know how to deal with them in the future. Lu Jijin asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright, let's split up. Lu Jijin turned off the Divine Sound Stone. Qin Feiyang also put away the Divine Sound Stone. His eyes flashed coldly as he opened a space-time tunnel. The 4 of them stepped into it one after another. The next moment, they arrived in the sky above an unfamiliar sea. In front of them, huge waves were rolling and the wind was howling. The sky was also covered with dark clouds. Looking at it, the entire sea was dark and filled with a heavy aura. Looking at the sky above them, it was clear and boundless. It was a completely different world. We really saved a lot of time. Madman bared his teeth. Let's go. They shouldn't have escaped far. I also want to see who from the Sea Clan dares to go against us. Qin Feiyang swept up the four of them and activated momentary time, entering the sea in front of them like lightning. The moment they entered the sea, they immediately sensed an invisible rule force oppressing them. Madman tried. He really couldn't open a space-time tunnel and couldn't activate the divine soundstone. Moreover, the roaring storm above the sea also contained extremely terrifying lethality. Ordinary creatures couldn't step into this place at all. The ruler of the Divine Kingdom shouldn't have thought that the rule force protecting the Central Dynasty would become an accomplice to Dong Tianxin's death. White-Eyed Wolf laughed. Without the rule force, Dong Tianxin could have used the space-time tunnel to directly teleport to the boundary between the Central Dynasty and the four continents. As long as he reached the boundary, stepping into the territory of the Central Dynasty was just a step away. Who could kill him? This is the unpredictable world. Madman snickered. However, they didn't know. Just as they disappeared into the depths of the sea, several sea beasts emerged from the water and stared at the direction where Qin Feiyang and the other three disappeared. Their huge eyes flashed with a fierce light. Not long after, in the depths of the taboo ocean, a sea beast rushed out of the sea and set off huge waves in front of Hai Zidong and Dong Tianxin. It was a sea turtle. Its body was hundreds of feet long, like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. Hai Zidong was shocked. But Dong Tianxin was very calm and shouted, "You dare to block my way? Don't misunderstand. This king is not here to stop you. This king is here to tell you that my companions have sent news. Qin Feiyang, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Madman Mo, and Mu Qing have also entered the taboo ocean." The sea turtle said with a loud and sonorous voice, showing that its strength wasn't weak. "What? They really came?" Hai Zidong's face changed when he heard this. Dong Tianxin's face also sank. The thing that he was worried about really happened. Why are these bastards so persistent? Their speed is very fast, you can't escape at all. So quickly find a way to escape. After the sea turtle finished speaking, it prepared to dive into the sea and leave. "Wait!" Dong Tianxin hurriedly shouted. "What's wrong?" The sea turtle looked at him suspiciously. "Help me. As long as you can help me escape, I will definitely repay you." There was no other way. His body was destroyed. Hai Zidong hadn't grasped the will of heaven, so it was impossible for him to be a match for Qin Feiyang and the other three. So he could only ask the sea turtle for help. Impossible. This king can't afford to offend these people. Coming to inform you now is already giving face to the Central Dynasty. This king will not take the risk for you. This king also believes that there is no sea beast in the taboo ocean that is willing to be enemies with Qin Feiyang for you. The sea turtle shook its head and directly dived into the sea and disappeared. "Don't go, as long as you help me, no matter what you want, I will agree." Dong Tianxin anxiously shouted. "It's useless. Now in the four great continents, except for a reckless person like me, who dares to go against Qin Feiyang and the others?" Hai Zidong panicked and his face was full of regret. That's right. He already regretted helping Dong Tianxin. If he knew that Qin Feiyang and the others would come to kill Dong Tianxin, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess even if he was beaten to death. "What do you mean? You want to leave me and escape alone?" Dong Tianxin stared at Hai Zidong gloomily. No. Hai Zidong hurriedly waved his hand to hide his guilty conscience. Chapter 4253. What kind of eyesight did Dong Tianxin have? He could tell at a glance that Hai Zidong was lying. If it was in the past, if he dared to lie to him like this, he would definitely not show mercy. But it was different now. Although Hai Zidong's strength was not very good, he was the only person he could rely on now. "Don't worry. As long as you follow me obediently, I will definitely not treat you badly. When we return to the Central Dynasty, I will not only let you master the will of heaven, but also give you a high-level dominator weapon." Dong Tianqian increased the price again. The will of heaven and a high-level dominator weapon, for someone like Hai Zedong, it was a great temptation. Thank you. Hai Zedong's face was filled with gratitude. However, in his heart he did not care. If he lost his life, then what was the use of the will of heaven and a high-level dominator weapon? But Dong Tianqian's identity made him very afraid. What should he do? He really did not want to face Qin Feiyang and the others. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang and the others were like demons. Let's continue on our way. There must be a way. Dong Tianqian said. All right. Hai Zedong nodded and swept up Dong Tianqian, activating the momentary time and breaking through the sky like lightning. But in his heart, he had been pondering. In this situation, what other way could he have? Qin Feiyang had mastered 2 wills of heaven and was several times faster than him. Sooner or later he would catch up with them. When it was time, Qin Feiyang and the others saw that he was escorting Dong Tianqian back to the central dynasty, so they would definitely not be polite to him. Wait. Suddenly, Hai Zedong's eyes flashed. Although Dong Tianqian was strong, now that his physical body was destroyed, he was equivalent to a cripple. Such a person, not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even he could easily deal with him. Otherwise, betrayal at the last minute? An idea crawled up in his mind. That was to take down Dong Tianqian and hand him over to Qin Feiyang to make up for his mistakes. Moreover, in this way, not only would Qin Feiyang not blame him, he might even reward him. Qin Feiyang had an independent world, and Long Chen had the ability to deprive others of precepts. Previously, the 19 sea gods, Sky Rocks, and hundreds of thousands of core members of the Sea Clan had lost their ultimate precepts because of this. In other words, currently, Qin Feiyang had a large number of ultimate profound inheritances in his hands. As long as he handed Dong Tianqian over to him, even if he didn't reward him, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be so stingy that he wouldn't give Dong Tianqian some ultimate Upanishads. After all, Dong Tianqian's value far exceeded a few ultimate intent inheritances. With this thought in mind, killing intent rose in Hai Zedong's heart. However, following closely, there seemed to be a voice in his heart that was stopping him. Qin Feiyang is the enemy of the Sea tribe. If you run to him to take credit and flatter him, are you worthy of the dead clansman? As the little prince of the sea race, how could you not take revenge for the extermination of your race? This was the voice in Hai Zedong's heart. That's right. He was the little prince of the Sea tribe, the youngest son of Neptune. This identity was not ordinary. However, this voice in his heart made him very conflicted. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Winged Wolf King, they are all so strong. How do you want me to take revenge? If my father was still alive, then I would be a high and mighty prince. But now, without my father's protection, I am just a pitiful worm who has not even grasped the will of the heavens. No, I am just a stray dog. What can I use to fight them? It's already not easy for me to be alive now. Shut up. You are the prince of the Sea tribe. How can you say such ambitious words? I am telling the truth. With my strength, any random person can easily crush me to death. Right now, I just want to live. Because only by living can I have the chance to become stronger and revitalize the Sea tribe. 2 different voices were constantly arguing in his heart. It made him very conflicted. What are you thinking? Are you getting slower and slower? Dong Tianqian's voice suddenly sounded. Hai Zedong quivered and came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his speed had unknowingly slowed down by half. Let me tell you, you better not have any thoughts. Dong Tianqian's gaze was extremely unfriendly. I wouldn't dare. Hai Zedong hurriedly waved his hand. His speed quickly increased to the limit. Dong Tianqian comforted him, don't think so much. There is a good saying that the heavens will always leave a way out. We will definitely have a way out. But in his heart, there was still a sentence that he did not say out loud. That was, if there was no way out, then he would use you as a scapegoat. Yes. Hai Zedong nodded repeatedly. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. You still want to grasp the will of the heavens? Stop dreaming. When we return to the central dynasty, I will kill you. Seeing Hai Zedong's performance, a trace of killing intent flashed in Dong Tianxin's eyes. Such a person was not even qualified to carry his shoes. He thought that he had concealed the killing intent in his heart very well, but he did not know that Hai Zedong had already sensed it. You actually want to kill me? Hai Zedong clenched his fists. In his heart, he was instantly angry. At the risk of offending Qin Feiyang and the others, sending you back to the Central Dynasty in exchange for repaying kindness with enmity? What inheritance of the ultimate profound, what will of the heavens, what superior dominator divine weapon? It turned out that it was just nonsense to fool him. Originally, Hai Zedong was still hesitating. But Dong Tianxin's killing intent helped him make the decision. Even if this person was successfully sent back to the Central Dynasty, he would still die. It was better to take a gamble and hand this person over to Qin Feiyang and the others. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He made a prompt decision and turned around to slap Dong Tianxin's divine soul. It could be seen that he was also a vicious and merciless person. Dong Tianxin was surprised. How could he have thought that such a change would occur? Because in his view, even if his physical body was destroyed, Hai Zedong would obediently serve him because of his identity and status. He even thought that even if an ant like Hai Zedong was lent 100 guts, he would not dare to have such thoughts. But he never thought that he would actually attack him at this time. How could he prevent this from happening? His divine soul was torn apart on the spot, and a large part of it was obliterated. What are you doing? Dong Tianxin roared. What am I doing? Do you really think I am a fool? Hai Zedong sneered, and the power of law rolled out, condensing into a large barrier, imprisoning Dong Tianxin's remnant soul inside. You! Dong Tianxin was shocked and furious. Such an ant dared to be presumptuous with him? If I didn't feel your killing intent before, I would really believe that when I send you back to the Central Dynasty, you will give me the inheritance of the ultimate profound and superior dominator divine weapon. Hai Zedong grinned. You! Dong Tianxin was shocked. He was actually noticed by this person. Rolling his eyes, he hurriedly explained, Listen to my explanation, my killing intent was not directed at you, but at Qin Feiyang and the others. Directed at Qin Feiyang and the others. Hai Zedong smiled without saying a word. Really, you have to believe me. If you send me back to the Central Dynasty, then you are my benefactor. I can't thank you enough, so why would I be angry at you? Don't worry, when we return to the Central Dynasty, I will definitely fulfill all the conditions I promised you. Dong Tianxin said. Haha. Hai Zedong laughed and shook his head. It's too late, I have a better idea. What do you mean? Dong Tianxin couldn't help but panic. I want to hand you over to Qin Feiyang. Hai Zedong sneered. What? Dong Tianxin's eyes trembled as he shook his head. You can't do this, Qin Feiyang is your enemy. If you go and curry favor with him now, what dignity do you have left? Do you think I still need dignity now? Hai Zedong laughed at himself. His dignity had left him the moment the sea race was annihilated. Hai Zedong, my brother, you can't be stupid. Qin Feiyang wiped out the oceanic race. Even if you hand me over to him, he won't let you go. Because you are Neptune's son, his future enemy. With Qin Feiyang's ruthless personality, will he allow a future enemy to exist in this world? But I am different. Your father has always been on good terms with the Central Dynasty. As long as you send me back to the Central Dynasty and report to the Emperor, he will definitely regard you highly and nurture you for your father's sake. Dong Tianxin advised earnestly. He didn't expect that a moment of unrestrained killing intent would bring about such consequences. His intestines were green with regret. Couldn't he have held back a little? Why did he have to be so impulsive? In fact, he didn't know that even if he didn't want to kill Hai Zedong, it was only a matter of time before Hai Zedong attacked him. Don't say such nice things to me. Although I am Neptune's son, with my strength, Qin Feiyang and the others won't care about me at all. As long as I perform well, I believe they will be merciful. Moreover, there is still you, the big fish. Compared to you, a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, I am nothing. Hai Zedong sneered. You are playing with fire. Do you know what will happen to you if this matter is spread to the central dynasty? So it's not too late to turn back now. Dong Tianqian roared. Right now, he could only use the central dynasty to intimidate Hai Zedong. But at this time, Hai Zedong was completely crazy and didn't want to listen at all. The barrier that imprisoned Dong Tianqian quickly shrank and then sealed Dong Tianqian's remnant soul. Even if I die, it is worth it to have a peerless genius like you as my scapegoat. Immediately, Hai Zedong looked at Dong Tianqian's remnant soul and muttered to himself, then turned around and used the momentary time to return the way he came. Interesting, at the same time, the corner of Mu Qing's mouth lifted slightly, with a trace of playfulness. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Mu Qing said, that person from the Xi clan actually attacked Dong Tianqian. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Attacked Dong Tianqian? Wasn't that a little too daring? Stop, we don't need to go there anymore. Mu Qing waved his hand. Qin Feiyang frowned and stopped in the void, his face full of confusion. Chapter 4254. About half an hour passed by. So, a figure broke through the air and entered the sight of Qin Feiyang's group of 4. It was Hai Zedong. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other before turning to look at Mu Qing suspiciously. What was going on? Hai Zedong actually took the initiative to come back? He will explain it to you guys. Mu Qing smiled faintly and looked at Qin Feiyang. My mission has been completed. Send me to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. After sending Mu Qing to the Black Tortoise world, he looked at Hai Zedong who was rushing over. Very quickly, Hai Zedong landed in front of Qin Feiyang's group of 3. Golden wings? Looking at the golden wings behind Hai Zedong, the 3 of them were slightly stunned. It seemed that only Neptune's lineage had golden wings. Could this person be Neptune's descendant? Hai Zedong did not approach Qin Feiyang's group of 3. His expression was extremely vigilant. You are? Qin Feiyang asked. My name is Hai Zedong, the little prince of the sea race. Hai Zedong said truthfully, not hiding anything. Little prince? The 3 of them were stunned. Wasn't this Neptune's son? This was a bit unexpected. I was wondering who had the guts to go against us. So it's Neptune's son. The madman laughed as killing intent flashed in his eyes. I didn't go against you guys. Hai Zedong hurriedly said. You helped Dong Tianqian return to the Central Dynasty. Isn't that going against us? The white-eyed wolf smiled. No. Hai Zedong waved his hand and lowered his head. At first, I did want to help him because he promised me that as long as I sent him back to the Central Dynasty, he would give me a few inheritances and a high-grade sovereign weapon. But I didn't expect him to lie to me. Qin Feiyang's group of 3 looked at each other. He definitely lied to you. How could a small fry like you possibly give you these divine items? Besides, even he himself doesn't have a high-grade ruler divine weapon. How could he possibly give you one? Madman sneered. That's why I turned back. After Hai Zedong finished speaking, he took out the sealed remnant soul from the spatial divine item. Hai Zedong, you are courting death. As soon as Dong Tianqian's remnant soul appeared, it roared madly, and its words were filled with hatred. However, Hai Zedong turned a deaf ear to him. He carefully stepped forward and brought Dong Tianqian's remnant soul to Qin Feiyang. So that's what Mu Qing was talking about. Looking at Dong Tianqian's remnant soul, the 3 of them came to a sudden realization. He instantly had a whole new level of respect for Hai Zedong. He actually dared to attack Dong Tianqian. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could possess. I guess I've made up for my mistakes. Hai Zedong asked as he looked at the 3 of them with trepidation. Madman grabbed Dong Tianqian's remnant soul and laughed. You didn't expect that you would fall into our hands so quickly, right? Dong Tianqian was terrified as he roared, if you have the ability, let me reconstruct my body first and fight one-on-one with me. One-on-one? Madman was taken aback for a moment before he was amused. He had already fought with the inner demons. Was there a need to do such a meaningless thing? Moreover, this wasn't a fair competition. Was there a need to go through so much trouble? Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Tianqian's remnant soul and felt a myriad of emotions. He never would have thought that Dong Tianqian would fall into the hands of a small fry like Hai Zidong. The saying that the world was unpredictable was not false at all. And it wasn't too much to say that Hai Zidong was a small fry. Although he was the son of Neptune, whether it was strength or other aspects, he couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang or Dong Tianqian. Immediately, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Hai Zidong, his eyes flickering. Hai Zidong was a little flustered. He didn't feel it before, but now, facing Qin Feiyang and the others personally, that invisible sense of oppression made him almost breathless. Even this kind of oppression was stronger than when he faced his father. "Say it, what do you want?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hai Zidong was taken aback. "I don't believe that you will do this without any conditions." Qin Feiyang laughed. Hai Zidong hesitated. "There's no harm in saying it." Qin Feiyang spoke again. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Hai Zidong mustered up his courage and bowed. "My request is not high, I only hope to master the will of heaven." "What?" "The requirement to master the will of heaven is not high." Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were stunned. This kid's tone was too big. Did he know what the will of heaven meant? Once he had the will of heaven, it was equivalent to standing at the top of the pyramid of the 4 continents and being admired by millions of people. This. If you think it's too much, just pretend that I didn't say it. Hai Zidong said in a panic. "But you have already said it." Madman had a mocking expression. "I." Hai Zidong stuttered, and his face couldn't help but turn pale. "To be honest, I admire you a little. In your current situation, if it was someone else, the first thing they would think of would be how to save their own life, but you actually want the will of heaven." White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth, and his eyes flashed fiercely. "I don't want it anymore. I only beg you to let me go." Hai Zidong trembled and quickly said, "It's too late. You're Neptune's son. How can we let you leave here alive?" Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hai Zidong turned around and ran. Madman took a step forward and chased after him like lightning. He grabbed Hai Zidong's clothes and twisted him back like a little chick. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Hai Zidong screamed. "See, this is the price for betraying me." Dong Tianqian's remnant soul laughed and gloated. But, looking at the struggling Hai Zidong, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He suddenly looked at Madman and said with a smile, "Senior brother, let him go." Madman looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. What did he mean? Was he really going to let the tiger return to the mountain? White-Eyed Wolf laughed. "Even if we let the tiger return to the mountain, he has to be a real tiger first." Hearing this, Madman was stunned for a moment before he laughed and let go of Hai Zidong. "Thank you." Hai Zidong said gratefully and was about to turn around and escape. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Qin Feiyang said. Hai Zidong's body stiffened as he slowly turned around to look at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with fear, thinking that Qin Feiyang had changed his mind and wanted to kill him. "You don't want the inheritance anymore?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Hai Zidong looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Dong Tianqian's remnant soul were the same. What did this mean? Was he really going to give Hai Zidong the inheritance? "If you don't want it, then you can leave." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Think about it." Hai Zidong came back to his senses and nodded without hesitation. But soon after, he quickly calmed down and asked, "Do you have any conditions? It seems that you haven't lost your mind because of excitement." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hai Zidong's heart trembled. Sure enough, there were conditions. But thinking about it, they were enemies. Why would others selflessly help him? "Then what conditions do you have?" "As long as it's not exchanging my life, I can agree." After pondering for a while, Hai Zidong asked with a firm gaze. As long as he could grasp the will of heaven, he didn't care about any conditions. "I don't want your life." Qin Feiyang shook his head. But before Hai Zidong could be happy, Qin Feiyang continued, "But I want your fate." "Fate?" Hai Zidong was stunned. "Life and fate are two different things. I'm not interested in your life, but fate, I can consider it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Fate, Hai Zedong muttered. Did this mean that he wanted to take the opportunity to control his fate? In other words, was it to make him obey Qin Feiyang in the future? From now on, you will take me as your master and obey my orders unconditionally. As long as you nod your head now, I will give you the ultimate profound inheritance and let you grasp the will of heaven. Qin Feiyang said. As the son of Neptune, this person still had some value, so it was a pity to kill him. Hai Zedong lowered his head and fell into a dilemma. On one side was the will of heaven, and on the other was fate. How should he choose? If it was someone else, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But now, the man in front of him was a life-and-death enemy who killed his father and slaughtered his clansmen. If he were to rely on this man, what was the difference between acknowledging a thief as his father? Don't worry, take your time to think about it. When you've thought about it, go to Thousand Phoenix Mountain to find me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go." Hai Zedong stared at the backs of the three, his hands tightly clenched together. His nails had already pierced through his flesh, and drops of blood flowed out. Wait. Suddenly, Hai Zedong roared. The three of them stopped and turned to look at Hai Zedong. Hai Zedong gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground with a plop, and bowed, "Greetings, master." The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. He actually agreed? And he directly knelt in the air. This person was indeed quite decisive. No wonder Dong Tianxian fell into his hands. Are you sure you've thought about it? Because in the future, I might send you to your death. Qin Feiyang asked. I've thought about it. Because only by becoming stronger will I have the hope of taking revenge. Hai Zedong lowered his head and said. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. If you want to take revenge on us, then you have to work even harder. The frenzy laughed. Hai Zedong raised his head and stared at the frenzy, saying word by word, I will definitely work hard. Just because of your courage, this daddy will make the decision now and give you a few ultimate mysteries. The frenzy laughed. A trace of joy appeared in Hai Zedong's eyes. The frenzy said, Don't be happy too early, you have to first make a blood oath that you will never betray us. What? Hai Zedong's body stiffened. If he made a blood oath, would there be any hope of getting a reward? No matter how strong he was, he didn't dare to say that he could compete with a blood oath. Aren't you very courageous? Are you afraid of a mere blood oath? The frenzy looked at him mockingly. Hai Zedong suddenly stood up, his long hair fluttering in the wind as he roared to the sky. I, Hai Zedong, hereby make a blood oath to forever be loyal to my master, Qin Feiyang. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by the heavens. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a deafening sound of thunder, an oath seal fell from the sky and disappeared into Hai Zedong's head. Today, for the sake of renovation, I've been running around all day, so I'm physically and mentally exhausted. Just 2. Chapter 4255. Since the vow had been formed, it was too late to regret. Hai Zedong didn't think too much about it. He was only concerned about whether Qin Feiyang and the others would give him the ultimate inheritance. Strong winds howled and huge waves surged. Qin Feiyang looked at Hai Zedong and asked, What ultimate inheritance have you grasped now? Currently, it is the ultimate inheritance of the time law. As for the other two ultimate laws, space-time law and death law, I have only comprehended the ultimate inheritance. Hai Zedong lowered his head. Not bad. To be able to comprehend an ultimate profundity of an ultimate law at such a young age. The madman laughed. The ultimate inheritance of the time law wasn't comprehended by me. It was the inheritance my father gave me. Hai Zedong shook his head. The madman was taken aback for a moment and frowned. So, you haven't even comprehended an ultimate inheritance? Hai Zedong didn't deny it. Because he was indeed very young. He was already very proud of his current achievements. Other than the time law, space-time law, and death law, what other laws do you want? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Hai Zedong didn't hesitate at all and said, Any law is fine. As long as it is an ultimate law, as long as I can grasp the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang nodded and transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus, help me prepare the inheritance of 6 ultimate laws. I don't want the ultimate inheritance of the time law. Fire Lotus responded. Soon, 6 inheritances appeared in the void in front of Qin Feiyang. They were space-time law, death law, karma law, devour law, destruction law, and life law. Looking at these 6 inheritances, Hai Zedong's face was full of excitement. Wait. But suddenly, he was stunned. It seemed that there were more than 5? What? There were actually inheritances of 6 ultimate profound meanings among them. What's going on? Hai Zedong was a little dumbfounded. He only wanted 5 inheritances, but he was given 6 in the end? The madman and the white-eyed wolf also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Was it because there were so many inheritances of ultimate profound meanings, and they didn't know how to cherish them and squander them as they pleased? You're not mistaken, this is the samsara inheritance. The inheritance of the 6 paths is also for you. Qin Feiyang looked at Hai Zedong and smiled. Hai Zedong was stunned. This should have been a good thing. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He knew that Qin Feiyang would not be so kind as to give him an inheritance for free. You don't want it? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Think about it. Hai Zedong hurriedly nodded and said, however, you definitely won't give it to me for free. You are very smart. In this world, no one is willing to give away an inheritance for free. And it's an ultimate profound inheritance of a supreme law. As for my condition, it's very simple. I want you to unify the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan and become the only overlord of the East Continent. Qin Feiyang said. Hai Zedong looked at him in surprise. Although the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan have been destroyed, there are still many survivors. Among them, there is no lack of powerhouses who have mastered the ultimate profound inheritance of a supreme law. As long as you can gather all of them together, this force is not to be underestimated. Qin Feiyang said. Hai Zedong frowned. There was no need for Qin Feiyang to say this. He already knew this in his heart. Because he was Neptune's son. Neptune and the other sea gods had fallen one after another, leaving the Sea Clan without a leader. As the son of Neptune, he naturally became the backbone of the Sea Clan. In other words, not only was he aware of this situation, but he also knew where the Sea Clan's survivors were hiding. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why did Qin Feiyang do this? Whether it was the Sea Clan or the Beast Clan, they were no longer the same as before. Even if there were still many powerhouses who had mastered the ultimate profound inheritance of a supreme law, they were worthless to the current Qin Feiyang. Because with Qin Feiyang's current strength, other than the powerhouses who had mastered the will of heaven, no one else would be interested in him. So, Hai Zedong was very puzzled. Don't worry about my purpose, just do as I say. Qin Feiyang said lightly. But Hai Zedong nodded. Now, he was indeed not qualified to care about these things. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 6-path inheritance flew to Hai Zedong and said with a faint smile, I look forward to the good news you bring me. After saying that, he turned around and left with the madman and the white-eyed wolf without looking back. Hai Zedong looked at the backs of the 3 people, his hands tightly clenched together. When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 disappeared, he put away the 6-path inheritance, glanced at the turbulent sea, and then rushed to the south. Little Qin Zi, what do you want to do? The white-eyed wolf looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. Are you going to tell me or not, or I'll fall out with you? The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Okay, I'll tell you. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and asked, how is the relationship between the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan and the Central Dynasty? That's not nonsense. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes. Neptune and the dragon god could enter the Central Dynasty at will, so how could they not have a good relationship? Moreover, the Divine Kingdom's master's care for the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan was obvious to all. That's right. Everyone knows that the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan are far more loyal to the Divine Kingdom's master than the Human Clan, the God Clan, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. Think about it. If the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan suddenly announce their betrayal of the Divine Kingdom one day and point their blades at the Central Dynasty, what effect will it have on the four great continents? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. I see. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and finally understood Qin Feiyang's goal. Qin Feiyang let Hai Zedong unify the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan to prepare for the rebellion of the three clans in the future. The three clans had always lived in the Divine Kingdom, and the Divine Kingdom was their home. Naturally, they had a sense of belonging. In the future, the king, the Divine King, and the human clan's paragon would rebel. More or less, the creatures of the four great continents would stand up to oppose. Although Lu Jiajin was adding fuel to the fire with the help of Dong Tianqian, it was impossible to make all the creatures of the four great continents hostile to the Central Dynasty and the Divine Kingdom. Some people would at most be dissatisfied and complain. Even if some people wanted to rebel with the king, they wouldn't dare to take action because of their fear of the Central Dynasty and the Divine Kingdom's paragon. This required a leader. The Sea Clan and the Beast Clan were the leaders in Qin Feiyang's plan. They were equivalent to cannon fodder. Think about it. The Sea Clan and the Beast Clan had such a good relationship with the Central Dynasty. If the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan betrayed the Divine Kingdom and united against the Central Dynasty, what would the others think? Of course, they would think that even the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan, who had such a good relationship with the Central Dynasty, wanted to rebel. It could be seen how unfriendly the Central Dynasty and the Divine Kingdom's paragon were to the four great continents. As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. If the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan really wanted to rebel, there would be all kinds of discussions. Everyone would think, if the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan, whom the Divine Kingdom's paragon trusted so much, betrayed them, why couldn't they? In other words, the betrayal of the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan gave everyone courage and an excuse. At that time, together with the king, the Divine King, and the paragon of the human clan, the three behind-the-scenes plotters, the three major clans would naturally rebel. In short, whether it was what Lu Jiajin was doing now or what Qin Feiyang was doing now, they were all paving the way for the future. You guys are really treacherous. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. What are you talking about? Isn't it all for the sake of the world? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Humph. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully and bared his teeth. Actually, I originally thought that you wanted to use Hai Zedong's hands to eliminate all the remnants of the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan. Qin Feiyang was startled. He shook his head and said with a smile, I did have the same thought. I wanted to ask Hai Zedong to gather all the remaining members of the two clans together. This way we could completely eliminate them. Moreover, we could obtain many ultimate mysteries. However, after thinking about it, it would be a pity to eliminate them just like that. We should let them display their remaining value first. Sinister guy. The white-eyed wolf muttered. What about Hai Zedong? This person hates us to the bone. The madman frowned. It doesn't matter. If I can help him now, I can also destroy him in the future. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. That's true. The madman grinned. After leaving the taboo ocean, the three entered the Black Tortoise world. Tea garden. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and sipped it leisurely. The white-eyed wolf and the madman each held a jar of unparalleled god wine. The fragrance of the wine filled the garden. In the void opposite the three, Dong Tianqian's remnant soul was imprisoned in a barrier. He stared at the three with hatred. Tell us, how should we deal with you? The madman looked at Dong Tianqian's remnant soul and mocked. I admit that I lost to you. If you want to kill me, then bring it on. Dong Tianqian's eyes were dark, because he knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now. These three would never let him go. How about this? You also submit to us and work for us, then we'll let you live. The madman mocked. Good idea. After all, with such a powerful domain, it's a pity to kill you. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as he nodded and grinned. Don't even think about it. Dong Tianqian roared. Not only did they kill his brother, but they also forced him to this point and wanted him to submit? Dream on. One must adapt to the circumstances. It's your honor to be able to follow us, right? The madman said, "My honor. You think too highly of yourselves. Right now, it's because the ruler isn't here. How can you be arrogant if you deny it?" Dong Tianxin sneered. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. "The ruler of the divine kingdom is indeed strong, but the person behind us isn't weak either. Do you know who is behind us?" "Who?" Dong Tianxin was surprised. "The heaven-swallowing beast." The white-eyed wolf enunciated each word clearly. "What? The heaven-swallowing beast?" Dong Tianxin was shocked. Qin Feiyang and the madman couldn't help but turn to look at the white-eyed wolf. "It's to scare him," the white-eyed wolf hurriedly explained in secret. Qin Feiyang and the madman shook their heads and laughed. They didn't say anything, so why were they in such a hurry to explain? Chapter 4256. I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand me. The white-eyed wolf felt a little wronged. Ever since he revealed the true face of his battle soul, he had been very nervous. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang and madman would think too much. "Trust, you know? We've been brothers for so many years. If I still doubt you, am I still human?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and looked at Dong Tianxin. "You should have inquired about our situation before coming to the 4 great continents. Back then, the ruler of the divine kingdom personally took action. It was the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon. Not only did they help him defeat your divine kingdom's ruler, but they also took him away from the divine kingdom." Dong Tianxin lowered his head and remained silent. "My battle soul is the heaven-devouring beast. I don't need to tell you what it means. You should know." The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. Dong Tianxin's eyes trembled slightly. "Even your divine kingdom's ruler is no match for the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon, let alone small fries like you. By the way, let me tell you something. We were ordered by the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon to destroy your divine kingdom." The white-eyed wolf sneered. Dong Tianxin felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. It was actually the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon giving orders behind the scenes. Think about it carefully. Do you want to be destroyed together with the divine kingdom, or do you want to turn over a new leaf and live a good life with us? After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he twisted the wine jar and gulped it down like a whale. Dong Tianxin glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and madman. Both of them were calm. He couldn't guess what they were thinking at all. But at this moment, 2 figures broke through the air and arrived. Dong Xingyang? Mu Qing? The 3 of them were stunned. Why did the 5 of them suddenly come here? The 2 of them came in a hurry, and their expressions were somewhat ugly. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mu Qing looked at Dong Tianxin's remnant soul and wanted to say something. "It's all right. If you have something to say, say it." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Mu Qing took in a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. He said in a low voice, "Previously, Dong Xingyang opened his eye of destiny and checked Dong Ping's fate. He discovered something huge." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other, then hurriedly looked at Dong Xingyang and asked. "Dong Ping isn't dead." Dong Xingyang said. "What? Not dead?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. How could this be? They had killed Dong Ping with their own hands, and they had seen Dong Ping's soul being destroyed with their own eyes. "Impossible. You're lying." Dong Tianxin was stunned for a moment before he immediately roared. However, Dong Xingyang ignored him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and continued, "I also found it hard to believe at first, so I immediately asked Mu Qing to use her all-seeing eye to check. She discovered that he was indeed not dead. This doesn't make sense. We saw it with our own eyes. He was indeed destroyed." The white-eyed wolf frowned. The madman looked at Dong Tianxin and asked, "Did your brother leave his soul behind in advance?" "I don't know. If he's really not dead, why didn't he come to find me?" Dong Tianxin's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and asked, "Where is Dong Ping now?" "I think he's in a spatial divine item. But I can't be sure. Whose spatial divine item is he in?" Mu Qing shook his head. "Spatial divine item." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 frowned. Impossible. I don't believe it. If he's really not dead, he will definitely come to find me immediately. What's your purpose for teaming up to lie to me? Dong Tianxin roared crazily. Is there a need to lie to you about this? Mu Qing sneered. Dong Tianxin didn't believe Mu Qing and Dong Xingyang, but Qin Feiyang and the other two firmly believed their words. As long as Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing said that Dong Ping was not dead, then Dong Ping was definitely not dead. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Can't you see the owner of the spatial divine item? If this person is with Dong Ping, I can definitely see it. But now, Dong Ping is alone where he is, and he's still in a remnant soul state." Mu Qing said, "Remnant soul state? Alone?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and became more and more suspicious. What kind of mystery was hidden in this? As Dong Tianxin said, if Dong Ping was really alive, there was no reason for him not to look for Dong Tianxin. After all, they were brothers. But now, Dong Ping was hiding alone. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Mu Qing and said, "In this case, I'll have to trouble you to keep watching Dong Ping. I think, sooner or later, someone will come in contact with him." Mu Qing nodded and opened her all-seeing eye. Dong Xingyang glanced at Mu Qing and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, "Then I'll go back first?" Qin Feiyang nodded. After Dong Xingyang left, Lunatic sighed and said, "Fortunately, Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing are here. Otherwise, we would never have discovered these problems." Qin Feiyang nodded. The 10 strongest fighting souls indeed had to work together to bring out the greatest effect. At this moment, Dong Tianxin also looked at Mu Qing silently. Firstly, he also wanted to know what was going on. Secondly, seeing Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing's fighting souls with his own eyes made him even more terrified. Although the Eye of Destiny and the All-Seeing Eye didn't have much destructive power, their abilities were already heaven-defying. With such people helping Qin Feiyang, did the Divine Kingdom really have any hope? Time passed day by day. Outside, Dong Tianxin's matter had been completely spread under Lu Zhijin's arrangement. The human race of the West Continent, the purple-gold divine dragon race of the North Continent, and the god race of the South Continent were all in an uproar. How dare they? How dare they say we're trash? The people of the Central Dynasty are too much. Do they not treat us as humans? Everyone who received this news was filled with righteous indignation. Mount Supreme, the Divine King, the human race's supremacy, and Heavenly Lord Ji gathered together. "Where's your father?" The Divine King looked at him suspiciously. "Father is monitoring Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, so he asked me to come." Heavenly Lord Ji smiled. "It must be hard on him. Dong Hanzong is really something. The 4 great continents are so big, but he doesn't go anywhere else." The Divine King snorted. "With Dong Ping as an example, do you think he'll go anywhere else?" Heavenly Lord Ji chuckled. "That's true." The Divine King nodded. He thought for a bit and smiled. "Then they won't dare to go back to the Central Dynasty now." "Definitely. If they dare to go back to the Central Dynasty, Qin Feiyang will definitely kill them halfway. And if they can't go back to the Central Dynasty, they won't be able to find reinforcements there." Heavenly Lord Ji said, "Peerless talents, I think they're more like peerless idiots." The Divine King sneered. "Don't be careless. They won't dare to go back, but they can ask us to escort them back. We won't be able to refuse then." The human race's supremacy waved his hand. The Divine King and Heavenly Lord Ji were stunned. They nodded and said, "That's true. It seems that we have to think of a way. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the current situation. You should have heard the news. Now, Dong Tianxin's matter is being discussed everywhere. Don't you think there's something strange about this matter?" The human race's supremacy asked. "There is indeed something strange. This matter is spreading too quickly. I feel like there's a mastermind behind this." The Divine King nodded. Heavenly Lord Ji lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said with a smile, "Who else would do such a thing besides those guys?" The Divine King and the human race's supremacy looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. "That's right. They must be the mastermind behind this." They've done a good job in this matter. And for us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, we have to burn the fire and make this matter bigger. The Divine King's eyes flashed coldly. I think so too. Also, there's one more thing. Yu Lao and 5 peerless geniuses have successively fallen in the 4 great continents. I believe that the Central Dynasty's main force will soon arrive. So, we have to be prepared. The human race's supremacy warned. I thought of that too. This is indeed a troublesome problem. Although Qin Feiyang gave us 1,000 inheritances of ultimate mysteries, we haven't even decided on the candidates yet. Moreover, we still need time to integrate them in the future. The Divine King sighed. What? He gave you 1,000 inheritances of ultimate mysteries? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the two in shock. The two nodded. This, Heavenly Lord Ji's expression stiffened. The Divine King's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. He asked, "He didn't give you any?" Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. Then, did you offend him? The human race's supremacy and I each received 1,000 inheritances. The 6 ultimate mysteries are 1, so there are a total of 6,000 of them. The Divine King said, "Offend him? I don't think so." Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. What's going on with this brat? He gave the God race and the human race 1,000 inheritances, but not the purple gold divine dragon race? The Divine King was amused. The human race's supremacy couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and said, "The Divine King is just teasing you. Qin Feiyang has already prepared everything for you." Heavenly Lord Ji was stunned. He looked at the Divine King speechlessly and said, "You've also learned how to joke." The Divine King laughed and looked at the human race's supremacy. Why don't we just call him over now? We can discuss the future with him. Okay. The human race's supremacy nodded and took out a divine voice stone. The black tortoise whirled. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 kept their heads down and didn't say anything. They all looked quite annoyed. Mu Qing sat at the side and observed Dong Ping. She was also silent. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine voice stone rang. Qin Feiyang took it out and looked up at Dong Tianqian. He then turned to the other 2 and said, "You 2 stay here and watch." The 2 nodded and looked at the divine voice stone in their hands. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang chose to avoid Dong Tianqian because of the message from the monarch and the other 2. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang sat in the hall and activated the divine voice stone. The shadows of the Divine King and the other 2 immediately appeared. Has Dong Tianqian been dealt with? The Divine King asked. It's already in my hands. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're really reliable. The Divine King chuckled and asked, when are you going to kill him? There's an emergency now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He was upset. The Divine King and the human race's supremacy's eyelids twitched. They asked, what's the emergency? Chapter 4257. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to speak, Heavenly Lord Ji said, come to Mount Supreme first. I'll give you the coordinates and teleport you there. Mount Supreme? Qin Feiyang was slightly dazed. He nodded and said, okay, I'll be right there. The conversation ended. Qin Feiyang returned to the tea garden. What's wrong? The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf asked. The Divine King is looking for me. I'm going to Mount Supreme. Let me know if anything happens. Qin Feiyang said. The two nodded. In less than 10 seconds, a space-time tunnel appeared in the main hall. Qin Feiyang walked out of the passage and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji with a smile. Uncle, why are you free today to come to Mount Supreme? Heavenly Lord Ji's face darkened. Uncle? Is this something a brat like you can call out? The Divine King and the human race's supremes couldn't help but laugh. The Divine King asked, tell me what happened? Dong Ping isn't dead. Qin Feiyang sat next to Heavenly Lord Ji and said, what? The three of them got up. Didn't you kill Dong Ping with your own hands? Why isn't he dead? Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. That's what we're confused about. At that time, we really did see his soul being destroyed with our own eyes. But not long ago, Dong Xingyang and Mu Qin used the Eye of Destiny and the Heavenly Eye to find out that Dong Ping isn't dead. We don't know whose divine item he's hiding in. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh. That's impossible. If Dong Ping isn't dead, why didn't he come to find Dong Tianqin? The divine king was confused. We're also confused by this. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and took out a yin and yang ring. He gave it to Heavenly Lord Ji and said, "Uncle, here are the inheritances I prepared for you. 1,000 of them." Heavenly Lord Ji was overjoyed. But suddenly, the divine king took a step forward and grabbed the cosmos ring. "What are you doing?" Heavenly Lord Ji asked anxiously. "Don't be nervous. I just want to see if this kid is biased." The divine king checked the inheritances in the universe ring. There were exactly 1,000 of them. "I say, Senior, can't people trust each other more?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Huh." The divine king laughed dryly and threw the interspatial ring to Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji quickly caught the interspatial ring and looked at the 1,000 inheritances in it with excitement. At his level, there weren't many things that could make him so excited. "What do you want to discuss with me?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Just to discuss the future situation." The divine king voiced his worries one by one. The main forces of the central dynasty. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Yu Lao, Dong Hanzong and the other 4 could easily deal with them because they were few in number and all of them were stubborn and self-opinionated, so they could defeat them one by one. However, the main forces of the central dynasty were a different story. Not to mention the army of death in the hands of the emperor, the 5,000 overlords who had mastered the will of heaven would be a disaster for them once all of them arrived in the 4 continents. Because there were too many of them. He didn't care. If he could defeat them, he would fight. If he couldn't, he could hide. But the king and the others couldn't hide. They had to face them head-on. What they needed most was time. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the 3 of them. "How about this? We won't do anything for a while. As long as you don't do anything, even if the main forces of the central dynasty arrive, they won't be able to find the target. Naturally, we will have the time to grow." The divine king nodded. "Then you should speed up," Qin Feiyang said. "We know that. We'll make the arrangements later." "But what about those spies? Shouldn't we get rid of them?" the divine king asked. "There's no rush." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and pondered for a while. "Those spies might be useful in the future. Also, if we get rid of them now, it might arouse the central dynasty's suspicion." Arouse the central dynasty's suspicion? That's too serious. They were just bought over by Neptune and the dragon god. The people of the central dynasty probably don't know that there's spies the dragon god and the sea king planted in our 3 races. The divine king said. "What if the people of the central dynasty know?" Qin Feiyang asked. The divine king fell silent. If the people of the central dynasty really knew about the spies, then they couldn't get rid of them. "It's better to be safe than sorry," Qin Feiyang sighed. "I agree with what he said. After all, with the current situation, we can't take a wrong step." Heaven Lord Ji said. "All right then, let them live for a while longer." The divine king's eyes flashed coldly. These damn bastards, they actually dared to betray the 3 races. None of them should think about living. "Old Qin, there's news." It was at this time. Frenzy's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He quickly got up and looked at the 3 of them. "I'll go to the Black Tortoise world first." Before the 3 of them could react, Qin Feiyang disappeared without a trace. This made the 3 of them look at each other. What's going on? At the same time, the ancestral land of the purple-gold divine dragon race. Space divine item. Next to a clear lake, there was a quaint pavilion. Below the pavilion, there was a time array. At this time, on the 2nd floor, in a room, a blurry figure sat cross-legged on the ground, reconstructing his divine soul and body. This person was Dong Ping. Accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, a young man slowly walked upstairs and into the room. "Brother Zong." Dong Ping immediately opened his eyes and looked at the person who came. It turned out to be Dong Hanzong. "How's your recovery?" Dong Hanzong revealed a gentle smile. It's okay. Dong Ping nodded and asked, how's my brother now? Don't worry, he's fine. He also knows that you're still alive. Dong Hanzong smiled slightly. In fact, Dong Tianxian didn't know at all. Dong Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said, I want to see him. No hurry. Dong Hanzong waved his hand and smiled. But, Dong Ping frowned. But what? Do you think I would harm him? Dong Hanzong was unhappy. No. Dong Ping waved his hand and sighed. This time, if it weren't for your foresight, I would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. You're my savior, why would I suspect you? You're too serious. We're companions, it's only right that we help each other. Dong Hanzong smiled. At this time, another series of footsteps sounded. A woman walked up. It was Dong Exan, who had also lost her physical body, but her physical body had not been reconstructed yet. Obviously, during this period she had also been reconstructing her physical body here. Brother Zong, what's the situation outside now? Dong Exan asked. The situation is not good, but it's under control. Dong Hanzong smiled. That's good. Dong Exan also let out a long breath, and then a trace of resentment crept up in her eyes. After reconstructing my physical body, I must kill those bastards with my own hands. Don't be careless. Qin Feiyang and the others are not easy to deal with. Dong Hanzong shook his head and then smiled. But I have to thank them. Thank them? Dong Exan and Dong Ping looked at each other. What did he mean? Why did he have to thank Qin Feiyang and the others? Dong Hanzong smiled slightly, looked at the two's divine souls, and said, if they didn't seriously injure you, I wouldn't have the chance to control you. Control us? Dong Exan and Dong Ping were stunned and did not react. Control you? Dong Hanzong nodded. Suddenly, a cold light burst out in his eyes. As he waved his hand, two blood rays emerged and instantly drowned Dong Ping and Dong Exan. Brother Zong, what are you doing? Dong Exan was flustered. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious enough? Dong Hanzong smiled hideously, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. If he was a gentleman before, then he was now the incarnation of a devil, exuding a shocking evil aura. You, looking at the current Dong Hanzong, Dong Ping and Dong Exan were terrified. Do you really think I'll be so kind to help you? Let's talk about you first, Dong Exan. Do you still remember how you humiliated me when I first appeared in front of you? At that time, in front of countless people, you said that I'm a lowly commoner, and that I'm not qualified to stand together with you nobles. Dong Hanzong smiled hideously. That's all in the past. Besides, I've already apologized to you. Dong Exan said angrily. Apologize? Some things can't be solved with just an apology. You're born in a prestigious family with a strong family background. You were born a rich young lady, and you can have anything you want. I'm just a child from an ordinary family, so I'm naturally not qualified to stand together with you people. But you shouldn't have humiliated me in front of everyone. Do you know how embarrassed I was at that time? I even thought of dying. But when I thought about it, why should I die? I didn't do anything wrong. You're the ones at fault. So I silently swore that one day, I'll make you pay the price. So, I worked hard on my cultivation, and the heavens didn't let me down. I activated my domain, and it was the strongest domain among the 5. As expected, after I activated my domain, your attitude changed. Humans are just that realistic. When you're weak, they'll trample on your dignity. When you're strong, they'll fawn on you. Dong Hanzong sneered. Looking at the current Dong Hanzong, Dong Exan's eyes couldn't help but tremble. She didn't expect this person to be hiding such a side. Let's talk about you, Dong Ping. You and your brother, Dong Duncan, are the same. When you need someone's help, you'll call him Brother Zong, as if he's your real brother. But once something happens, your true nature will be revealed. For example, a few days ago in Xinghe, Dong Tianxian was beaten up by Lu Yuntian, and in the end, he vented his anger on me. What am I? Am I your punching bag? What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Is it because you have a good family background? Someone is supporting you from behind? Actually, I know in my heart that no matter how strong I become, you'll still look down on me. So, when I heard that you're coming to the 4 great continents, I had a plan in mind. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly, and the more he spoke, the crazier he became. His eyes had turned blood red, and he looked like a terrifying beast. Chapter 4258. Just as Dong Hanzong's voice fell, the blood mist completely swallowed their divine souls, followed by a feeling that their lives were no longer in their own hands. The blood mist gradually dissipated. Dong Hanzong's face was full of smiles. However, this smile was terrifying to look at. Dong Xian and Dong Hanzong collapsed on the ground as if their strength had been sucked out. This was because of fear. It was as if they had met Dong Hanzong for the first time. What plan? Dong Xian slowly looked up at Dong Hanzong and asked. The first step of the plan, Qingtian City. At that time, I asked you to go to Qingtian City to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, while I went to the North Continent to find Boss Ji and the others. Actually, I deliberately separated from you. Because I know that with your characters, once you meet Qin Feiyang and the others, you will definitely fight to the death. At the same time, I also wanted to use you to test their strength. After all, there is a saying that goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. I can't take the risk myself, so I asked you to be the vanguard, the so-called cannon fodder. Dong Hanzong chuckled. You bastard! Dong Xian cursed. Wrong. This is brains. I can only say that you have no brains. As expected, the two of you fought against Frenzy and Golden-Winged Wolf King one after another and lost completely. Of course. Whether you win or lose, it will be good for me. If you win this battle, it will be because of my good arrangements and command, and the Emperor will give me the greatest credit. But if you die in their hands, it will be for the best, so that I won't have to do anything. Dong Hanzong smiled. You are killing with a borrowed knife. Dong Ping said gloomily. Yes, I want to kill with a borrowed knife. Dong Hanzong nodded and continued. The second step of the plan is to let Dong Ping find Lu Yuntian. This is also part of your plan? Dong Ping was shocked. Of course. Dong Xian was seriously injured by Golden-Winged Wolf King, so it is very easy to deal with her, so there is no need to target her. Dong Tianqian is more difficult to deal with than you, so it will take more effort to deal with him, so I set my second target on you. Do you really think that I will ignore Mu Qing's all-seeing eye? I have always remembered it in my heart. I also expected that after the battle, Qin Feiyang and the others will find ways to kill us, so I arranged you to find Lu Yuntian alone. In other words, I am the one who personally delivered you to Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Hanzong, Dong Ping's anger. Originally, I had planned to use this opportunity to have Qin Feiyang and the others eliminate you. But now that I think about it, you have the undying domain. If you die in their hands, it would be a pity. It would be better for me to use you. So, before you went to Xingyue City, I came to find you alone and asked you to split a strand of your soul for me to keep. With that, when Qin Feiyang and the others destroy your true body, I will be able to easily control your remnant soul. Dong Hanzong smiled. There is such a thing? Dong Xian looked at Dong Ping in surprise. She didn't know about this. Yes. That day, when I was about to go to Xingyue City, he suddenly contacted me and asked me to split a strand of my soul for him just in case. At that time, his words were full of concern for me. I didn't think much about it, so I listened to him. Dong Ping nodded and stared at Dong Hanzong. You keep saying that it is for my good, but it turns out that you have ulterior motives. To think that I trusted you so much. Dong Hanzong laughed and said sarcastically, if I didn't activate one of my strongest domains, if I didn't treat you like a brother, would you trust me? Bastard. Dong Ping roared. Yes, yes, yes. This is the attitude I want. The more hysterical you are, the happier I feel. Dong Hanzong laughed like a spring breeze. Dong Xian frowned and said, what other plans do you have? Of course. The third step of my plan is to deal with Dong Tianqian. I didn't tell him that Dong Ping left a strand of his soul with me, So he thought that Dong Ping had died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. Who doesn't know about the relationship between you brothers? He will definitely go crazy when he learns about your death. So, I used the monarch to lure Qin Feiyang and the others to show up. At first, I thought that Qin Feiyang might not show up because of the monarch, but I didn't expect that he was hiding in the crowd at that time. However, this Qin Feiyang is really smart. He used an avatar to deceive all of us. When I thought that the plan was going to fail, I never thought that Dong Tianqian would be crazy enough to turn the act into reality. Isn't this the same as sending an opportunity to me? Because if he turned the act into reality, he would not only offend the monarch, but also the entire purple gold divine dragon race, the human race, and the god race. Then, will he still have a way to live? But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei came. Dong Hanzong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he continued, Dong Tianqian thinks he's strong, but Lu Yuntian's means are even stronger. Dong Tianqian didn't even have the strength to fight back. Of course, I also played a part in that. Your part? Dong Ping frowned. Yes. Because I told them the weakness of the Godslayer domain. Moreover, I repeatedly stopped Dong Qin from helping Dong Tianqian. The result was just as I expected. Dong Tianqian was seriously injured by Lu Yuntian, leaving only a strand of his soul. Dong Hanzong laughed loudly. It was the attitude of a victor. It was as if everyone involved in this matter was in the palm of his hand. Then where is my brother now? Dong Ping asked in a low voice. Now. Dong Hanzong laughed and said, he's probably in Qin Feiyang's hands. What? Dong Ping's expression froze. I originally wanted to control Dong Tianqian. But after coming out of the Star River, he left alone. By the time I realized it, he was already gone. But that's not important. Because I know that Qin Feiyang won't let him go. I also know that Dong Tianqian must be preparing to return to the Central Dynasty, so I'm sure that Qin Feiyang will ask Mu Qing to find his whereabouts and kill him. After Dong Hanzong finished speaking, he looked at the two with a mocking smile and said, This is my plan. What do you think? The two felt a chill in their hearts. They never thought that such a gentlemanly person would be so insidious. Dong Tianqian definitely won't have a good ending in Qin Feiyang's hands. He might even be dead now. As for the two of you, it'll be difficult for you to die even if you want to. Dong Hanzong sneered. Don't even think about it. Even if you control us, when we return to the Central Dynasty, we'll still tell His Majesty your face. At that time, we'll just die. Dong Ping roared. Is that so? Dong Hanzong's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Wait and see. Dong Ping laughed fiercely. If that's the case, then I'll have to eliminate the roots. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed coldly. The two trembled. Of course. If you're willing to work for me obediently, I'll treat you well. Life or death, it's your choice. Dong Hanzong said. The two were silent. Dong Exen suddenly asked, What about Dong Qin? Does she know about your dirty deeds? Of course she doesn't. But even if she knows, it doesn't matter. Because she likes me, I can make use of her feelings for me to make her help me wholeheartedly. Dong Hanzong sneered. You bastard. Dong Qin is so good to you, and you actually want to make use of her? Dong Exine roared. You'd better think about your own situation. Besides, if it's not because of her feelings for me, do you think I'll let her go? Dong Qin is a good woman. As long as she doesn't betray me, I won't let her down. It was obvious that Dong Hanzong's words were from the bottom of his heart. Black Tortoise World. Mu Qing took a deep breath and lowered his head to drink his tea silently. What are you doing? Don't keep us in suspense. White-eyed Wolf looked at Mu Qing and urged. Dong Tianqian was also impatient. Wait a moment. Let me calm down the shock in my heart. Mu Qing waved his hand. His face was filled with disbelief. Madman looked at him suspiciously. After a long time, Mu Qing put down his teacup and looked at the three of them. You'll never guess who's with Dong Ping now? Can't you just say it? White-eyed Wolf was speechless and was about to go berserk. Dong Hanzong. Mu Qing enunciated each word clearly.